Go for it.
It looks like it's going to be working.
Looks like it is working. And we're back live, everyone. And immediately after we got live, we need to make the shout out. GTR Jordan praying for one rain, please, with 10 pounds. Thank you so much. That puts it at 1,496. Come on, we just passed the halfway mark. I would love to see the halfway mark actually passed as well in the donation stream. 4 pounds. 1 time, 2 time, 3 time. Come on, someone 4 pounds. Who has 4 pounds of change left in their pocket to donate to this absolutely incredible charity? So far, you guys have been absolutely phenomenal, and something you missed in the little switch is that Team SRT in the Ferrari 12, currently Dilly, had a tiny little bit of an issue. They spun around at the top of Skyline. That's not what they're going to be wanting, and I already know that their team principal, Varga, is going to have their issues, as Suspicious Kobold just comes in with a 50-pound donation. Awesome charity, awesome event is what he says. Thank you so much. That puts us 51% towards our goal, which puts us straight on track with the fucking time. You guys are phenomenal and you are amazing. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for donating. And we are fucking hyped and excited for the remainder of the 5 hours and 54 minutes, aren't we, Rob?
Oh, absolutely. Cannot wait for it. If it goes by as quickly as the first 6 hours did, yeah, it's going to be absolutely mega. Yes, just can't wait. Can't wait to see what happens in the remaining 5 hours and 54 minutes here at Bathurst. Currently looking at Marco Badowski in the number 21 Lamborghini. Got the Porsche there behind him. Mackie behind the wheel of that. At the moment, this is for Mackie to actually unlap himself, as they've got Kirk Heath somewhere up the road in front of them.
And not to forget that Badowski here is trying to catch Clements, who's just a few cars ahead of him for position.
Yeah.
This is going to get really, really interesting.
Yeah, I've also noticed that Dilly has come into the pits in the 12 Ferrari after his incident atop the mountain earlier on. So we're waiting to see where that filters through.
Badowski having a little bit of a loose rear there. That cost him a little bit.
Yeah, and it means that Mackie is able to get back past to unlap himself in the Porsche. He's got Heath has still in between them, but Clements is still within sight of these two. The blue flags are waving for no real reason, because
Mackie seems to be quicker right there.
Mackie is quicker as things stand at the moment than Badowski.
As we go inside of that
Yeah.
Hurricane with that suede letter being right there on the dash. Because
yeah,
why not?
Make it a nice place for the drivers, you know? It makes sense. I mean, if they're the ones going to be sitting, toiling away behind the wheel, then let's make it as nice a place as possible for them.
Unpopular opinion, I actually don't like the inside of the Hurricane. I have the same feeling with it that I do have with my Opel Corsa in real life, is that the front feels too long. It's very hard to actually gauge where the front of that car is because the dash is so long.
Yeah, I mean, it's still easier, I think, than in any type of prototype. But yeah, I know what you're talking about. There is quite a bit there, and of course, these cars nowadays are being more and more optimized from the factory when they're road cars for racing purposes as well. And you see that in the way the GT3 class has evolved over the years. From I can remember when GT3 cars were first introduced in British GT back in 2007. I went to Thruxton that year, and you had Porsches, you had Vipers, there was an Ascari KZ1 for anyone who's actually old enough to remember that thing racing. You know, and all these cars were almost relatively lightly modified one make race cars, not the kind of bespoke race cars which also happen to be road legal, have their wings removed and have like number plates and a tax disc and everything else on them. So yeah, the class has changed so dramatically over the years. It's been quite interesting as see Christoph Holzer
trying to get past all the back markers and managing to, as far as I can see.
Yep, he has. He took a lot of curb on the inside there. Might have unsettled the car just a little bit. And yeah, that last lap was
behind, though.
Yeah, that last lap was a 2:07. But then again, he was having to deal with traffic for quite a lot of that lap. So it was a pretty good lap, all things considered, from him. We're on lap 177 here at Bathurst. It's Solheim leading from Holzer to Varen, Verwey, Moore, Dürschmidt, Mr. Massey to Zara Bauer, and Apazella rounding out the top 10 there. There's still a couple of laps separating everyone, so...
Simon Bauer, who we were speaking to earlier, is now back in this car, and he's brought the team up to 9th.
Yeah, Reiter Engineering Esports there. Quick team. They got a bit unlucky earlier on with traffic and that incident over the mountains. So yeah, it's been
here we go again. RWB costs with £30. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. He says great stuff, guys. Thank you. As I said earlier, now we don't need to do a self-sympathy wank for our feelings. Now we can just pat ourselves on the back and know that people are enjoying it. Thank you so much. £1,576. That puts us at 52% towards our goal with 5 hours and 48 minutes to go. For those that still do not know, and I'm going to give that talk yet again for the so many a time, we are raising money today for Spinal Track, which is a charity directly aimed at giving people with a disability the opportunity to drive a real race car for free, adapted to hand controls, whether or not it be rally driving or actual on-track driving. For full free, people with a disability will be capable of driving a real race car, and they are getting it, as I said again, for free. There is no better charity goal for a community like ours, no better goal for a community like Racers Without Borders, because that is what we're all about. So, if you still have a few coins to spare, if you have a little bit of change here and there, just toss it in. Every little bit helps, and if we, by the end of tonight, can raise £3,000, not only would that make me the happiest person on earth that we actually managed to do that, not only would that make every single person involved in the organization very happy, it most definitely will make the people that get to experience a race car, even though they thought they never could, even though they are massive car enthusiasts and gearheads, very, very ecstatic. Thank you so much. All right.
And it literally doesn't even take that long to donate either. I mean, in the time Red Sky was talking, I've just put another £10 in.
Hey.
So it literally doesn't take long at all. And also, if you're using a smartphone, you don't have to mess around with like trying to find your wallet, trying to find where your debit card is and that. If you've got like Apple Pay, for example, or Android Pay or something like that, you can just pay using that. So it could not be any simpler to donate as well.
What he said.
Yeah. And I mean, I've literally just gone and proved it. So yeah, absolutely fantastic charity, fantastic cause, and yeah, pleased to have donated as well.
Absolutely ludicrous amount of money as well, isn't it? £1,576 so far. Like, this community is just so fucking great.
I know,
like,
we're currently on we're currently showing at about 52% of the donation target at the moment on the YouTube stream, from what I can see. And that's only going to be going up as well. So, yeah, it's going to be really, really brilliant to see just what we, how high we can raise it to at the end. So,
Beautiful stuff.
let's do it.
Beautiful stuff.
Bring it on.
Let's do it. As we
Meanwhile-
say that, let's start skipping through the field to see if we are missing a battle somewhere.
Yeah. I think we should. And a donation has just popped up from Rob Lomas, Rob Low 97. Let's smash this target. £10 donated.
Did you just call yourself out?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just kidding.
Yeah.
Do that.
Yeah. So there you go. It literally could not be any
Oh,
simpler.
we do
to
have a
donate.
battle for
Cool.
18. Madly trying to get past Warren right here. And this is the car with all the fancy telemetry, with all of that extra little bit of data being sent towards Matley by his team. Also, D-Buck's little team right here. The only Lexus on the field, fucking believe it or not. I still don't. And they're going to try. They're going to try to do everything within their power to get past that Honda. Question is, can they? That is the wrong car. There we go.
Yeah, Madley has been some fight back in the Lexus so far after being involved in the incident at the start of the race. I think the Honda might have also been involved in that as well. So
Having a look towards the insides, trying to fake that Honda.
yeah, there's a lot of teams having to really crack on and put the hammer down to try and catch up further. Meanwhile, the track temperature has gone up again to 38 degrees Celsius.
So something absolutely magnificent about Matley here is that he's actually driving in VR. And I actually think that's going to give him the edge here because it gives him a much better idea of speed, angle, and ability to be close to the driver in front. So
Yeah.
I'm expecting him to stick very close right now and play some mental mind games with him about thinking, you know, I'm going to come on your inside, I'm going to take you, and force him to take that inside line and then take him on the exit of the entire Estes part. That's at least my opinion.
Yeah, I've actually had a little go with VR before when Sony brought a few rigs for Gran Turismo Sport when that was released back in around 2017 or 2018. They did this, and I was able to have a little go in the main shopping mall in Southampton where I was studying at the time, and it was brilliant because we had we were able to try running VR, and the I think the car everyone was driving was an Audi TTS, but I managed to get them to change the car to a Toyota TS050, an MP1 car instead, and I asked them to set the transmission to manual, and I think I might have asked to turn the traction control off as well. So, and it was when I think that was the point where they realised, oh, okay, yeah, this person actually knows a bit about motorsport, right? So,
How did it feel?
it was really weird because I kept looking down towards the steering wheel, and then I'm looking down towards the steering wheel and going, oh no, I can actually see the steering wheel. Oh no, I'm supposed to be looking up that way to see what's in front. so yeah, once you're used to it, I suspect this wouldn't be as much of an issue. But when it's the first time you're trying it and you've only really got like 2 laps, then
So
yeah, it is a little bit harder to get used to when you only know you've got 2 laps. But after a while, you'd probably just be so used to it, it'd just be second nature almost.
You know, I personally have a Valve Index in the closet right here. I have yet to use it for racing. I don't think I ever will.
because it's not supported by half the games? Or...
No. See, I have done a few games where there's ludicrous amounts of speed in it, like Vito VR and everything. And while it is an absolutely fantastic experience, motion sickness is a thing.
Ah, yeah. Yeah, so it's basically just like Nick Heifeld then.
Yeah, I mean, I've gotten a lot better at it in games like Vito VR and other places, and as long as I actually physically act like I'm jogging, I manage to make it work in shooters and everything else, but that's a little hard in a car, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a bit. I mean, I mentioned Nick Heifeld because a good friend of mine used to work for the Mahindra Formula E team, and Heifeld was still their one of their reserve drivers, so he obviously had to do days on the simulator, and he couldn't.
We might be seeing the overtake here. Madly forces the Honda on the inside line, nearly touching. He manages to go towards that inside line. He gets to outbrake that Honda. The Honda doesn't manage to have an answer for it, and Madly pulls it off beautifully.
Cracker from Justin Madly there in the premature acceleration car, and then he comes straight into the pits. That is,
yep.
Oh, well, that is some top bants right there.
Wow. That was not how I saw that going in my head.
Martin saying in the chat, what happened to Audi? I think he was just getting out the way, to be fair. To be fair to him, I think he was just getting out the way of the cars that were ahead of him on track. And we just see him coming into the pits there. No, the old Mahindra stories, that Heifeld is from kind of that generation of drivers who are used to kind of the unlimited testing in Formula One and that, and just pounding round race circuits, developing the car. And Michael Schumacher actually was the same. He really just could hardly use the Mercedes simulator for the same reason. It was motion sickness. And Heifeld, again, exactly the same. Could just never got on with it.
That also said, I mean, I still haven't tried it for a secondary reason as well. Like, motion sickness definitely plays sparse to me, but you got to keep in mind, I literally fly jets around with the VR headset on, and it works, right? But the second reason is I also stream, and I've looked at a few solutions to do it, but somehow having stream hover inside of the car just feels very wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, it does a bit.
Mr. Mossy, here we go. In that Audi, trying to... Oh, he's actually racing for position right there with Derschmidt.
Yeah, it's for 6th place. Still a couple of laps off the lead. So far, the 69 Audi is actually still in the pits at the moment. Which says to me that this might be something a little bit more than just fuel tyres, a driver swap, because it's still showing RWB Audi as still being
stationary
in the pits. And
oh no, he's actually coming out right now.
He was just coming down the pit exit. Okay, that explains that then.
Not as bad as we were fearing it might have been.
Yeah, not as bad as we perhaps feared it might be, but he's back out in P20. In the big Bentley, and is coming up towards turn 2 now. And then heading up the hill towards the cutting. Yeah. Oh, there's a bit of a tap in the wall there. The 2019, it was for sponsorship reasons during the 12 hours, known as the Audi cutting, for much the same reasons why I mentioned it was the Bentley Forest Elbow earlier on, for sponsorship reasons. So Dilly has brought the number 12 car into the pits from 21st place. There's a Aston Martin going a bit wide there behind. See, Jake Moore in the 88 Ferrari from Racing Sim Tools Esports.
Going absolutely ham as hard as he can.
Oh,
But
absolutely.
meanwhile, it needs to be said that gap between Solheim, so essentially car 36 and 18, is growing phenomenally. About 1.5 seconds per lap, it's increasing that gap.
Yeah, it is increasing at the moment, but at the end of the day, is still a long way to go here. And
So, between you and me, right? What do you think is going to be the highest track temperature we're going to see today?
Let me think.
Because currently
Maybe-
we're at 38.
We've got 1.5 hours, so I'm going to say 41 or 40.
I'm actually going to go and raise it a little bit. I think it's going to be 45.
Oh, it's like play your cards right. This
Yeah. So
higher, lower, no, higher. Yeah.
And the reason why I think this is because while the ambient temperature is no longer increasing, the sun is starting to shine more and more on that track.
Yeah, you're right. It is definitely going to. I reckon it will end up in a number beginning with 4. So
I don't know if you've realized yet, because there's a small detail that we've seen disappear over the time that this race has been going on, and I don't think most people have picked up on it.
the marble.
There used to be shadows on the track.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, there still
If you
are.
look right now, most shadows are gone.
Yeah, apart from where there are some particularly nice trees.
Because especially, look at here, right? There used to be shadows coming from the opposite side. They're completely gone. And
Yeah.
if we're just gonna follow Holzer here real quickly from the helicam so that we can show this very well, right? So through this part, there were no shadows to begin with, right? This part of the track barely has any, if at all.
Yeah.
And kind of the same for the pit straight and every place else. So while there's no problems there, when you go up the hill and are essentially going all the way to all of the very nice corners, there used to be a lot of shadow, and most of it is right now just completely non-existent. And it's such a small detail you don't necessarily look for, especially over these long periods of time, because they gradually disappear so you don't look at it. So let's take a close look. Just the shadow of that tree is already no longer hitting because the sun is almost vertically on top of it, right? So now take a close look. Shadows here no longer hitting the center of the track.
Shadow definitely across the track on the Audi Sport Bridge.
So
And
see how the
everywhere
shadows
else,
are just disappearing? It's
Yeah.
just completely clear. And here and there, sure, there's a few trees that manage to do that shadow, but it's not enough to give that track that truly cooler feeling. It's essentially just being put in the blaring sun. And by having it that way, that track temp is actually going to rise a lot more. See, again here, this used to be completely darkened out by shadows, and there's nothing there.
Yeah, I mean, Tim posted on the YouTube chat, whoever said 45, I'm with you. So that was Red Sky who said 45 degrees. I said about 41. So
In fact, I'm not even going to lie when I say I wouldn't be surprised if it goes even higher.
oh,
I truly believe that is very much in the cards right now. And if you think back a little bit about Solheim and Elgard, essentially, Elgard managed to tell us that they have the brake ducts on tree. As you know, the maximum you can put it open is 6.6. And the Bentleys so far, so Team 18, have it fully open. So there's a very big potential that in the next hour and 30 minutes, we're going to see Car 36 struggle to a point that it's not going to be funny.
yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how it plays out. Actually, and which drivers and teams have got their tire pressures right and are best prepared for the conditions. I think that's going to be quite a key thing to look out for over the next 90 minutes or so. Here, there's still 5.5 hours to go at Bathurst, and it's only going to get hotter from here. In fact, the air temperature's just gone up to 31, so I'm already regretting saying 40 to 41 degrees. I think I might have got that a little bit wrong.
It's gonna get interesting real quick. But here's the thing, as has been said before, the randomness is on 7, right? And let's take a little bit of a view from the TV1. I don't know if you've been noticing, but there's cloud built above the pit straight.
Yeah, there is a bit more cloud, which has been I've noticed in the forecast as well. So it's gone from being like fairly light cloud to sun, but a few more clouds, but still sunny, hot. It's like the conditions in real life.
But the thing is, with 7 randomness, the possibility for that tiny bit of rain towards the end is creeping up ever so slightly. And you know what that would make it, right? Just a tiny bit of rain in ACC. Look at those clouds.
Man.
You can see them. If there would be a tiny bit of rain, the top of the mountain is going to become hell, as it has now been rubbered in by hours and hours of racing. It will be the greasiest conditions you can imagine. And the sadist in me is begging for it.
Oh, yeah, same here. I mean, this race didn't need any more spicing up already, but I'll tell you what, that really would do it. And I've just been reading some news, actually, that in the next few days there's going to be an update coming to ACC, and this could well be the final farewell for the BMW M6 GT3 in this race, because the M4, next year's M4, is going to be coming as part of a free DLC for PC users. So that means that the M4 is going to be eligible for the race, for the 9-hour endurance race at Kyalami. So that's going to be quite
Damiani
interesting.
hitting the wall there again. You know,
that Aston Martin's leaving left some pretty big tyre marks there. So I think there is a fair bit of damage on that car, sadly. So
you say that the BMW M4 is going to get out of, right? While I'm looking forward to it, I also hate that that's the fact. Because the problem is, everyone's been wanting that car.
Oh, yeah.
I have a bad feeling every single car we're going to see, starting the moment, is going to come out. For the next 3 months, these are going to be BMW M4s.
I mean, the thing is, some people might not go for it because they're already comfortable with a certain brand of car, say Ferrari, Porsche, Audi, Bentley, Aston Martin, McLaren, whatever. But some people are going to, I think, actually have a go of it just to see what it's like, how it handles certain circumstances. Like, one thing I'm quite surprised about is that there are no Mercedes in this race.
Oh, yeah.
So, like, we've got one Lexus, no Mercedes, the Aston Martin, which we all thought was going to be one of the strongest cars coming in, the highest, is currently in 12th place, and the race is currently being led by a Porsche. So, yeah, it's going to be quite interesting to see the makeup of the grid for Kyalami for the 9 hours. So that's going to be quite an interesting one. I'm just going to quickly nip downstairs and get another drink.
Very fair. And as he does that, I am going to be sitting here and talk to you a little bit about what this temperature means for everyone else on the track. So, you now have 2 camps. Camp 1 double stinted their tires in the early morning of this race. And if they did that, congratulations, they were smart. You have another team, though, Camp 2. Those who have yet to double stint. Yet to. What that means is they're going to suffer with used tires around this track during the higher temperatures. And it cannot be overstated enough that is going to be a massive problem. Now, Cam 2 believed that there was going to be a sprinkling of rain. They believed that they would not have to use more than 9 tire sets in the dry. And they might still be right. See, we have only had 6 hours of racing so far, which means that in realistic terms, they're banking on there being rain in 2 hours and 30. However, if they are wrong, there's quite a few cars that are going to lose a lot of speed because they're going to be on tires that have already been used on the track that is going to be way too hot for it. The safe play was to do the double stints, first 3 stints. The problem is, they most likely didn't do it. Now, currently it's sunny, 31 degrees Celsius, and track conditions 38 degrees Celsius. And we have yet to reach the apex of the fucking soaring heat. Now, there's a lot of possibility that, you know, me and Rob are going to be wrong in our prediction, but I don't think we are. And if that is the case going forward for these teams, cars such as car number 18, who have their brake ducts essentially almost all the way open, are going to fare much better than teams like car 36, who have their brake ducts essentially closed a little bit more. And as we learned from Elgar, they currently have their fronts really cold and their rears searing hot. That's a problem by all means. And it's no mistake that cars such as the Porsche are suffering this issue because the weight is on the rear. No matter what happens, the rear tires are getting loaded a lot more. Now, having more warms on the rear tires will help with grip and acceleration, and there's definitely things they can do to try and manage that. And while I have absolutely no doubt that McElroy Racing can, you know, manage these problems, it is still something to keep in consideration when you look at the fact that they're essentially pulling about a 50-second gap right now to second position. Now, the other issue that still has to come up is that the stint timers are all over the place. Everyone so far has had a crash or two or some damage, and it has tossed off when they come in or when they go out. And while currently it looks like everything is more or less stable, there is very much the possibility that throughout this entire field, we're going to end up with the situation of what we've had before, where we think we're racing someone when we are actually not. This is going to be weird. We're nearing the end of the race. We're over halfway right now. And we're going to get into those positions now with the fact that we only have 9 tire sets instead of 12, which what we would have needed to just make it true, that we're going to start seeing the weird stuff happen. And as we already know and have seen, up on the mountain, especially around Skyline, is a very dangerous position to lose the rear. Because if you lose the rear and you're stuck there, well, you're going to take a lot of people out. And that is exactly what most people are fearing might be happening towards them. It's a long, long way down if you get that damage. It's a long, long way around if you make the mistake of having the wrong tire attempts. And right now, I am willing to put my hand in the fire that half of the field is already driving with balloon animals, not having expected 3 degrees in Celsius on track temperature to increase around this point. See, the only possibility they have when they start changing their tire temps around here is right now, either you under PSI it and you drive into it, so you essentially massively drain the tire, and then at the end of your stint have the correct temperatures, or you put in the correct temperatures for the moment you go out and you end it with balloon animals, essentially blistering the tires. Either way, it's a deal with the devil. You're never going to make the right choice, and it's essentially causing these little instabilities in drivers that we haven't seen it from yet, because it takes a whole lot of mental fortitude to continuously change your line and actually make that work. Now, the ultimate best scenario for everyone on the grid right now, believe it or not, is if it would start raining. Now, the reality of the matter on that is, it's clear, and while there is a cloud gathering over the pit straight, and that there is the possibility for that to turn into rain clouds with the randomization being on 7, there is also the very likelihood that that is not going to be the case at all, and that that isn't going to happen. The way I see it right now, there is no right choices left anymore in strategy. And that is not only going to cause mayhem down the grid and problems, minor problems that most of us will not be able to see because we can't catch all of it, but it will just... We're going to notice it in track times. We're going to notice it in pit stops. We're going to notice it in the way that people go around track. And now I'm going to take a nice little sip. My throat is dry. Bauer, for example, their, Rider Engineering Esports is doing everything they possibly can to try and climb back to the top, which they came from, by the way. A little bit of bad luck, and look at that, you're 7s. Let's see if we can find a little bit of a battle here or there. Nope. 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 This might become a potential battle. Cesaro here seems like he has the pace to actually catch up to Asbag. As we said before, the Porsche is not an easy car to catch all the way at the top. That being said, if there is a car that's capable of it, I think it would have to be the Ferrari. Interesting. Has anyone ever noticed that the feet are animated? I have never noticed that. Such a small detail, but then again, this is Kunos we're talking about. So, as we're headed up the hill, going through all of these sections, Zero is having to try and keep it as steady as possible. If Cesaro can keep it all the way steady, he's going to find that Porsche by the end of it, because he will be gaining seconds on him on the straight. However, for that to happen, 0 mistakes are allowed throughout this entire Estes section, with the Porsche stakes essentially like it's nothing.
Yeah, the Porsches have been incredibly good through the Forest S, through the S's, down to through the Dipper, lower S's, and into Forest Elbow as well. And I am back with tea. Made a quick cup of tea while I was downstairs, so
car one? You mean as in car number 1 all the way at the top, or car 1 as in the car that's driving in number 1 right now?
Me?
No, a message that we had in the chat.
Oh, fair enough, yeah.
Oh, yeah, Butchinson. Yeah, that would explain a lot. Putting it in a wet engine map is not necessarily what you want. That being said, though, where the fuck is Charger at? He was going to be here soon, TM, wasn't he?
Yes. He was
Yes.
having dinner. Meanwhile, I did also get something to eat myself. I got a chocolate orange tart thing. So, yeah.
Yeah.
It was really good. There's Florian Apazella there. I think you could hear the tyres not really enjoying that. Meanwhile, looking at Verstappen in the MRT 58 Bentley, going down Conrad Straight into the first part of the chase, where you really don't want to hit that gravel trap sideways, as so many people have, quite a lot of people have rolled there in the past. Most infamously, Fabian Coulthard on the opening lap of the 2010 Bathurst 1000, when the tyre blew on the opening lap and pitched him into a series of barrel rolls and wrote the car off. Going back good few years before that, Thomas Maziera as well. For those of you, and those of us who have slightly longer memories, he also had an instance at that corner as well, back in at the other end, though, the end of the braking zone for the chase. I believe, was it John Cleland? Yes, it was. It was John Cleland as well in 2004, and even Peter Brock, the great Peter Brock, also rolled a car there during the Bathurst 1000 in 1997. It was a Vauxhall Vectra / Opel Vectra Super Tourer. Back in the days when there were two Bathurst 1000s, one for Super Tourers and one for the V8s. I don't think there was an awful lot of difference in terms of lap time either, because the V8s were quicker on the straights, but the Super Tourers were quite something to behold in the corners. Absolutely mighty they were back in the 90s, the old FIA Class 2 cars.
I'm going to ask a question. How do you think Bernard is going to find a way past... Oh, never mind. He's just going to do it like that. Without any doubt on his mind, he just... Never mind. That was windy. I thought that was Appenzeller. I thought that was Appenzeller already.
Appenzeller's a
way
bit
ahead.
up the road.
Never mind. I had an absolute brain fart right there.
Yeah. Appenzeller's like some way kind of up the road a bit, so... Press something on my remote control quick so my TV doesn't switch itself off. It's the more going past there in the RST car. We got... I'm looking at Aaron Cleaver in the 6th placed Audi. Very strong showing so far. Car number 711. Coming down the mountain straight now. Hard on the brakes. Just trail it a bit. Don't take the curb on the inside. Use a lot of curb on the exit. Good run. There's a little bit of a lift there for the first part of the cutting. Back down to second for the second part. Gonna have a little listen here. Slight lift through.
That was close. That was closer than comfort would allow it. Oh, I had to lift there.
Big moment at Salmon Park. Really, you could see him correcting it. He took a bit too much curb there, and that says to me the tyres are not giving Aaron Cleaver the grip he perhaps is after, and that's why he's lifting through Reed Park, through Salmon Park. And
I know you weren't there earlier when I was doing the entire explanation about what it meant with the temperatures, but this ties exactly into what I was saying earlier. Either they come out perfectly on temperature when they come out of the pit, or it's perfectly on temperature by the time that they have to go back into the pit. And right now, you're just seeing that in a massive pace drop from Cleaver, because his car is fighting him at this point. There is nothing he can do about it.
Yeah, it's not brilliant at the moment, and those lifts over the mountain are fairly common when you don't have the grip you want, or your tyres are coming to the end of their usable lifespan. You're just having to lift to try and actually not simply understeer off. And so the last lap was a 2:05.1. Best lap so far was a 2:03.093. So about 2 seconds off the pace of his best lap at the moment, which is all relative because I'd still be 4 seconds a lap slower. Maybe 5. Maybe 6, but yeah. So, yeah, it's just a case now in situations like that of just hanging on and hoping you can just keep the car out the walls, which, well, you see the amount of marbles offline there already. If you do make a mistake at Bathurst, it's going to bite you pretty hard, and you're going to get a pretty sizable repair bill.
So, I haven't said it in a while. I'm going to say it again. If you haven't yet, please consider donating towards the charity tonight, as we have a nice charity set up for Spinal Track, which essentially gives free track days and rally experiences to disabled drivers with their own specialized and fully adapted cars with hand controls, which are developed by actual racers who understand not only the needs of the car, but also the wants and needs of the disabled drivers. It is an absolutely beautiful thing, and we're trying to aim to reach £3,000 tonight. If you haven't donated yet, please consider doing so, as we're already a little over halfway, and we would absolutely appreciate it, and those people would absolutely appreciate it if we managed to get that £3,000 together tonight. So far, we've been doing very fantastic with £1,586 already gathered, and any little bit extra helps. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Truly, truly fantastic charity. See. Brandon Warren in the 265 Honda Team Motor NSX GT3, which was actually, they say Honda Team Motor, the car was actually run by an Italian team called JAS Motorsports, who actually build the NSX GT3. They are, and have for a long time been, the de facto works Honda outfit in Europe, and I think they also do quite a lot of the TCR stuff as well. And in fact, even going back to the 90s with the Honda Accord Super Tourer, they were all built out of JAS Motorsports factory in Italy. I think he might have just brushed the wall there slightly, Warren. Meanwhile, looking at Christoph Holzer in the
Solheim is in the pit.
Yep, Solheim's in the pit. So I'm wondering if there is going to be a driver swap going on. We've got 5 hours of the race remaining here at Bathurst, and we see Holzer coming through the chase now. Coming
Is this going to be
downhill,
enough?
it's still in the pits. The Porsche rather, excuse me, is still in the, just left the pits.
It closed the gap by quite a lot, but that just goes to show that they pulled away enough to have a reasonable gap that they could pit without any issue.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't quite capture all of that 100%, but it looks like, I don't know if it's because timing hasn't quite updated it. It has now. There has been a driver swap in the 36 Porsche.
Yep.
As Elgard is back behind the wheel from Solheim. Yep, so currently 197 laps completed so far. Yeah, it's going incredibly well actually at the moment. So I think we should be well on course to actually break the distance record for the 12 hours as well. I'm going to have a little look into that in a sec.
Billy Hutchinson, thank you so much for the £10. Truly appreciate it. That puts us just £4 away from 1,600. Anyone got £4? £4? Anyone? No?
Ooh.
All right, if we can believe Charger, in 10 minutes, we will be getting a little bit of a history lesson about the charity races of RWB.
Excellent. It's going to be
Excellent
well worth be listening to. Looking forward to it. See Lucas Ashback there in the 669 Porsche. He's got Aston Martin lets him by there down the Forest S's. There's another. Got the other Porsche there, the 84 Porsche, and doing so, the Golf liveried Aston actually goes off the track and has a bit of an accident there at the Forest elbow. So currently looking at Lucas Aspach in the 669 Porsche. Currently heading up towards Murray's corner as we speak. Just turns in. Yes, looks like a good exit there. Comes down the pitch straight, hard on the brakes for Hell Corner. And back on the throttle again to make the long run up to turn 2. Up to Quarry Corner. Indeed, the Bathurst 12 Hours, just as a quick little bit of a history lesson, always used to be very much a production car race, and the first running of the event was 1991, where it was won by Nigel Arkle, Peter Fitzgerald and Alan Grice in a Toyota Supra Turbo, covering 242 laps of Mount Panorama, which I'm fairly sure we're going to beat. And then when the race was brought back, they in 2007 it was first won by Gary Holt, Paul Morris and Craig Baird in a BMW 335i. Oh, how things have changed since then. The in 2010, the year before the GT3 cars were, big GT3s were allowed to run, it was John Bow, Paul Morris and Gary Holt who won in another BMW 335i and did 202 laps. And then the following year in 2011, when Joest Racing brought the big GT3 Audi R8 LMS over for Chris Meese, Mark Basseng and Daryl O'Young, they ended up doing 292 laps. So the distance record was set actually well, last year in fact, when Bentley Team M Sport with Maxime Soulet, Jordan Pepper and Jules Gounon managed 314 laps of Mount Panorama, which is 1,950.882 kilometers. And
as you're giving this a little bit of a history lesson,
yeah.
SR Lemke came in with another 10 pounds. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. He comes with the message of good luck all. That brings us up to 1,606 pounds. Thank you so much. It is much appreciated. Meanwhile, car number 18 has decided to bring out the answer to all of the problems that they're currently experiencing with car number 36. They're having to put a little bit of a chase in, and the only way they knew how to do that is by bringing out the one, the only Adrian S. He's going to try and chase them down over the next stint and probably, hopefully for them, manage to close the gap completely towards Helgard as the temperature starts searing and they're prepared for the temperatures that are currently on the car. Which basically means they might find a way there.
Yeah, they might. I mean, during that history lesson, I was a little bit unfair on the 2010 Bathurst 12 Hours, as the race actually had to be stopped for the best part of an hour because a tree had fallen onto the track on the Comrade Straight and had to be removed. So I was being a little bit harsh on the 2010 running of the race. For the production car era, if we skip that, the record is actually 263 laps set in by the Works Mazda Australia RX-7 of Gary Walden and Alan Jones back in 1993. There was a 24-hour race held at Bathurst as well in 2002 and 2003, and both times it was won by the Gary Rogers Motorsport V8 Supercar team with a pair of their Holden Monaros, and the driver lineup basically reads like a almost like a who's who. Cameron McConville, Stephen Richards, Garth Tander, and Nathan Pretty won in 2002, and then the following year it was won by Todd Kelly, Greg Murphy, Jason Bright, and Peter Brock, the king of the mountain. Meanwhile, Crusoe, I've just noticed, has got a 15-second time penalty. First
I
time
wonder what
penalty.
for.
Well, it's the first time penalty we've seen for a while.
Very long while, actually.
Yeah, massively long time. So, yeah, it's been a very, very clean race so far. There is
Well, no, let's not say that.
5 hours to go. Bang on 5 hours to go. The amount of penalties that have been dished out so far has been remarkably small. Been very few penalties dished out by the stewards. So
Okay, I agree to that, but let's be fair that the first 30% of this race was all over the place, and that contact was so common that we could not even see all of it happen.
Oh yeah, and there was the start line incident. You see,
let's not speak about that.
no, we see the lead Bentley just letting RWB Audi know that he is coming through.
Nicely negotiated pass of a back marker there.
Yeah, they're coming up into the chase again and heading up towards Murray's corner.
And this is where you see how much time Adrian S needs to bring back. He is looking at a time gap of 1:15 that he needs to catch on Elgart, which means zero room for error. Meanwhile, there's another driver out on track we haven't seen for a while, Alexander Weech, who's currently running with his team in... where is he at?
14th.
14th.
Yeah.
They're not
14th.
doing too bad. They have been higher, but they're not doing too bad right now. They have had a little bit of bad luck, and so far, you know, their Audi with a Lamborghini body kit is doing very well.
Surely though that makes the R8. Surely though that makes the R8 just a Lamborghini with an Audi body kit.
No, because the engine inside of the Huracan is actually an Audi engine.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, this is going to be a lot worse during the in a couple of years' time when Audi and Porsche and maybe even Lamborghini are all using.
In fact, I don't know if you. Oh no, that's not what you want on the start of your stints.
Yeah, not ideal to be having it at somewhere as fast as Skyline just after McPhillamy Park, and I wonder if it was just a case of the tyres just not quite up to temperature, not quite up to pressure. Yeah,
that looks a little nasty.
Yeah, that's gonna.
Are they going to make the call to immediately go back into the pits and fix that?
I don't know.
I mean, I'd recommend that taking a full stint with that damage is going to cost them a lot of time.
It might be worth leaving.
Oh, as there's a little bit of contact there
contact
again.
with the Ferrari 101 of Solberg. That's actually for position as well.
Yep.
Solberg, hip and shoulder on the battered 21 Lamborghini.
Lamborghini ain't giving up just yet.
No, the Veach is maybe leaving it a couple of laps just to see kind of how drivable it is, see if it's manageable or not, and then decide whether or not to pit.
I don't think that's the case. I think they're actually trying to fight as hard as they can right now to get that position back from Solberg.
Yeah, there's going to come a time, though, where it just gets to the point where you're losing X amount of time over your rivals. It just gets to the point where you're like, actually, no, we need to come in and fix this. So just have to tell the driver, okay, just live with this as best you can. So
that's not ideal.
It's not ideal. We'll see what how it goes. Yellow flags.
All over the place.
Yeah, all over the place. Somewhere at the moment. And back to green again now. So
Bauer, in the meantime, is really trying to reel in Cleaver, which should not be too far ahead at the current moment in time. In fact, just 6 seconds. Oh, never mind. Bauer is going into the pits.
yeah, Bauer's coming into the pits. There's another car joining him. It's another Honda NSX. It's that of Warren. So Warren and Bauer both hitting. Yeah.
Doesn't look like too much is going on right now throughout the grid.
It's fantastic so far. See, Veach, he's lost 2.3 seconds already. We're going to get a better indication of kind of where the Huracan GT3 is at. It's the Aspac comes into the pits there in the Porsche. Have RWB Audi getting out of the way, 209 last time around. I think that car...
Tyrion wants to get by, though.
Yeah, Tyrion's going to get by. Wow. He's going to get by pretty soon, I reckon, because that Lamborghini is hobbling slightly, and he is going to... be getting past pretty in the next lap or so, I'd imagine, because got to be some suspension damage, and he just can't get the car turned, get on the marbles, and then it just goes from there. And yeah, it's almost at the point where you're just like, you're probably going to be thinking, okay, do I have to keep doing the rest of the stint in a car which is with damaged suspension like this, the aero's out, and he took way too much curb on the inside. Way too much curb on the inside. You can see the front end actually starting to lift off the ground there. So, yeah,
I think it's about time they bring it in.
Yeah, they're going to have to. Veach is losing time hand over fist, and there's clearly something
right
not
now.
working.
Right now, looking at roughly what the lap times are that he's driving, and they can afford to fix about 30 seconds of damage. And I definitely recommend that they do. And that will still keep him in 14th position and put him in battle for the 15th position. But as I say that, we've currently been joined by Charger. We've been waiting for that one for a while. Charger, how are you?
Yeah, good evening, chap. Sorry for the delay.
No worries.
No worries. I just need to give you a kick in the butt.
I have been watching the stream. You've been doing a great job. It's been quite exciting, actually.
It really has. It really has been an incredibly exciting race so far. However, that's not why you're here necessarily. You can be, but that's not why you're here necessarily, because I think you're still having to do a few stints in a little bit, don't you?
Yeah, I'm not sure when I'm due to drive. I think in the next hour or so. So yeah, I'll be up. I don't know. I'm quite nervous about it, actually.
Yeah, you guys have actually been doing fairly well. We were talking about it earlier as well, is that Audi's been putting a cracking pace as well, and that you're definitely going to be a roadblock for a few people, hopefully, because that'll make it very exciting for us.
I have a bit of a reputation for being a rolling roadblock, don't I?
Yeah, you really do. You really do. And I actually look quite forward to seeing it on Bathurst, especially with the Boatley.
Yeah, I'll be moving over for blue flags, but yeah, if it's for position, you got to get past me.
Oh, I'm looking forward to that a lot. No, but seriously, you're also here for another thing, because I mean, this is RWB's second charity race now. So, how did it actually start all of this?
Last year, we lost one of our long-term members, TK421. He took his own life. So, you know, it was a bit of a shock for quite a lot of us, because he'd raced with us for years, and we decided to do the charity race in aid of mental health last year for Mind on the same day. same date, the same Saturday last year, and we'll be doing one every year now in aid of different charities. So I think last year we raised about 2,750 for Mind. So yeah, sadly, that's why we started doing them, and people seem to really enjoy them as well. So
Yeah,
I know
they
there's
really
a
do.
lot. Yeah, I know there's a lot of stressed people out there. It's not going their way, but it is a charity. It's a charity race, So
It's been a cracking one so far as well. So, how did you guys come on to find the Spinal Track charity? How did that come onto the path?
we were looking through, charities, and of course, people like Mind and cancer, and all those sort of charities do get a lot of attention. So we tried to look. Flack actually looked through to see if we could find something that was related to motorsports, and he spoke to Spinal Track, and he was quite impressed with what they were doing. So it seemed to marry up, help real life disabled racers have a free day at, racing a race car. Why not?
Yeah, I was actually looking into it. It actually looks really cool and actually really well done, especially with the person who started it all, I believe, actually being a disabled racer herself, and actually faring quite well in the field as well.
Yeah, I think one of the founders is she's a paraplegic, isn't she?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, it's obviously she races and has an adapted car, so they're trying to adapt cars, for all sorts of disabilities, which I think it's great.
It's absolutely beautiful.
I think I might know who you're referring to, Charger. Nathalie McGloin?
Yes.
Yes, yeah, because I've seen her, and I think she's actually been given trophies out at the Grand Prix once as well.
Oh, right.
And I think so. Yeah, I do know who she is. Yeah.
It's absolutely
Apparently,
insane.
she's pretty damn quick as well.
Yeah, she
Mhm.
is genuinely very quick as well behind the wheel. So
Just goes to show, like, with a car that's adapted for it, like, nothing is impossible. It's kind of like about how the guy that's currently running second, Rise, actually is just racing with literally budget equipment, which is the Logitech G29 and the pedals, and he somehow put down a faster lap than the track record.
the race lap record, yeah.
Yeah.
I think you could adapt a car for me and stick a rocket on the back. I would still be slow, but there you go.
You never know. You never know. Besides, it's not all about being quick. If you can keep them behind you, that also works, and you're quite good at that.
It's not intentional. It's just ingrained. It's, when you're in the mid pack, you always drive defensive anyway. And I love that mid pack stuff. I think I've said before. I think being out the front's pretty boring. I have been there many years ago, but not recently. So yeah, I do enjoy a good old scrap, as long as it's safe.
Yeah, and here at Bathurst as well, it's also, I mean, I don't think we could have picked a harder circuit in the entire game as well to race around. It's just so unforgiving. I think I said earlier that maybe there are 2 tracks in the world that are less forgiving than Bathurst, being Macau and the Nordschleife. So yeah, that really does ramp up the challenge bit for the drivers as well.
When anyone mentions Macau, it just gives me shivers.
Oh,
I'm not gonna lie
Yeah.
when I say I've yet to drive Macau. I've yet to do it.
Don't. The hairpin is just ridiculous if you've got a wide car. It's more of a handbrake turn.
oh yeah, I think Sebastian Loeb in his first year of world touring cars actually ended up doing a full-on rally-style Scandinavian flick to try and actually get the car rotated round. And I think it might still be the only corner in anywhere in the world where there's a permanent yellow flag to stop people from. Yeah, they actually have. It's so tight. There's They basically have a permanent yellow flag being waved there, so no one actually considers attempting to make an overtake because it's just stupid. And it's like also the first part of the lap as well. You come down the pit straight into a flat-out left-hander kink, down another long straight into a flat-out right-hander, and it's flat in GT3 cars. And there was actually a very, very big accident there only this morning, actually. Driver was taken to hospital, but from what I was able to gather when I woke up, he's on the mend. But yeah, it is a truly sketchy place, Macau is. Trust me.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah. Peter Varga, racer in the Sole Racing Team Ferrari, going quite wide on the exit of McPhillamy Park by the looks of things. He comes down through the S's now into Forest Elbow. Little bit later than on the throttle than maybe the best time to get on the throttle is, but then again, the track temperature's 39 degrees and the tyres are probably already melting.
I mean, it's kind of like I said earlier, is right now you're going to choose, are your tires coming out on the correct PSI when you come out of the pit, or are they going to be okay when you come back into the pit? It's your choice at this matter.
Yeah,
they're never going to be perfect.
Yeah, it's going to be quite interesting, actually, because we still got 4 3/4 hours to go, which is basically just a little 45-minute sprint race, and then the equivalent of a European Le Mans Series race to go. So yeah, it's going to be really quite fascinating to see if the temperatures get any higher.
Holy shit!
See who wins our little bet. Yeah.
Is that actually for position right now? Is Scott Free actually for position of 24?
Yeah,
that's for position. Just to give you an idea, they were dead last at the start of this race, and they've already clawed back all the way to P24.
Yeah, they were been at some drive back through the field to try and make those laps back, and they're doing a very, very good job in what I think might well be the last ever appearance for the one of the last appearances for the M6 as well, because we've got, and I am I right in thinking that the M4 is going to be on the grid for Kyalami?
Yep,
Charger?
24th.
I believe the M4 is going to be on the grid for Kyalami, so this is going to be possibly the final send-off for the big BMW.
Well, let's be real here.
It's not the biggest BMW?
No, it's going to be probably not the last appearance, because as with every race car, it has its fans. And the M4 is a vastly different type of beast compared to the M6. So people are going to keep driving the M6.
Yeah, the M4, well, physically the M4 is a bit smaller to begin with. So there's that. And so the other thing with the M4 is that from what I can make out, a lot of the aero on that car appears to be inspired by the M8 GTE. So that's going to also play a factor. In fact, there's actually quite a funny story about the M8 GTE. That's the 13.
Mason is off.
Yeah, Mason's off in the 13 McLaren. There's actually quite a funny story about the M8 GTE. So BMW originally wanted to run a completely different aerodynamic concept on that car, but they had to put it to all the other manufacturers like Ford, Porsche, Ferrari, etc., and Corvette to see, okay, yeah, do you guys think of that? And they were like, okay. And then when it came to the vote between all the manufacturers, they just said no. So BMW at the last minute just had to pretty much redo, quite a lot of the M8 GTE at fairly short notice as well. So it was pretty tricky for them. But mind you, Ford's original GTE plan was to run the Mustang. And then they built a Mustang to GTE specs, and then they realised that it didn't really resemble a Mustang anymore. So they just, literally. So in secret, they just went, should we just try and come up with a modern day version of the Ford GT? And so the whole thing was a pretty top secret exercise at Ford out in America, and basically it was just one of those cases of read the rule book, design the race car first, and then try and convert it into a road car rather than the other way round. And actually, CSAM's just posted in the YouTube chat, quite interestingly, the M6 sound is the best. I attended a VLM practice session. First time seeing GT3s in real life, and the M6 feels like 10 times as loud as any other GT3. Makes your lungs vibrate like a firework. I haven't heard the M6 in person, but I did hear the Z4 back when they still occasionally ran GT3 cars in the European Le Mans series back in 2015, and Tier by TDS Racing entered a GT3 Z4, and Mark VDS were allowed to bring one of the GTE spec cars over from America, which was quite funny because they had to do it, and they were only allowed to run the car on the condition they didn't apply for a place at Le Mans for the 24 hours. Because the Z4 GTE was never officially homologated to race in Europe and at Le Mans. It was only really built mainly to race in America, in the American Le Mans series and what then became the what was at the time was still the Tudor United Sports Car Championship. And Martin Pater said that I had that feeling with the Audi R8, so yeah.
As you're talking about that, though,
Yeah.
Scott Free is now within striking distance on Peter Varga.
Yeah. Varga there in the Ferrari. Expecting BMW
Scott
to be a bit
trying to
quicker
look on the outside, not going to turn it on towards the inside yet. Varga not falling for that bait right there.
Yeah.
However, though, Varga can't seem to be clearing that Honda back marker right there. Actually, that's not even a back marker. That's the car in front of him, which makes this all that more difficult. Oteo does not need to, give up track position at all. And as long as Varga's stuck behind Oteo, this is going to be a very difficult fight for him against Scott.
Yeah, I think it's quite interesting. I think you'd imagine the BMW would be able to pull away a bit on the straight, given that the way the BOP is, it's not as good in the corners, and in fact they're actually side by side right now, and in fact Scott's already passed Varga already before the Audi bridge there, heading now into Quarry Corner.
Just no defense for that straight line speed of the BMW. However, Varga doesn't have to see him giving up just yet, because he is probably faster throughout the corners here.
Yeah, it's going to be I think the NSX went a little wide there, a little bit too wide maybe at the cutting through just going through Griffin's corner is named after the former mayor of Bathurst.
He had a look-see on the inside there, debating for 2 seconds.
Yeah. Oh, Griffin's Corner's named after the former Mayor Bathurst, Martin Griffin, whose idea it was to create the Bathurst Scenic Drive. Bathurst Mountain Scenic Drive, I think it was called originally.
Really?
What later became, because this was originally built not as a race circuit, but as a scenic road.
Of course. And then, of course, all the gearheads and the junkies came in and they just said, you know what would be really fun? Let's drive 300 kilometers an hour on this.
Yeah, and the reason it's like the Comrade Straight. The reason why it's called the Comrade Straight is because, again, going back to kind of the early days of racing here in like the late 40s, early 50s, it's so cool because there was a bike rider who did a Comrade while at full throttle going down the straight. So that's where the name came from, and these names have all kind of stuck ever since. The Aston Martin, they're not seeing Varga turning into the apex and not realising that on the apex of the corner was something big, red and Ferrari shaped. The MRT Bentley just breezes past Varga.
Yeah, Varga's not going to be too happy with that.
Knowing him, the answer to that question is, of course, no. So it's going to be quite interesting as he finally gets past the Aston Martin on the way out the cutting there. Meanwhile,
Little update
Adrian
here. Adrian S is currently a minute and 10 seconds behind Elgart.
Yeah, he's close to about
Quite
5
a
seconds,
bit.
I think.
Yeah.
Still 4.5 hours to go, so there's still plenty of time for him to catch up. And I think a minute and 10 seconds, there's going to have to be some pretty... He's going to have to get pretty lucky, I'd imagine, with the traffic. And
Well, just on this last lap alone, he was 1.3 seconds quicker.
oh, right, okay.
So that gives them the opportunity to, catch that. But that being said, they lost a massive lead, and that's just showing that MRT is having a correct strategy here.
It's going to be...
Elgard is currently leading the race, Nikolai Nielsen.
Yeah, and I just think this is going to come down to the last hour.
I think so too.
It's going to come... It's probably... I think the way things are going, it's going to come down to the last hour between the 18 and the Porsche. So my computer decides to go full potato and pixelate everything.
Of course it does.
Yes. So it's going to be... Yeah.
Mason currently trying to find his way. Where exactly is Simsek? Oh, Simsek is a back marker for Mason. But
yeah,
just
he's
5 seconds ahead of them is actually a guy who's fighting for position, which is Stammler.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty... Stanley's in the Aston Martin, Mason's in the McLaren. Mason's the slower of the... With all due respect to Jack, he is the slower of the two drivers in that car. He's not as quick as Martin. Although, then again, there aren't that many people who are quicker than Martin Schaefer. So he is going to be pushing quite hard. And hopefully able to close the gap somewhat, but 3 and a bit seconds in it, and there's the Aston Martin of Stammler. There's Mason. They've got back marker McLaren in between them. The 148 of Simsek.
Something that is really becoming very noticeable here is that Simsek is not letting Mason pass, even though, he's getting blue flags waved left and right.
Yeah, I mean, really, the team manager probably should be just letting him know that,
the position there.
The guy behind you, this isn't for position, he's lapping you. Though he does seem to, I think, he does seem to be lapping a bit faster than Mason is, and he's now got the McCain in the D-Ballers Altbier Aston Martin for company as well. Now that Aston Martin goes through past Mason, so it's playing into Scott's hands very nicely.
And looking at the current temperatures around the track, I think you might have been the one that was right. 39 degrees Celsius.
Yeah, it's going to be nice and warm. So really going to hurt the tyres massively here. There's a lot of very fast over the mountain. I think Mason's just clipped the wall slightly there. It's very fast, very high loadings as well on the car and on the tyres. So yeah, it's not going to be good for the drivers, especially later on in the stint. So you'll come. Filing out of Forest Elbow onto the Conrod Straight. We're still looking at Jack Mason in the McLaren 720S GT3. One marker past the Aston Martin, and meanwhile,
I think I just did something really bad. I think I missed a donation. Arjun L, thank you so much for the donation, man. I'm really sorry for missing it. RFRC here to save the day with another £10, putting us at 1,616 pounds, 53% of the way. Come on, people. We just need to find ourselves another 1,400 pounds to reach the goal for tonight. And the goal for tonight, of course, is for Spinal Track, a charity which gives out free track rides to disabled people. They will be able to drive a car that is completely hand-controlled. Whether or not it's going to be a rally car or racetrack is completely up to them, but it's an absolutely beautiful charity. And please consider donating. Even if it's just £4 or £5, please consider doing it, because it's going to help them out massively. Thank you so much in advance already, and thank you so much to everyone who's already donated. We appreciate it a crap ton.
Yeah, massively. It's been every pound helps. Is going to make a massive difference. So please give what you can. It's a fantastic cause. I think Mason might have just clipped the wall there a little bit earlier on there. Not going to be ideal, and doing it as a two-driver lineup. Meanwhile, there's Adrian S.
Completely in clear air.
Lonely, etc. And he has got...
Holy shit! Zero Force Racing from Nan, John, and Dirk, 150 pounds, saying keep fighting. That brings us up to 1,766 pounds. Thank you so much for donating. We appreciate it so much. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks,
awesome.
Zero Force. That's amazing.
Yeah, thank you so much. Wow.
It's times like these that I get reminded why I love RWB so much.
Yeah, we've raced with Zero Force guys for quite a while now. They've got some cracking races in there.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't done any racing yet because I'm sort of limited on the old computer front still at the moment. But yeah, I can't wait to actually maybe one day finally get on track. So yeah, it's going to be great fun. I mean, although Zero Force guys are all going to be much quicker than I am, so yeah, it's going to be a good laugh by either way. Thanks once again. Thanks so much for the donation, guys. It is much appreciated.
I think maybe we'll for position.
Maybe we'll start a donation to build you a PC. How about that?
Oh yeah, how about that?
It's fine, thanks. I'll get a get a Christmas job or something, and then spend the money on that.
Can't wait to see you on track.
Yeah, it would be one hell of a laugh. I know that much.
I like
Meanwhile-
hunting people. Be warned.
Cool.
Just a little love tab, you know, just to make certain you're aware that I'm there.
Oh, I'll probably see you in the mirror and then just pull over out of the way.
In case you don't understand that joke, I actually race with ADHD, and while I can stay focused for incredibly long stints of time on driving, every so often my mind goes, "Look, squirrel," and then it's like, "Shit, brake marker."
Yeah.
Yeah, it's happened. I recently hit Charger very hard in the Saturday league. He did absolutely not know where I came from. Yeah.
Oh, that was a bit of a surprise, that one, actually. Yeah, I remember that. I was like, where did that come from?
I don't know if you've actually seen the clip that I, a little while ago, posted of the Monday race, where I also did the exact same thing, missed my brake marker, and missed D-Bucks' front bumper by like a millimeter.
Yeah, you should have hit him. I got a message from him earlier. Do you want to? I know a good painter. I was like, what you on about? The car? And he went, yeah, Audi just crashed. He said, Dave said, I know a good painter. I was cheeky bastards.
It's all top crack at the end of the day, so
It is. It really is.
yeah.
And thank you so much, Cos, for the kind words. The kind words. Jesus Christ, I can no longer speak after this many hours. Thank you so much for the kind words. Now we don't have to cry ourselves to sleep thinking we're worthless. Now we can have ourselves a nice wank with all of our egotistical feelings about how good we are at comms. Thank you so much.
Oh, thanks.
Interesting. We've now got Ross Hayden in our car. Would be his first endurance. I think he's a bit nervous.
I don't blame him. I remember my first endurance race, which was under the trusted wing of Madley, actually, who just needed a replacement driver. And the pace difference between the two of us could not have been bigger, and it made me feel so nervous. Where's Hayden? Let's give him a little bit of screen time as he tries to find his
20th. There you go. There's Ross Hayden.
He's very good at doing setups. He's done the setups for this.
Really?
Yeah.
All right, let's see what type of pace he can push out with that setup. You know, it is, of course, a very stressful feeling if you're driving for the first time in a team and you get handed that car and you're like, all these people have done so much work to get us to 20th and now they're trusting it to me. Like, that pressure, I mean, it weighs on you, you know that everyone is judging you.
No, we're all in it for the fun. We just want to make sure we finish. I might end that. I don't know.
It's all, I mean, to be fair, Ross is lapping a damn sight quicker than what I would be lapping around here. So, and that's to the tune of pretty much about 3 seconds, I think. 2 or 3 seconds a lap quicker than I would be. So, he's
doing quite all right.
Yeah, he's doing pretty good job so far. The Bentley being one of the few cars in this race not to have some kind of major gap in the bodywork, and still looking just as it did when it left the factory. Meanwhile, I think there's a slow car on track behind somewhere, so the marshals were waving the white flag.
So, funny story about Hayden and how he joined RWB. I remember this very clearly as he asked, well, how do I join RWB? And I said, well, you just race with us for a little while. And after a little while, someone's going to ask you whether or not you want to join if, you fit the standards. Or you just ask Charger. The very next morning, I woke up and I saw RWB Hayden being a thing. Because he asked Charger.
Yeah, I'd also had quite a few races with him, and he was around my pace. I'd had some great battles with him, so he's the sort of driver that we like. Now he's a lot quicker than me, so
Become an
That's what
RWB
happens.
member today for 50 extra horsepower, people. You've heard it here.
And that's what happens.
Ooh, that's a nice drift.
And I can just imagine the traction control dial getting a little bit of action there. Maybe
Meanwhile,
up a click or two.
what's the gap between Hayden and Debug? See if we can scratch their paint.
an entire lap.
Okay.
A full lap, so that's about 2 minutes and 5 seconds.
We'll
Aiden
catch
is
them.
quicker, though. Like, he is quicker, but only by a second. Meanwhile, Debug for the first time is, I think it is for the first time, right? That he's in that Lexus.
Yeah, I think this is Debug's first stint in the Lexus with just under 4 hours and 20 minutes left here at Bathurst.
Meanwhile, I think he is about to fight Barton for position. Or am I wrong here, misreading that chart? No, Barton is right in front of Solberg there.
Yeah,
Has to be.
Barton's in 15th in the black and green Porsche.
Which you can see just off in the distance there.
Yeah, he's just a bit further off, although no doubt given how slow the Porsche is on the straights, no doubt Veach will have closed that gap slightly.
Well, that comes down to the question of whether or not they're doing the same thing as Elgard is doing, essentially, you know? If they're running in a lower engine map, which they're doing to, like, preserve their tires, right? So the question is Barton doing the same thing, or is he actually pushing it on? You know what? We can find out. What does that say? See? Nope, they're running map 8.
Yeah, they're running map 8, which says to me that they're in a fuel save map.
No, that's racing map.
Is it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I thought map 1 was the racing map. or
No,
the qualifying
Porsche is
map.
inverted. So
Ah.
map 8 and map 7 are the fastest maps that you can have, with map 8 being a linear throttle progression and with map 7 being a aggressive throttle progression.
Yeah, because I think that's why in real life in the Ferrari 488 Evo, the drivers mainly use map 3 because map 1 and map 2 are just...
If we look here, they're racing map 4, which is a much more conservative one.
Yeah, I think in the Ferrari, map 1 and map 2 are just so aggressive that even in real life, the drivers use map 3 at best.
Yeah, the Ferrari is very, very well known for having an incredibly aggressive map that's just near undrivable.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that Ferrari's works drivers don't use map 1 and map 2 most of the time probably says it all.
Yeah, it does. But that being said, I've driven the other maps, and I still prefer map 1 when it comes to the Ferrari. But I do have to, compensate quite a lot with the traction control dial. I'm not going to lie. Because that thing just likes to spin the rear. But I feel like I just get that little bit more out of it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, a little bit more power, but at the same time, you at the top end of the straight, but coming out the corners, it just does... You're not running the full power as such because the traction control's cutting in, trying to stop the back end from trying to overtake the front end, and then front and back end ending up in wall. Is terribly easy to do.
I've never had that. Don't you worry about nothing. Then again, I would never drive a Ferrari on this track. I would never drive a mid or rear engine car on this track to begin with, but we don't talk about that.
Is this because an attempt was made?
No, it's just, see, the thing with mid-engine cars is that they're incredibly stable to drive, right? They are probably the epitome of what is to be considered the best type of form for a race car. I think we can all agree on that. The thing, though, is the mid-engine cars have a tiny little bit of a quirk. If you lose it, you lose it.
Yeah.
If you lose it, you lose it. And that is because the car is so balanced that as soon as that point, of the center of gravity essentially shifts because you make a wrong move and the weight through the car shifts, it essentially means that it is sliding completely imbalanced, which means good luck trying to snap out of it, right? There's many accidents in real life racing that have happened that way. There's many accidents that have done that in sim racing. While a front engine car, while not ideal and mostly very fast on straight speed lines, right? Is much easier to correct. It's much more forgiving. So if you're going to drive a track that is as difficult to drive as this one, with as little room as ever possible, what you want to be able to do is that when you actually slide a little bit, you can, still catch it just that little bit. The ability to drift is very important in my opinion, because the ability to drift allows you to save your car. It's the same problem with the rear engine of the Porsche. The reason why I stopped racing the Porsche was not because I don't enjoy it, or because I was bad with it, or because I was slow with it, but is because when I made a mistake, it cost me a lot more time because catching the thing was incredibly difficult. But as soon as you switch to the front engine cars, you can really quickly start telling that it's much easier to keep that thing on track. And therefore, if you don't go off the track, you gain those few extra seconds.
Yeah, and it's like, I remember hearing an interview with Ben Keating, who races in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship and the FIA World Endurance Championship, and when he was running the Mercedes GT3 with Jeroen Bleekmolen under the Riley Mercedes GT3 car. He said that he picked the Mercedes because it felt like his old Dodge Viper GT3. It's just that you could feel it going. You had about one or 2 seconds to really feel, okay, it's going. I've got time to correct this, and then correct it. And although he's raced mid-engine cars still. He's raced in Porsche 911 RSR. He's raced the Ford GT, which he was Le Mans class winner in for a day before he got disqualified because the fuel tank was too big, and because it had expanded during the course of the race. And also he's driven and raced in the LMP2 as well, the Orica 07 in IMSA this season in the endurance races, and has been very quick in that. So he does have experience in a lot of different cars, and in WEC this season he was driving the Aston Martin Vantage GT3. So I'd say he does still prefer kind of the front engine cars, but he can just adapt to anything. And well, he's so quick that if he wasn't a successful businessman, I'd say he would have well and truly made the grade as a professional racing driver. Meanwhile, we appear to be coming up to a little bit of GT Hub on GT Hub action here, as we got Peter Varga in the number 12 Ferrari from Sol Racing Team coming up against Jack Mason in the number 13 McLaren of HSP Regretta GTHub.eu. And more to the point, Mason is still stuck behind Simsek in the 148 McLaren. So this is a Simsek being a good 5 laps behind Mason at the moment. I mean,
So there's no point in holding that position, but
you do you.
yeah. Blue flags waving everywhere.
Yeah.
As they go side by side into that corner, Varga still squeezing at Boss, saying, "Oh
Yeah.
no, you don't run away from me. No, you don't."
Yeah, he was going to get past. I think Varga was just going to get past regardless. up at turn 2 there. Now it's on between
And you just can
Mason.
see that Mason has no answer for that speed from Varga right there.
Yeah, Varga's the quickest driver in the 12, and if Schaefer was driving the 13, it'd be a different story altogether. He'd be well up the road, but Varga is hustling that slightly tired second hand, slightly tired, slightly faded-looking Ferrari. A very noticeable patina on that car now, and they are both desperately trying to see who's getting the old bragging rights later on GT Hub, which should be utter carnage.
As Varga's now looking for the inside and finds that opening, he's going to clear Mason reasonably without any issues.
Oh,
There
easily.
is nothing he can do, but Mason is trying to fight back, breaks late, nearly hits Varga, and that is really lucky for Mason that he manages to keep it, because that is exactly what I was talking about. When that car goes, it snaps like a mule, and correcting it, good luck.
Yeah, it's the McLaren always has been from memory really strong on the brakes, and Mason was trying to make use of that. I mean, doing so had to really back out of it, otherwise he would have actually ended up taking Varga out.
What you saw there was Mason taking too much of the brake into the corner, which when he releases it, essentially transfers all of the weight yet again in the middle of the corner. And it's kind of the same like with a motorcycle. You can brake before the corner, you can accelerate out of the corner, but you cannot brake during the corner. That's the exact same with these cars. And you can carry a certain amount of trail braking too, as long as you're doing your pedal work very effectively and you very well know the corner. But just push that tiny bit too hard into that corner and whoops, there she goes in full stable ability, because then the weight essentially transfers to the two outside tires and the car just slides sideways. There's nothing you can do about it. Nothing. And then when you try to correct it, what essentially happens is the weight just kicks to the exact opposite direction. And we're not talking about a gradual weight change with these cars. We're talking full weight of those cars kicking from one side to the other.
Yeah, I remember, well, actually the weirdest example of weight transfer on loading transfer on a car was the Nissan LMP 1.5, the GTR LM Nismo. I only call it the LMP 1.5 because they never actually got the hybrid system working properly on it. So they had to take the hybrid system off, and in turn, they had to redesign the braking system on about a week's notice before Le Mans. And the Nissan drivers were having to stay well clear of the curbs because whenever they went over the curb, the loadings from going over the curbs were being transferred diagonally.
Oh, something must have happened to the Lexus, because Debug is currently being chased by Hayden. Look at that, Charger. You're getting to trade some paint with them.
Yay!
I don't think it's for position.
Oh, no, never mind. It's not for position.
It's
Hayden is just trying to unlap himself. There you go. Never mind. I yelled too early.
It's for Ross to unlap himself, but I mean, just a little love tap on the rear bumper on the Conrod straight, just to let him know he's there. Actually, no, that'll ruin the paintwork on the Bentley.
Yeah, we can't have that, can we?
No, we can't.
He's also a little bit too far back, I think.
Yeah. I mean, I can tell just looking at the gap here. Yes.
I mean, unless he dives bombs it towards the left.
Yeah, I mean, well, you just end up in the Super Cheap Auto logo there on the side around the front of the hotel. So it might not be the best decision in the world, but
something really interesting is we've actually lost a lot of cardboard along the way.
Yeah, a lot of the old styrofoam boards do tend to get smashed up by errant cars, so might as well just ignore all your. At that point, you might actually end up losing your braking marker somewhat, and then have to try and find something else to try and get the old car hauled up. yellow flags waving somewhere.
Question is,
Back to
for
green.
what?
I don't know yet, but we're back to green now, so it can't have been anything too major.
As Hayden is trying to find that opening past Debug, trying to unlap himself, this is actually going to be a really interesting situation because Debug doesn't want Hayden to pass. Even if they're not racing for position right now, it must be a good feeling knowing that the guy that you're literally racing behind you is an entire lap behind. So what Debug is going to try to do here most likely is make certain that Hayden doesn't pass. Completely illegal, by the way. But what I do wonder, though, is does Hayden have the pace to actually pass here?
That Bentley's so quick down that straight, though. He's not going to catch him there.
You mean Lexus?
Oh, is it a Lexus? It looked like Bentley.
It's a
BMW.
Lexus.
Yeah, it's the big Lexus RCF Coupe. Well, I'll say big. It's not quite as big as the Bentley. Now, if Bentley has made a GTE version of this car, I don't think we'd have had all those memes about the M8 either.
I don't think so either.
No. Well, track temperature has probably peaked now, I'd say. 39
Yeah.
degrees Celsius, so 4 hours to go.
Still no sign of rain. This might be a completely dry race.
Yeah, brilliant for setting a distance record. The real-life distance record we mentioned earlier from last year was 314 laps. So I think we could well be in with a chance of beating it. And of course, that was done in a Bentley.
Meanwhile, though, Varga decided that he's not done yet overtaking people. He's only a few seconds behind Stammeler, as you can see him come out of the corner there, and Stammeler just moving ahead. If Varga keeps up with this pace, he's actually going to overtake quite a few people.
Yeah, he is the quickest driver in that Ferrari, and he's quick. So I think they won't leave him in for the full 4 hours, obviously, but probably going to want to rest him. Maybe get Hugo Gomez into the car again for a couple more stints, and then
I'd argue Gomez is quicker than Varga, though.
oh, I don't think so. So I'm thinking this could be quite interesting. Meanwhile, still looking at Peter Varga in the 12 Ferrari, 22nd place overall, heading down Conrad Straight. Now we look at Damien Vilk in the 21 Lamborghini, back in the car now after Alexander Wiek's stint.
I do believe he is currently trying to hunt down Mateo. Yeah, he is.
I'll be right back in a sec.
Oh, as that is... I think that was the V12 Aston that went off there. Or was that the Honda that made a mistake there? Looks like it might have been the Honda. as they are nearing the last 4 hours, which means we're 3/4 of the way into this race, which has been an amazing spectacle so far. We're going to see the last few battles pan out as most drivers are now multiple laps apart and everyone is fighting for those last few positions they can make work. All the way at the front of the grid, though, there's still 1:10 between Adrian S. and Elgard, which they're desperately trying to close. Now, what is a lot more interesting to me right now is that Wilk is trying to get past these two drivers so he can actually try and attack Ateo. This is going to be a really, really nice battle, and I can tell you that already. Now, as we have seen in the past, both Mason and Simsek have a little bit of an issue letting other drivers by under the blue flag, which is not ideal for Wilk right here. Wilk is going to want to clear these guys as quickly as he can, so he makes certain that he doesn't lose too much more than those 2 seconds that he has on Oteo right now. Simsek letting him pass, not too many of an issue. Now it's on to the next one. As Wilk storms his way through the field, trying to catch up with Ateo. Trying whatever he can to make that gap work. Close it as much as he needs to. Of course, that's not an easy task to do, especially not when you still have a back marker to clear and Oteo is essentially completely in free air. That being said, I don't deem it entirely impossible. Damien seems to be having a lot of pace, and especially looking at the current situation, a lot more pace. EMSL? What does PMSL mean? Oh, as we find the Audi 117 in the wall there parked. Not what you want, but at least he's out of the way. Finally looking across the crit a little bit, trying to figure out if there are any other battles. Simon Bauer seems to be coming up on Mr. Mossy, though, for 5th position. They're fighting their way back towards the top as Jordan has also rejoined the race. Bauer is not far from that Audi in front, though. You might remember Bauer from the start of this race, where he set the 2nd fastest lap driven so far. So he has every opportunity here to take Mossy. And without a doubt in my mind, he's going to at one point as well. As I told them after they had their accident, it isn't entirely impossible for them to catch the rest of the grid anymore. They still have that opportunity to get that done, and that is becoming very apparent right here. Currently, that gap is 1.4 seconds, but without any doubt, I think by the end of this lap, it'll be 0.5. Which should open him up for an overtake.
Well, hopefully not. Hopefully it is just for an overtake.
It's starting to look like it.
Mm.
I will leave you on the helicam real quickly as I will be taking another toilet break. It's seemingly going to be Bauer versus Mr. Mossy and just about the rest of this lap.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty interesting so far as they come through McPhillamy Park now. Very fast right-hander over Skyline and then dropping down the hill, and it's only downhill from here pretty much in terms of the height difference. Dropping through the Dipper, the S's, into Forest Elbow. Cap's still looking fairly consistent. They've got the 12 Ferrari of Varga just ahead of them. And then Mr. Massey manages to get past before the King comes to the chase. Bauer's going to have a look up the inside. He doesn't quite get past before then. He's going to have another go. I'm seeing right here as Varga very, very sensibly backs out, lifts off, lets the faster car through. Now it's onto the pitch straight. Gap's just 9/10 of a second between Mr. Massey and Simon Bauer. The Audi versus the Honda NSX coming up Mountain Straight now. And Bauer appears to have quite a good toe on here. Is he going to have a look? He thinks about it. Darts to the inside, but then darts back across, realising he's not going to quite be able to get the job done. Coming up to the cutting now. First part. Oh, he might have actually just clipped the wall there slightly on the inside at the cutting. And he's definitely dropped back noticeably. The gap was now just under 4/10 of a second and now is visibly increased because Simon Bauer, I think, may have actually clipped the wall slightly there on the inside at the cutting as Charger, I think, is getting ready for his stint. So Simon Bauer still pushing on. I'll wait till we get our next split time. He's still thereabouts though. Through Forest Elbow, takes a much wider line through there, maybe carrying a little bit too much speed through the corner. Now they come down the Conrod Straight. Just flying down here. The gap has increased slightly. I think there was definitely a mistake up at the cutting on that lap there for Simon Bauer. Coming hard on the brakes now. Misses the apex a little bit there at the first part. He's carrying on in his pursuit of the big Audi V10 engined car, which is unlike the Lamborghini. This one is actually wearing an Audi badge on the front of it. Bauer still chasing. The gap's increased again up to 9/10 of a second. Back up, mounting straight into turn 2. Gap has once again closed up though. Probably get a indication in a minute. Yes, indeed, it has. It's back up to 0.3 of a second. No mistake that time around from Bauer. Really closing in again now on the Audi. There's a yellow flag somewhere on the circuit. See if we can keep an eye out for anything. Back to green now. Bauer is still right there with Mr. Massey. Doesn't quite get the pass. There's another car in front there, is right on the rear bumper of the Audi. Is he going to have a look up the inside into Forest Elbow? No, not quite. Has to get a good exit out of there now, though, to try and make the move into the chase. Right in the slipstream of the Audi. We've got another Audi in front of them. He pulls alongside, he takes the inside, and they both collide. The Audi's flying through the gravel, and Bauer somehow does a 360 and manages to not hit anything. In fact, how neither of them hit anything in that, I do not know. And Bauer is now once again alongside, coming into the final corner, and gets the job done after a properly scary moment. Heading into the chase at over 250 kilometers an hour, but Mr. Massey isn't done yet. He has a little look up the inside, but he's too tight there and a little bit too soon on the power. You could see the back end starting to kick out slightly there. Oversteer, he had to lift, he had to back out, he had to correct it, and Simon Bauer is now up into P5 in the Reiter Engineering Esports Honda NSX. Hey, Mr. Massey isn't exactly giving up the position without a fight. He is still right there.
Trying to get past.
Yeah, trying to get back past. I don't know if you saw that moment there at the chase, Red Sky,
I did
but
not.
you did not. Okay, basically, they went into the side of each other in the braking zone. The Audi went through the gravel.
Thank you so much for the £20 donation. Thank you so much. Extra donation if someone takes out Varga. Someone take out Varga. Someone hit him. Someone hit him right now.
The GT Hub rivalry, as I said.
So, real quickly, because it has been a while since I did the last call out for it. So, today our second charity race from Racers Without Borders, and we're raising money for an absolutely awesome cause, which is Spinal Track. A charity essentially dedicated to giving free track days and rally experiences to disabled drivers. Now, they fully modify cars to be completely hand-driven, and they're being developed by racers who understand what a car needs and how it needs to be able to behave with these types of controls. And therefore, they also understand the needs of disabled car enthusiasts and understand what they want out of that car and what they want to be capable of doing with it. So it's an absolutely beautiful experience, an absolutely beautiful thing. And I would truly appreciate it if you managed to just be able to spare a few pounds for this entire charity goal. We're trying to reach 3,000 pounds today, and we're already 1,786,000 pounds along with just 3 hours and 47 minutes left to go. Thank you all so much already.
Yeah, thanks so much for all the donations coming in so far.
Oh man, my voice is completely gone. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm not even gonna try to hide it. Like, I feel it. I feel that I'm not gonna have a voice tomorrow. I'm pushing myself.
Oh, yeah, the last time I went to, Mr. Massey having a bit of a moment there at the cutting. But yeah, I remember when I was last went to a football match with some friends of mine who we were at the it wasn't even like a big Premier League match. It was like the 4th division. It was Exeter were playing. Oh, who were they playing? I can't quite remember off the top of my head, but spent the whole 90 minutes screaming, trying to on the Bentley number 18, having to take to the escape road there. A bid to try and lap Varga. Yeah, he's having a...
Nice, Alex. Nice. Nice to see that you finished all of your stints. You did absolutely fantastic.
Yeah.
Let's see, who currently is in that car? Will.
Oh, so yeah, Damien Vilk is in the 21 at the moment, and as if by magic, we are now looking at the 21 Lamborghini of Damien Vilk. Currently,
Is it actually Damien instead of Damien?
I think so. Yeah, I know that his surname's pronounced Vilk.
That I do know as well.
Charger and I were chatting on.
Andrea, thank you so
Tuesday.
much for the other 30 pounds. That puts us at 60% towards our goal. 1,860 pounds race so far. You guys are absolutely phenomenal. Thank you so much. Yes, continue. Sorry.
Yeah, no, Charger and I were chatting at the end of the last Constructors' Championship race on Tuesday night. And he said it was, and he told me it was Damien rather than Damien. So yeah,
Man, I've been pronouncing his name wrong for so long, and I've talked so many times with the guy.
I mean, to be fair, there was one week where in the Constructors' Championship where I called someone the wrong name by accident for 1.5 races.
Without being corrected, I take it.
Yeah, without being corrected. And I remember in Constructors' Championship last
this is
season.
interesting. Clemens versus Asback as they come out of the pits. Actually, it's the Neffels.
Yeah. Very, very interesting indeed. Yeah,
This is
little
for
race
position.
logic. It's for position. We'll ignore the little race logic box on the blue race logic box on the dashboard there, because that's also showing the because of where the timing line is at Bathurst. Majority of drivers, it is also going to include their outlap, the time they actually spent in the pits getting a full service done. So, in that regard, it's all fairly normal. The lap time as they come this early in the lap, and the lap time is showing as being 1 minute 52, 53, 54. This is perfectly normal.
The question here is, look how much time, how much ground is gained upon Asback, as he just has to nurture those tires just a little bit into it. And this is what we were talking about with Elgard earlier as well. You know, that Porsche, it has 3 different stages of, where it's at. And right now, full of fuel, full of new problems, and that's just going to make it very, very heavy and very difficult to get around those corners.
Yeah, it depends how they've set the car up as well, though. So,
oh, look at that speed.
yeah.
The Neffels wanting that line. Not getting it, though. Being denied by Asback. Very close racing here. Very fair but hard racing. Asback got out of that because of that ridiculous acceleration speed of the Porsche out of corners.
Yeah.
But without a doubt on my mind, he hasn't lost at Aston Martin yet. And as I say that, the Neffels decides to take a little bit of a kerfuffle on top of the curb.
Yeah, he's not a curb you want to really be using all that much, especially on the inside. They're a little bit too high. I mean, there's some tracks like Paul Ricard you can absolutely
Actually,
use
this
and
has just
abuse
turned
the
into a
curb.
3-way battle. Is that Brown in front of them? No, it's not Brown. Never mind. That's McAllister. Here I thought they were actually having their 3-way battle, because I saw an Aston Martin in front, but the
rear wing's
was the back
nowhere
marker.
near high enough. Rear wing's nowhere near high enough for it to be Crawford Brown in the 420. So,
Oh, that took me a while to catch up on.
that was totally unintentional. That was totally unintentional. It's just the V12 Vantage, the rear wing, is a lot higher, and it also doesn't actually have a rear diffuser.
They're driving the V12. That's right.
So that's why it was totally unintentional. Damn, we do be getting highbrow. With over 8 hours into the race. Oh man. Yeah, 3 hours and 40 minutes to go here at Bathurst. We're on 238 laps so far. I think we're going to smash the distance record, the real life distance
Yeah,
record.
we are just
quite easily.
straight out of the park. All right, Zneffel's now passing that back marker, trying to catch back up to Asbag, who's been driving some magnificent stints, by the way. It needs to be said. It is clear to see, though, what the best car for the weekend was if we look at 2, 3, and 4.
Bentley, and Bentley. Yes, one's Bentley has arrived. Shame it does not come with the optional champagne glasses and fridge between the rear seats. And it does not have its own afternoon tea providing facility. See, I can talk English properly. Rather than just do the whole tea is something to be drunk, not something to be pronounced. So...
Oh man, look at that Aston Martin. It sees a Porsche and it wants to say hello. It is flying through these corners. I have a feeling Zneffels is forgetting that this is fucking Bathurst because he is going full speed and he's pushing that car to the absolute limit. Wow, what was that?
I don't know. I just saw something in the gravel pointing the wrong way.
Yeah, I saw it too. And for a second, I thought it might have been Asbag, but I'm not entirely certain who that was. Can we please talk about the fact that Zneffels just caught up with that Porsche over the course of the mountain parts?
Yeah, that was pretty well done from him. Did a very, very good job there.
All right. And now the beautiful moments are about to come as he tries to close that gap, laid on the braking, manages to make it work, takes that corner absolutely perfectly as they go into the final corner. As they're going to go around Murray's corner, they're going to have to get on towards that line perfectly. Just a little bit too much of oversteer there on Zneffel's part, but it doesn't seem to be punishing him that much. As he's going to go in towards Hell Corner, and Asbag here is going to be completely undefended for the entirety of the mountain straight, and he's going to have to hope he's going to reach that quarry quick enough. Right now, looking at it, though, it's not going to be too much of a problem, but Zneffels is starting to show to be a really, really big threat to the position of 669. There is very little they're going to be able to do, and right now they're just hanging on by the edges. But 37 more minutes of this, I don't think they're going to be able to last.
Yeah, I mean, it's Zneffels, I think, should be able to catch back up, get a bit closer to Asbach in the Porsche. Meanwhile, Varga has pitted the 12 Ferrari, I've noticed, and Stevenson also has a 15-second time penalty in the 100 Bentley.
Much to the light of Wilk, I suppose.
Yep, that's going to be good news for Damien. The slow car on track somewhere.
Perhaps the one that was turned around the wrong way.
Yeah, let's see. Look a little bit further up the track from the helicam, and don't know. Meanwhile, Zneffels is right there with Asbach again.
Every opportunity. This is very close. This might be it. Oh, boy.
Yeah, Asbach's ping is starting to get quite high.
Woo!
So that's why he's getting a bit. It's a bit jumpy. It's just the ping's starting to get.
That's fucking terrifying.
Right, there we go. We back. Yeah, Asbach's ping's really high now, so...
Congratulations on that. Oh, Jesus Christ!
Yeah.
Oh boy. Oh, Jesus Christ. Zenephal's like, I'm going to have to congratulate this man. This man is driving with balls of steel without a worry in the world. Just sees this car jumping all over track and he's just driving without any care for himself. No self-preservation. He just wants to be closer and closer. But I'm not going to lie when I said it was truly terrifying seeing that Porsche literally inside of the Aston Martin.
Yeah, it's suboptimal.
Suboptimal, he says.
Yes,
yeah,
in
no, it
one of the
absolutely was.
Yes, might be a little bit bit of an understatement, but now we come up to the part where you really want very low ping, not very high ping.
Ooh, that was an actual hit on the wall there. I think.
Yeah,
It
I
looked
mean,
like it.
Could be anything. I mean, the pings are that high. But either way,
Oh, yeah, that was actual contact. And Zenephal's is passed.
Yeah,
Keeping it
Zenephal's
nice
is-
and clean.
Zenephal's is passed, probably with his eyes shut, I'd imagine.
Yeah, I wouldn't blame him.
Yeah,
That seems to be major damage though for Asmag.
we'll find out in a sec. Yeah, it's now showing Zenephal's as having pulled over a second, so
Let's see. Yeah,
I mean, it's a
looks
visible
like a little
gap.
bit of damage.
there's a visible gap between the two cars, and
Not a lot, but there's a little bit of spade that like scratches on the paintwork. All right, let's go see what our favorite FIA person is doing.
yes,
Trying to get past Stevenson, I suppose. Stevenson isn't that far ahead, only about 11 seconds.
yeah, only 10 seconds, which means Vilk technically has a 5-second lead over Stevenson, because Vilk is, of course, not having to carry a 10-second time penalty. Also, 15-second, time penalty at the next pit stop. So it's going to be quite interesting to see what happens in the next few laps. I mean, Damien has probably been told by his team that, okay, Stevenson in the 100, he's got a penalty. Just make sure you're within 15 seconds of him, and you should be good.
Yep. I mean, there's still every opportunity here for them to, like progress further down the field. Whether or not they realize it, though, that's an entirely different story. But the opportunity is there, and then the possibility to get just that tiny inch further is definitely still. I mean, the carts are open. I'll put it that way.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And blue flags being waved, blue flags being removed because Vilk has nobody around him. I think was Bentley. I think that might have been Aston Martin, and we'll just see the split time coming up in a second. And Vilk, he's keeping the gap around 10 seconds or so. He's lost about half a second there to Stevenson. So Stevenson, I think, is aware that he does have a 15-second time penalty, and he is definitely trying to really get a bit of a move on.
We've kind of settled into that same position as we were earlier, where the track is not really having any battles left at the moment. So right now, I would recommend to look at the pretty cars, as there is quite a few of them.
Oh yeah, certainly. Is that Steedor in the 265 Honda is now in between Debug and RWB Hayden. Stamelier is in the pits as well. Mason's down in 13th place. Varga in 24th. Nate in 23rd.
I mean, so far it's been an absolutely brilliant fucking race. But I'm not gonna lie when I say that I'm having my doubts about who's going to win the race. Actually, there's still 3 hours and 30 minutes left, so technically everything is still up to play. But the gap is slowly becoming bigger, you know, between car 18 and car 36. So
Yeah.
it's hard to make my predictions here. Actually, I might even still favor Christopher Tavarin for second position if it keeps going the way that it is. Because Christopher Tavarin is currently, you know, about a full second and a half quicker than car 18. That would mean that car 58 is currently in the runner-up to actually make it all the way up there.
Yeah, it's going to be...
It's going to be a thriller.
It's going to be pretty interesting, actually. There's still 3.5 hours to go, so this could be pretty good indeed. Looking at Josh Barton in the employed Bigger Stickers. Number 84 Porsche. Sponsored by Rush Energy. Indeed. See, a can of Rush Energy would have prevented that, you know.
Prevented what?
That cough because of how smooth it is.
Oh, that cough had nothing to do with that.
Oh.
It's me essentially scraping my throat, trying to prevent it from hurting as much as it's hurting right now.
Get a drink, man. But no, team are doing pretty well so far. 14th place in their Porsche 911 GT3R.
Beautiful car at that as well.
Oh yeah.
No bonking. I feel like we need to bonk the car. Somebody bonk it. So, Troll Solberg says, if you wonder what happened to car 101 a few stints back, he had technical issues. It got clear to me that ACC selects one out of the 3 outputs, keyboard, controller, and wheelbase. And I had to remove a keybind on my keyboard. Shouldn't have done that because we thought something desynced and therefore it left the server. It was just something in the settings and select the wheel again. Oh man, that sucks. Wow.
Yeah.
That sucks.
Really.
That explains
really
where Solberg and the team wins.
Yeah, it's tremendously unlucky for them. I'm just having a look at YouTube right now. Need to quickly try to enlarge it on my phone.
Trying to look real quickly again, making certain I'm not missing any battles. And as I say that, I might be spotting one right here.
And we've mentioned Chafer's donation. And did we mention Andrea's donation as well?
Yep.
All right, awesome. I'll quickly drop Charger a quick text.
Charger wondering whether or not we did the call outs.
Yeah, we did the call outs. Yeah.
Of course we did.
Yeah, we. I remember the one from Chafer because he was asking to someone to take out, jokingly asking for someone to maybe assist the 13 cars bid to beat the 12. Shall we say, a bit of a inter-server rivalry right there, as we still look at Lucas Asbach. Now his ping has decided to stop, making him jump more than a nightclub full of drunk university students. Nope, could never have been me. We've all been there.
I haven't. I honestly haven't.
Some of us have been there. The joys of going to a university where all you had to do in first year was not fail anything.
It might seem like Marpert actually has an opportunity here to catch the Zorro.
Marpert is... Zorro's not that far up the road. It's only 2.7 seconds. He might be in with a chance, actually. We were chatting to Tobias earlier on in the race, and I think we might well have a pretty... could be quite tasty little battle here for 12th place.
I think so too.
Meanwhile, Damien is still keeping the gap around the 9-second range on behind Chris Stevenson, just doing what he needs to do.
You know, something very exciting is about to happen.
Yeah.
We're about to near the completion of the 9th stint.
Oh, wow. I was going to say, we're nearing the completion of the 9th hour.
Yeah,
Of
but
the
9th
race.
stint. And why is this so interesting is... It is so interesting because they only have 9 tire sets. If they have not double stinted at the start of this race, we are going to see massive performance differences.
And just to make things even better, the track temperature's gone up another degree.
Oh, of course, because Australia wants to kill you.
Yes. Meanwhile, Marpert's eased off the pace a bit, letting the sister rider car of Villy in the 79 get past.
It doesn't seem like Marpet is going to have the pace to catch the Zorro by the looks of things.
No, as Debug comes into the pits in the 444.
Oh, we have a little battle we just simply need to watch.
Oh,
Varga versus Schaefer. Oh,
now
did you see that? Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah.
right marker,
Yep.
but there's another car. But now, if this was Varga versus Mason, I'd say Varga. But Schaefer's now behind the wheel of the 13, so yeah, it's going to be a bit harder.
A lot harder. I don't know if they're going to get close enough, but, you know, it's worth a watch for a little minute.
Yeah. So, Peter there doing his best in the car. Trying to...
Oh, touching the inside wall there.
Yeah, he's done a double stint here. He's turning in there into McPhillamy Park, coming down the chase under the 7 News Bridge. Oh, yeah, he's all there on the exit of the elbow. I mean, thankfully he didn't do a Dick Johnson and end up in a grove of trees, but
that's still gonna hurt.
Yeah, that's not going to be brilliant for the handling on that Ferrari. I don't think so.
Out of curiosity, what engine map do you think they're driving?
Let's see. I'm guessing it's going to be quite a... Let's see. Map
3.
3, yeah. Map 3 is the one they tend to use for races in real life because the first 2 maps are just too aggressive for the far too aggressive in terms of the throttle response, and that makes the car almost nigh on undrivable. I mean, you can drive it still, of course, but just makes it far too kind of on edge.
Unpredictable.
Yeah, a bit too unpredictable, a bit too edgy, and absolutely not what you want in a 24-hour or a 12-hour or a 6-hour endurance race. So,
As I look through
yeah.
the field, I realize that there is very little battles going on right now. Are there any drivers we haven't caught up with in a while that chat would like to see how they're doing?
I mean, there's a few drivers down towards the tail end of the field who we probably haven't seen for maybe
a good while.
Race.
Such as car 77, currently 31 laps behind.
31 laps behind. I thought it was 56 laps behind. The 7-Up Aston Martin has been in the wars somewhat, unfortunately, this afternoon, as
Yet again grazes the wall.
yes, RWB Hayden has come into the pits and is I don't know, he might be handing over to Charger. We're not sure. We'll just wait a couple more minutes to see if the for the driver thing to change over. See Marcel Brettschneider in the Euro Racing Team McLaren. 148.
Nothing too interesting so far, Nielsen. Nothing too interesting. It's mostly been everyone settling into their pace and slowly trying to hold on to what they have as they go into the last 3 hours, which means the people that are now going into the pits, if they haven't double stinted yet, they're going to suffer. Suffer, I tell you, suffer.
Yeah, it's only 40 degrees.
Also, it used to be 41 degrees. It has dropped by a single degree. We're now going into the opposite of the tail end. Temperature going to start dropping again.
I mean, the wind has picked up as well to 1 kilometre an hour.
Uh-oh.
From nothing.
Uh-oh.
I mean, it's
Rain?
fairly inconsequential. No, it's fairly inconsequential, I'd say.
Well, 1 kilometre can become 10 kilometres quite quickly on the random setting of 7.
Yeah. So RWB Hayden is still showing us in the pits. Madley back in the 444 Lexus. And it's still...
Godzilla has come back out.
Oh, who's damaged the Bentley? Bentley's
Are
got
you telling me
front-end
Godzilla
damage.
damaged the Bentley?
No, I'm not saying Godzilla damaged the Bentley.
He might have, though.
In the time... coming out the pits?
Yeah.
No, I think it was already like that slightly.
It could be.
So,
I'm just real quickly asking Charger who damaged their Bentley.
we still have... looking at RWB Godzilla in the Golf Bentley. We have got a Ferrari up in front, which is trying to make use of the big old hole being punched in the air by
The Boatley.
the Bentley, and he gets past on the way into the chase. Meanwhile, we've got yellow flags somewhere. We've got the NSX having a little look as well. Villy in the Honda. Godzilla gets out of the way, lifts off, lets him through. The 97 BMW going past with Nate Newcomer behind the wheel. Now this train of cars heading up Mountain Straight.
Just having a quick look for any possible battles out there. And there is one brewing.
Oh. Xerax. It's here in the Racing Sim Tools Esports Black number 88 Ferrari. Lapping very quickly at the moment. 2:03s.
3 seconds quicker than the car in front, which is Verway.
Yeah.
Actually, no, I'm sorry. Apparently, he managed to pass Mossy, which my overview did not do yet. So that means that he's got him past Mossy so far.
Yeah, Marcy is not showing anywhere near the back of the Ferrari.
Not anymore, at least.
Yeah.
Let's go join our race leader real quickly, Will, and on board. It's always enjoyable.
Yeah, absolutely. With
And as I say that, they go into the pits.
yeah, Mark Elgard coming into the pits in the MRT Porsche. And speaking of which, there's Mr. Massey there in the pits as well, for good measure.
Are they going to nail that pit stop? It looks like they will.
Yep, into the pits. Time for full service.
So, what do you think? Solheim going to come out again, or is it going to remain Elgard?
I don't know, to be honest.
Bulls are currently still very far behind.
Yeah, Christoph Holzer, they've been impacted by traffic there on that last lap. It's 2:12, I think it said. So that's going to be yeah, I don't think he's going to be able to unlap himself.
No.
I think
But
it's
then
still,
again, he's not really gonna have to unlap himself. He's still technically fighting for position here. Still within the same lap. It's just, you know, Elgard is past that pit straight finish line. Which means, you know...
yeah. He's gets a good exit out the final corner. We'll have a look. Last lap was much more representative, 2:05. So yeah, that was traffic, I think there. Meanwhile, he's currently shown as being about 84 seconds behind. It's obviously going to be a lot closer because he was coming across the timing beam at a much higher speed. So it is indeed Valerie Solheim behind the wheel of the Porsche. Now looking at the Ferrari of Truls Solberg. At 2:09 last time by.
Oh man, some of these, like, the amount of times that they nearly hit that wall just makes me uncomfortable. It
Just
truly
a proper
does.
racing line.
I know, but it makes me uncomfortable.
Oh yeah, well, to be fast on a circuit like that, you've got to be as close to the wall as you dare. And for a lot of these drivers, it really is paying off in a big way. We have 3 hours and 10 minutes still to go. Coming down Comrade Straight now.
Won't lie when I say it's a little frustrating that we don't actually have any close battles right now. Most people are about 10 to 20 seconds.
Yeah, but after coming up to 9 hours of racing, that's still pretty close.
That's true. That's absolutely definitely true. But it does mean right now that there's not much for us to show you. And as far as we can tell, the data's not going to give away yet who hasn't double stinted yet for at least a good little bit longer. That's going to become really clear about 20-30 minutes from now, as their paces are going to start dropping off massively. Now, how is the wind doing currently?
Yeah, it's still 1 kilometer an hour.
I won't lie when I say I wish that would be a little bit more.
If anything, it's still looking pretty good, the weather, so... Yes, looks as if there's going to be little clouds for the next half an hour or so that's going to be a...
Can we do a rain dance? I would love a rain dance.
Oh, no.
Wouldn't you like a rain dance?
Well, I mean... I could, but... For sitting down, as things stand, the gap between Varga and Schaefer has actually got bigger, so,
Yeah.
Yeah. Not going brilliantly for Peter Varga at the moment. We've got Nate Newcomer in the pits. We're looking at Simon Stamelier in the Aston Martin. 21st place at the moment.
Godzilla kind of driving in a class of his own.
Yeah, he's just got to keep focused, not worry about...
Same with Matley for that matter, by the way.
Yeah, he's just got to stay focused, not make any mistakes, keep the car pointing in the right direction, and yeah, all will be fine at the end of the day.
Here's the pit stop, though, that I'm interested in. The pit stop with Wilk and Stephenson.
Yeah, Wilkes closed the gap a bit in the Huracan, so I'd imagine he'd be a bit more of an... He'd be able to get past Stevenson for 15th, because even with the time penalty, he's still going to have about 7.5 seconds or so on Stevenson. So I think he's in with a good shout here.
Yeah, I definitely do think that there's the opportunity still for them to, take that, especially with the 15-second penalty. But what I've been looking at is the fact that even with that 15-second penalty, Stephenson or whoever takes charge of that car is going to have a really decent shot at taking that position back really quickly, as long as the pit stop goes right, as long as they don't make a mistake there.
Yeah, and Vil's just closing the gap. Still, further still, so I think Stevenson might be in a bit of traffic there. So, Stephenson, sorry, in traffic. I mean, up to 9 o'clock in the UK, coming up to 10 o'clock in Central European time. currently showing us 2:57 a.m. Sorry, p.m. rather. Bathurst in Australia. And we've still got 3 hours to go here, the equivalent of a GT World Challenge Europe endurance race around somewhere like Monza or Paul Ricard.
So, something else also needs to be said for those of you joining us very late into this race. Today's our second charity race from Racers Without Borders, and we have an awesome cause which we're trying to raise some money for, which is Spinal Track, which is a charity that's essentially dedicated to giving free track days and rally experiences to disabled drivers. And they do so by adapting an actual race car to be completely driven with hand controls, and they're developed by actual racers who understand not only the needs and wants of the car, but the needs and wants of the disabled car enthusiasts. It's absolutely beautiful. Now we're aiming to try and raise £3,000, and we only have 3 hours left. So I would highly appreciate it if you had a few pounds left in your pocket that you could still burn, that you would just donate them to the cause, because it's going to help these people actually experience their dream, actually experience their passion in real life. Something that many of us ourselves will not be able to do, but for them it seems so impossible to actually drive a car around the track. And you're going to help some of them get that exact experience for free. So if you have a few pounds, please donate it. I promise you that it's worth it.
Totally
Thank you, advance.
worth it. Yep. As Stevenson comes into the pits, Stephenson, sorry, is coming to the pits to serve his penalty, and Vilk was closing the gap, hand over fists there, and has got back up into 15th place. So Damien now has to really keep his foot in, set some quick laps on low fuel, and then make his...
Welcome back, Elgarth.
Thank you.
How was your stint? Sounds like pain. Were the back markers giving you trouble?
No. The back markers were actually fine. I was double stinting the tires, and it was
Pain?
interesting.
Yeah. That explains the pace drop off.
Yeah, it was actually very good at the start, but as I told you earlier, the balance changes on the car.
Yeah.
So when you go for a second stint with the worn tires, everything's good. But as soon as you reach around 60 liters of left, it starts to, like, you can't go off throttle, otherwise it will just spin around.
So, that being said, how do you feel about the current position your team is in?
Well, we were leading, so that's pretty good.
Yeah, but do you feel secure in that position, or do you have a fear that you might be getting caught soon?
No, we're very comfortable, and Val is just putting in good times now, and he got new fresh tires, and we don't need to really double stint anymore, so everything's good.
You heard it here first, though. That Porsche be going very quickly.
So is that why I was catching you then, Elgard, at the end?
Yeah, you were catching me because of very worn tires, but now we're down to like low 203s, 202s again.
Nice.
By the way, Nate, congratulations on that perfect fucking stint. You guys are up in 24th. That's really good from where you came.
Yeah, it wasn't so perfect. You missed my early spin, and I flat spotted the snot out of the tires.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I came out of the pits and got up on top of the hill and just looped the thing around. But yeah, we've recovered nicely since the start of the race.
I mean, it's absolutely beautiful. Because even though, like, for most people, they're not going to blink at the 24th, what you guys achieved today is actually massive.
Yeah, we just kept our heads down and just kept going. I think we were 10 minutes late to get to the starting line, so yeah.
4 laps behind, yep. And while you're still 3 laps behind a player like Godzilla, for example, or 5 laps behind 19s, you still found yourself right now on the same lap as the driver that's driving for 23rd position, which is absolutely mental.
Yeah, before my last stop, we were up in the 21st spot. And so, yeah, I mean, the cars got good pace, and we were around some of the faster guys. And, you know, like I said, we were catching Algar. Now, I didn't have double stinted tires, but the cars got pretty good pace in it.
Very much noticed. Have you heard the good news yet?
I have not.
Well, this might be the last time that people see the M6.
Oh, yeah, I heard you guys talking about that earlier. I'll still be in the Jag, though. I should have picked that car for this track.
I agree, you should have.
I don't know if I would have
Absolutely
been able to convince my teammates to spend 12 hours just hanging on to that beast.
Actually, it's not that bad. I would love to do it with you.
Yeah, well, the next Bathurst, you're on.
All right.
Oh.
That's a deal. By the way, I love you guys, Nate. Overtaking you guys, it's a charm.
Thanks.
No, like, you guys have understood that the Porsche just needs to be pulled down the straight, and then you can slow down in the chase. Everyone
That's what I
else is
figured.
slowing down halfway through the straight, and I don't understand why, because they're slowing both of us down.
Well, they're probably just figuring they just want to get out of your way. I know the Porsche's slow in a straight line, and I was just trying to help you guys out.
Yeah.
Not that you need it.
No, but you guys don't lose as much time either by doing
Right,
it.
exactly.
This is the interesting pit stop. This is where we're going to see whether or not they're going to stay ahead of that Honda. I think it was a Honda, right, that they were fighting with earlier?
All right, guys, great comms. I'm going to jump out of here and step away for a minute.
All right. It does seem like they're going to be able to hold on to that position. And I was wrong for the matter. It was the Bentley. Yep, that Bentley is nowhere near close right now. Try it to be, but it isn't. So, how have the temperatures been for you guys in the Porsche? Because I know you said you had the brake dust on tree. Has it been overheating the brakes a lot?
No, the brakes have been fine. The tires were a little hot. Val has the possibility to look at the brake, the tire temperatures when going around. They start to creep around 100, but it's doable. As soon as you get into the straight, they let themselves cool down. So there's no issues. It's only when it gets like light in the front and low fuel, it starts to be quite a pain.
Holy shit. Sorry. Wow. RWB Goss coming in with the £150 donation all the way at the end. 3 hours to go,
Oh
he
my
says.
God.
1,966 pounds is what we've gathered of our 3,000 pound goal. That means we're just 1,040 pounds off right now. 65% of the way. Come on, people. We can do this. We can reach that 3,000 pound goal. And as I just noticed, we actually have the founder of Spinal Track inside of our chat. You guys are doing awesome work. I just want to say that. You guys have an absolutely phenomenal charity, and I absolutely love the idea behind it. It is fantastic that you guys are doing that. Thank you so much for doing that service. Meanwhile, let's see who's having a battle around the track right now.
And I am back.
Well, Rob, what you just missed is a £150 donation from Koss and the actual founder of Spinal Track being inside of our chat.
Wow. Wow. Oh, wow. Thank you so much. Because it is really genuinely much appreciated from all of us involved. It's an incredibly generous donation. Yeah. I'm pretty much
So-
speechless.
Do you know what that actually means?
Uh,
It means
if I've done my maths correctly, and well, put this way, there is a reason why I did journalism at university and not mathematics or physics. We are 2/3 ish of the way towards the £3,000 target.
lost. Then who was it? If it wasn't you. Yeah, it does exactly mean that. And
Oh.
it means that we're almost there. Anyone that still has a pound left in their pocket that they don't know what to do to do with, come on. Next month you get another paycheck. Put it in today. Put it into this awesome charity.
So I'm just getting my my laptop up quickly because I can't see the YouTube chat because my phone is on about.
Dead?
It's not far off. It's getting there. It's definitely getting there. Having been on pretty much all day, and I think I've just seen that the number 5 Aston Martin APAL 53 is currently looking at having to serve in the next few laps or so a drive-through penalty. Not 100% sure what the drive-through penalty's for.
It set track limits, which is impressive.
Right, okay.
I agree. That's really impressive, actually. I don't know how you would do that on this track. I really don't, actually.
No, I don't either.
Because about every cut you can take here actually slows you down.
And I saw he got it right as he exited the mountain, so out towards the straight.
That's impressive. Yeah, he's in the pits now serving that. I mean, he's still going to be in... APAL 53 is still going to be in 26th place. I mean, there's about 4 laps between him and...
Oh!
Brett Schneider is... Oh, there's a slow Ferrari. I think that might be
Slow
the
Ferrari
RX car.
and an Aston Martin.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure which Aston Martin that was. The Ferrari looked as if it might well have been Edwards in the Racing Sim Tools Black car number 88. And I've just noticed that Mackie in the 84 Porsche has just been given a stop and go 30. Unless he shortcutted the S's and didn't slow down. This is about the only place you can get done for track limits at Bathurst is by basically shortcutting an entire corner. Just having a look here at Forest Elbow, and no, it's basically the exit of Forest Elbow is just wall and then grass. I'm pretty sure. On the plus side, at least, unlike most current Formula One circuits, you don't have to worry about having too many arguments over track limits because the track limits are either green and natural or made of concrete and something you don't particularly want to hit.
Back going off there.
Yeah, Asbac going off there in the 9th place, Porsche car number 669. So, the track limits kind of police themselves here, so...
Yes, very much so.
Yeah, it's quite impressive, actually, how one manages to get a drive-through penalty.
We just have to say it. Jordan is probably going to, yell yes at the fact that Mackie now has to go in.
Yes, he's actually currently serving his penalty as we speak, Mackie. Edwards has just pitted the Ferrari, so that says to me maybe he'd been hit by someone.
Mm-hmm.
And Asbac has brought the Porsche into the pits. Edwards being in the number 88 Ferrari. I've just realised we've still got less than 3 hours left. So, yeah, it's going to be going quite. That's going to be quite a. It could be a short stop. It could be quite a long pit stop, depending just how hard that Ferrari was actually hit by another car. So,
Seeing how long Edwards is in that pit, no doubt about, like, on my mind, that he was the one that was spun around there.
I mean, it was his car. It was a Ferrari, and it was black. So, given that that's the only black Ferrari in the field, that unless it was maybe, oh no, to be fair, Marput's Ferrari car number 78. That's also, I'm not 100% sure. I'm still think it was Edwards who ended up getting spun at the exit of the cutting there. So, currently looking at, and Aspak is out of the pits now. Man Jordan coming through into Murray corner. Past Super Cheap Auto signage. Back in the day when Super Cheap Auto was the race sponsor for the Bathurst 1000. I can still remember when it was it being called the Tuies 1000. The James
Did you hear
Hardy
that?
was.
You just have to love how that one Aston Martin V12 from Smith sounds like it's an actual Formula One car because of the V12 engine.
Yeah, the V12 engine has not been seen in Formula One since the end of 1995, when Ferrari last ran it at the Australian Grand Prix, back when that was the final race of the season. At the time, it was also the largest official recorded crowd in F1 history. It was 210,000, if I remember correctly. So it was a big old crowd they had back in Adelaide for the final Grand Prix there. And in other news,
We have our chief back.
The chief has returned, presumably with a can of Rush Energy.
Oh, of course, as always, the
Oh,
premium
absolutely.
drink for any evening.
Oh, absolutely. Does it go well with vodka?
It goes well with anything. It's the perfect beverage.
Oh,
Put
absolutely.
whatever you want into it.
And we also what caused that stop and go penalty.
It was speeding in the pit lane. Our driver is insistent he didn't, but the game thinks he did. So, unfortunately, I was off going to grab a beverage, the Rush Energy
Okay.
beverage.
Well, we
so I
know
came
how
back to find
ACC
him.
works,
Yeah, exactly. So,
and ACC is very rarely wrong when it comes to the pit speed limiter.
what would be nice is if the stewards could give everyone above us a stop go 30 just to,
Even it out again.
yeah, just so it evens out, so we didn't lose any time.
What, and
Nice.
then get back in
I
front
will.
of Debug's car.
Yeah, exactly.
I will negotiate that with the stewards for you if you guys cough up another £1,000 for the charity.
I'm afraid that's above my savings right now.
Well, don't worry. You can split it through. How many are there of you? 3, 4?
2.
At 2.
Oh, you can split it between the two of you. It's just £500 each. The low price of £500 is complete steal.
To be fair,
keep
he
in
did,
mind,
he
if
did
you manage,
brag about having a pay rise, so he should be the one paying it,
I mean, no matter how you look at it, like if you win, you get this really great price. It's a full RSD license, absolutely worth paying that money for. No, actually,
There's no
it actually
sarcasm
is absolutely
whatsoever,
worth
guys. It is worth it.
Yeah.
No, it's legitimately a great piece of software, and what you get for the package is absolutely fantastic. It's just it's priced a lot lower than £500, which is why I am making that sarcastic joke, just so you guys are aware. But it's absolutely worth the money that they ask for it. It is phenomenal software.
I mean, I used to use Motec for damper histograms and looking out for differential, and Motec's just so clunky. But RST is phenomenal, and they actually give you hints. Because they have they base your lap off of one of their professional drivers, who's absolutely rapid when you look at his times, and it tells you where you're going wrong and what you can do to improve, without having to go off and get a driver coach, which RWB does offer for free. They do have driver coaches here, but
Oh, yeah.
sometimes you just want to chill in the evening and not have to worry about what anyone else is doing, or you don't like getting judged by someone else. So why get judged by a person when you can get judged by a computer?
Good
Yeah,
call,
and
Split Racing! 50 pounds from Alfie.
Oh.
We have just breached the 2,000 pound mark. Let's go! 2,026 pounds. Come on, we have 2 hours and 45 minutes left. We are just looking for the last 976 pounds to reach our goal. Come on, guys. Any change left in your pockets, give it. There is no reason not to anymore at this point. We have provided you with great racing. We have poured our heart and soul into this commentary. The interviews have been phenomenal. The drivers are absolutely insane. You're seeing some of the best driving you've seen in years here. You know I'm right. Leave a little pound here for all of the free service you're getting from RWB. And we're not even going to use it on ourselves. We're going to give it to people that absolutely need it. That absolutely need it so that they can experience their dream for free.
And it's only £1.
It's only £1.
Or more. You know,
And you
if
can-
get
and you
Minimum 5, as far as I saw.
and it's tax deductible.
It is. Actually is.
I mean,
What are you waiting for?
I mean, you can actually, you can actually also just do it on your phone as well without having to go and try and find a bank card or anything in your wallet. You can literally just get your phone and use, like, I don't know, Google Pay, Apple Pay, Android Pay, whatever, and just use that.
PayPal. You can give
Or
money
PayPal.
to Elon Musk. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. I actually managed to miss it. Malcolm managed to also put one in for £10, and I missed it because Audi's came in around exactly the same time. Thank you very much, Cos, because I did indeed miss that. Thank you so much, Malcolm. Go Kart 36, he says, whoop whoop, £10. Thank you so much.
Kart 36 is quite a lot higher than what we're looking at, I think.
Yeah, Kart 36 is
The lead
Solheim.
car. Yeah, Solheim in the lead. Porsche. Yeah, I think when Toyota first joined F1, they originally wanted to build a 3-litre V12, but then they decided to use a V10 for whatever reason, whether it's because they decided it would be lighter or because, probably more along the lines of FIA says no.
Probably more along the lines of more reliable.
And packaging.
Yeah, and packaging as well. And that's why from about 98, 99 onwards, everyone was using V10s, even Minardi were. But actually, I know we were talking earlier about putting V8s into road cars. I've got quite a funny story about this. So my nan's cousin, this makes him my third or fourth cousin,
This already makes it a good story.
Yeah, used to work for Tyrrell. This is going back to kind of like the late 70s, early 1980s when he started out and eventually worked his way up to become chief mechanic for a couple of seasons. From, I think, 95 to 97, he was the F1 team's chief mechanic. And him and some friends had an Escort RS lying around, and him and some friends decided to went up to the team and said, that old DFV in the corner, how much for it? So they brought a Ford Cosworth DFV Formula 1 engine and then decided to see about putting Formula 1 Ford engine into old Ford Escort RS. And the car behaviour on the road was I can probably best describe as interesting, bordering on undrivable, because I think it was built to go hill climbing originally, but this being kind of the late 70s, early 80s, no one had thought about putting actual aerodynamics really onto kind of like road cars and that, and as a result of a certain speed, I think enough time has passed for me to say well, you can probably guess what kind of speed this was. The front of the Ford was actually starting to lift up, and it was basically starting to pull wheelies above a certain speed. because there was nothing actually pushing the front of the car into the road.
Wasn't it Enzo Ferrari who said aerodynamics are for people who can't build good engines?
Yes, unfortunately, Ferrari's cars were built to cut through the air as cleanly as possible, whereas the Ford Escort was built to carry a family of 4. And a family of 2 adults, 2.2 children, and the family Labrador. Not to have a Formula 1 engine stuck into the front of it, because just to make an interesting kind of after-hours work project.
I'm gonna. Oh, he hitting the walls quite hard there. That's not what you want this late.
Bentley has had a pretty decent hit into the wall there, and
seems to be a little bit more unstable. As that is happening, we actually have quite a funny situation happening around our donations. So you know how Cost donated that £150?
yeah.
Apparently wasn't him. Somebody stole his name and donated £150 in his name. So it's a complete mystery who got the £150.
I wonder who that could be. And Cos, actually, speaking of which, Cos has just quite rightly pointed out in the chat the Renault Espace F1, which is that old Renault Espace that had the 3.5 litre, 700 plus horsepower V10 put where the children normally go.
Oh my god!
Do you just remember the Golf, the VW that they did, where it was a Golf with a W12 inside it?
Oh, the Golf that also had no air conditioning either.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they literally, I think they built it literally for their. So every summer in Bathurst in Austria, they have a huge VW festival, and it's just loads of people travel to this small town from pretty much every corner of Europe. Do a massive road trip to this place in this random place in Austria, and they have a.
It's worth a see, isn't it?
Yeah, Bathurst in Austria, and it's absolutely hilarious. So there's this petrol station in Bathurst, and it's got to the point where they've actually got during the car meet every summer, they actually have a webcam running in the petrol station so people can see just what's being brought in there. So yeah, it is pretty cool. You usually get some pretty good Audis turn up as well, and yeah, it's just a pretty cool deal actually. So yeah, I'd quite like to go there at some point. Oh, I'm trying to think what else in terms of weird engine swaps. I think there was a Chevrolet Matiz once that had a V8 stuck in the back of it.
Just why?
Well, there's going to be a gearhead somewhere, and he's going to answer because I can.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
And then all you can do is you can argue like, but why? And then he's just going to say because I can. And the only answer you'll ever get out of that man's mouth is because I can.
Yeah, and it was like Toyota when they built the I Go Crazy concept and put a 200 horsepower, I think, MR2 engine into the back of an iGo. And in 2008, Autocar magazine were due to do a test drive on that car. And the day before, Toyota decided to give it to Timo Glock, one of their crack F1 drivers at the time. And Glock actually binned it and damaged the car the day before Autocar magazine were due to test drive it. So there's a frantic late night rush to actually basically repair the car. So a journalist from the UK could take it for a spin the day after.
Did they succeed?
Yes, they did. And Cos has also added one guy got caught back in the 70s breaking the speed limit on the M1 in a Rolls Royce with a Spitfire plane engine up front.
How does that fit?
I mean, 70s Rolls Royces aren't exactly small.
Yeah, but still, have you seen one of those engines? Those Merlin engines were massive. Where would you even put the fuel tank to run that thing for like 5 seconds?
The boot.
It's not big enough.
Take the back seats out.
Like, those
And then-
Merlin
yeah.
engines are legitimately 2 times the size of most people.
I mean, that M1 story just reminded me. There's a privateer sports car racer called Alan de Cadenet, and he built and designed his own cars to race at Le Mans. And of course, there's nowhere in the UK where you can test the aerodynamics and straight line speed of your car, right?
Yeah.
Well, what he did, park one truck up at one junction on the M4 motorway, park another truck up at the next junction along just in case there happened to be police on the motorway, so they could quickly throw the car in the back of the truck and drive off, and basically use a section of Her Majesty's highway to do some to basically simulate running down the Mulsanne. I kid you not, it actually happened. It's nothing short of. I mean, then again, 70s was a completely
Oh!
different era. Ooh, Vilk.
Wilk.
There's a big Damien Vilk with a huge moment there at turn 2.
How did he keep it out of the wall there? I really don't know.
Because he's a very good driver.
He meant that.
Well,
Yeah,
Wilk is
it was
currently under a
intentional.
lot of pressure from Jordan.
Vilk is a very good driver as well. He's regular on the in RWB's races on Saturday and Tuesday. In fact, he actually organises the Constructors' Championship as well.
That's
And
true.
he's got and Jordan right up the
Oh,
gearbox.
I think I know what's going on here. I think Wilk is doing a double stint on those tires, because that sliding seems very akin to having worn out tires.
To what's having worn out tyres on a track that's 40 degrees. Okay, we'll have a look coming out of here. And then again, Jordan did have to make a bit of a correction there, actually, coming out of Forest Elbow. You can
Yeah, but
see-
it's an Aston Martin Vantage. I mean, it's very logical that it needs to do that.
yeah.
It's what the
got,
car is designed for.
Another. I think they got Zenethals in just being let through there. Yeah, that was indeed Zenethals being.
Hold on. Do you see
Just
that
being-
little hole on the right bumper of Zenethals? Is that
Yeah.
actually just a painted-on bullet hole, or is that actually present on the normal Aston Martin Vantage G33, and I just never noticed?
I don't know. I think it is painted on.
Let's
as a
double
graphic
check, 'cause
for a
that
lot.
actually has me. Okay, yeah, they painted it on an actual hole, which is making it look like a proper bullet hole. That's actually pretty cool.
I think so, yeah. And also, it is the. I think that might also be one of the Altbier transport wagons as well.
Jordan and Will going side by side into the corner.
And the 3 is an actual beer transport wagon. And
Will
gets it
loses
done
out
around
just
the
a little bit.
outside of turn 2. Manages to hold on and make it stick. Car sponsored by a popular brand of alt beer in the Dusseldorf region of area of Germany. Divos. Can't remember what alt beer I had when I was in Dusseldorf. It was quite nice. So keen to a good, fairly malty ale.
Oh, the distance Wilk has lost on Jordan is phenomenal.
Yes, that says to me the tyres are a
Shot.
bit broken. Yeah, the tyres aren't exactly in good shape at all there.
I wonder if there's any tire left. Maybe he's just driving on his rims.
Might be. He might well be.
Not much he can do there in that case.
No, he's probably got very little in the way of steering response, very little in the way of traction, and very little in the way of actually being able to slow down for corners and being able to properly accelerate out of them. So, Yes.
What was the race distance record again?
The
real life?
race distance record, I can have a quick look. I'll have a quick look. It was on the 2nd of February. It was 314 laps, or 1,950.882 kilometers. How many laps has Solheim done?
72.
Yeah, I think they should be able to actually beat the real life distance record.
I think so too. At least I hope for it. That would be cool.
Oh, the chief has disappeared.
Probably having to manage a small problem.
Yes, small problem involving. Oh, Mackie is still behind Madley there in the 444 Lexus. Madley's only 9 seconds off the back of Vilk, who's dropped a massive amount of time because of his tyres. He's already 4.4 seconds behind, so Madley,
And this is
we
why
imagine, should be able to close that gap rather quickly. And this is where you do your double stints earlier on. Track is cooling down though, down to 39 degrees at the moment.
But it's not going to cool down enough in those 2 hours.
No,
Mark my word.
it probably won't, but it's still cooling down to the point that it's going to make absolutely no difference whatsoever.
Nope, it will make zero difference. Mac is
Just,
trying to...
Just a heads up, there will be a battle for second in a few laps.
Oh, thanks for that.
That is a fantastic call out. The RWB commentary team apparently donated £50. Who donated this in our name? Thank you so much for whoever did that. Thank you so much for those £50. That puts us yet again closer to achieving the goal. That's going to put us at £2,076, 69% of the way there. Come on, people. Anyone who still has any change in their pocket for Spinal Track, please donate it now.
Yeah.
It is absolutely worth it. Let's make this a smashing night. Let's make it so that we actually reach that goal. It is so close we can taste it now.
Just having a little look at the gaps between Vilk and Madley. Vilk had gone back to 6.7 behind Jordan, and Madley was about 6.9 seconds behind now. Vilk has dropped further back, and Madley is getting closer, so that could be one to keep an eye on in the next few laps. Penalties, it's worth noting that Edwards in 6th place in the 88 Ferrari has 15 seconds.
Probably for that spin.
Yep, Solberg has 15 seconds in the 101, and Gomez has 5 seconds in the 12. And penalty is the sort of thing most English people still get very, very nervous about, especially if they were watching a football match sometime around July.
Does a penalty make you nervous?
Mate, I physically couldn't watch the penalty shootout in the Euro 2020 final. So, to think that all my mates from uni were all like, okay, nothing's going to top getting the first goal to go ahead in the World Cup semi-final, and then Luke Shaw picked the best possible moment to score his first ever goal for England. Of course, being a defender, no one was actually marking him. And then they suddenly realised, oh, this guy can actually go at other ends of the pitch and do incredibly well. And yeah. And then it all went downhill from there.
So, if the current speed is going to be kept up by Taverin, that means that within about 3 laps, he's going to be within striking distance of Maid in the 18 Bentley. And you know what that tells me?
They're saving Reese for the final stint.
Either that, or they did not double stint yet. They're
I think they have
driving
done
2.5. That's around the exact same time that Elgard and Solheim were doing when they were double stinting their tires for the first time around.
Yeah, Tavaren's a quick driver as well, so no doubt he is going to be wringing the neck of that big Bentley Continental.
You know, that's going to be a real morale killer.
Slight change to that, we were actually doing 204.3s on double stinted.
Right, you were.
And
Yep.
that's still quicker than anything I've ever done on completely fresh rubber on hot lap mode.
Sorry.
just for some perspective, I mean...
Learn to live with it, Rob. It's the same issue with me. I just stare at them and I go, yeah, you're cheating. Goodbye. And then I just go on with my life.
Yeah, so it's win race 27 in the YouTube chat. Go, go, go. Man, exclamation mark at Mavericks at P2.
Ooh, Tavarin putting in a
203.771.
And yeah, James Mate in the car 18 has just put in a 205.5. That is a serious amount of time that they're gaining right now, and that gap is by nowhere near far enough to actually be able to permit that type of catching.
Speaking of which, Vilk is now 1.5 seconds behind Madley in the 444 Lexus. Well, that was very, very inevitable. We have a quick look at Vilk now. You can see he's got Bentley behind him, and well, Madley's already out of shot by the time we actually see Vilk's Lamborghini. He's gapped him massively already, so I do think the tyres on that Lamborghini
are shot.
Yeah, they've had it.
You know, I just realized something because of that comment that Elgard just made in our chat. MRT is RWB's Mercedes. They're unbeatable.
I'm guessing this is the Formula One Mercedes and not the Formula E Mercedes. Okay, right. Glad we cleared that up. I was going to say because they can't really be a Formula E team because they're far too consistent.
Yeah, like this actually. Oh, Wilk! No!
Vilk has had
Ooh, that is the worst place to have a crash. He's really lucky not to hit that other wall.
Yeah, I was going to say, Garth Tander lost it at McPhillamy Park last year and ended up we totaled the Valvoline Audi R8 he was driving. So yeah, I'd go so far as to say that Vilk's tyres are, well, if they weren't shot already, they are now, and if they are shot, then
now they're flat spotted to hell and back.
Those tyres aren't exactly round anymore, I think it's fair to say.
I mean, looking back at that incident, he just went in a little bit too much towards the left, like steered in too early, hit that inside wall, and essentially just got flipped back like a Beyblade from one side to the track to the other. And it goes to show that you go through that corner at 240 kilometers an hour. Yeah, if you hit that inside wall, it's going to launch you with essentially the passion of God. At that point, you're literally just a Gauss cannon. Oh, Hutchinson losing it behind him as well.
Yeah. I think we now know who's running the old tyres. Meanwhile,
and who isn't?
I wonder what the gap actually is at the moment between Tavarin and Mays. He's really closing the gap now. It's still 5.4 seconds. I wonder if there is traffic involved.
I just saw a car go off.
You don't know if that was someone just taking the escape road there, or
I think it was Mutton.
Yeah.
Ooh, Tavarin really pushing there. Ooh, with the car still on his inside.
He's got no choice. He has to absolutely
push everything he has
as hard as possible and just try and Mabes cross the timing split. Varn, yeah, he's lost a few attempts there because of the NSX. There's traffic. I mean, looking back at last year's Bathurst 12 hours, we had 5 cars withdrawn before the race had even started due to irreparable chassis damage.
Everyone that is still currently watching, please consider donating towards this awesome cause. Spinal Track will definitely appreciate it. We will definitely appreciate it. Come on, we're 1,000 pounds off. There's still 2 hours and 20 minutes to go. If you have anything still left in your pockets, any change, anything you don't know what to do with, please consider donating. It is for an absolutely awesome charity. Spinal Track modifies cars, racing cars, so that people that have a disability can actually drive them with their hands. The hand controls are engineered and designed by actual racing drivers who not only understand what the car needs, they also understand what the people with their disabilities need to actually experience them. They give it away for free to these people so that they can live their gearhead dreams that they thought they might never can. Please, for the love of God, consider donating. We're so close to our 3,000 pound goal that it actually physically hurts for me to see it stand on 69%. Please consider donating. Thank you so much.
It's stuck there because that's Charger's number.
Yeah,
I was just about to say the same thing. Yeah, 69's a good number. It's the year I was born.
All right, just because of that, somebody needs to prove Charger wrong. Somebody tossing a pound or two.
Yeah, make me a bit younger. 75% would be good. I was born in 75. It takes a few years off me.
I mean, well, Roland Ratzenberger, when he started out racing, actually altered the age on his race license to take a couple of years off. Because he thought people would just see him and think, oh no, you're a bit old to be racing in this, aren't you? So, yeah, the fantastically quick Austrian, he sadly was killed in qualifying for the San Marino Grand Prix 1994. Arguably the darkest weekend in Formula One history.
Well, you say that, but Jim Clark.
That wasn't even Formula One, that was Formula 2.
Well, yeah, but he was obviously also Formula 1, Formula 3, and so many other different car drivers, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but that weekend you had... There was Barrichello's accident in practice. There was obviously Ratzenberger. There was the pile-up on the grid at the start, which I think JJ Leto was one of the drivers involved. I think there was a Minardi involved, from what I've read from memory. And then, of course, Ayrton Senna's accident as well.
Yep. God, there's been so many good ones.
Yeah.
All ended up in that exact same way, doing what they love, but still. Varn is just reeling it in. Ooh, I'm noticing that overcorrecting here and there, just making certain he catches the car just before it slides. See, right there as well. There's micro corrections that the Varn is having to make to actually keep that car on track and all the way with speed. They're close now. They're very, very close right now. 3 to 4 seconds. Gomez is still in between, but you can see that car number 18 right there on the straight.
Yeah.
Next car over.
Hey, Mart, so you're going for world domination, eh? Elgard?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I've said it. They're essentially
No.
the Formula 1 Mercedes of RWB now.
Nah, McLaren 1988.
No.
The year McLaren won all but one race.
Actually, yeah, that might actually even be a more... I mean, we go into these endurance races and we pretty much know that there's going to be an MRT car, you know, in the first place.
I've just gotten the hang of some good drivers.
Time to poach them.
No. Don't do that.
Time to poach them.
I don't think I'll be driving an MRT car anytime soon.
Actually,
Probably.
it's not hard to be in MRT.
Oh.
The most important in MRT is technically how you behave. So if you have a healthy take on racing, then if you just have fun with us, you will improve automatically.
I mean, to be fair, having me in the car would actually be, for some teams, actually a form of BOP, balance of performance.
Same here with me.
Instead of having 35 kilos of ballast in the car, have Rob Lowe 97 in the car for a couple of stints during the course of the race. I can already.
Gomez losing it there.
Gomez has had a big
That
off.
could have been race ending for Tavarin.
Could have been race ending. He saw that. He probably saw a mile off that Gomez was looking a bit on edge in that Ferrari, and Gomez has only gone and actually stuffed it in the wall, which is where most of the GT Hub server has actually been at some stage during this race. I think Chargers has departed us.
Maybe Charger's finally going to get in that car of his.
Yes, maybe he might be doing it. Maybe he might actually be doing the final stint.
I mean, it's a good choice. He is literally a moving roadblock.
Yeah, they've got plenty between them and. Here
it comes, though.
There's
the
quite
battle
a big,
for seconds.
Yeah, there's a good few laps between Godzilla and in the 69 and Mason in the 13. So maybe having Charger in the car at the end might be a good thing for the 69 team. Coming, see now, Tavarin is catching Made in the 18. Not a lot in it. Tavarin is using every last bit of usable track there is at Bathurst.
Rigel tells us Charger is doing the last stints. Very good.
Yes.
Very good. And right before that, as I now have my eye wander over to my Discord, we can see that Charger is mentally preparing with the one, the only speed demon, Jake Moore, making certain that he's getting that last bit of driver's training him, making certain he's going to find those extra few tenths as he goes into it, and he's going to miraculously go all the way up to first position.
He's just reminding Charger where the throttle pedal is.
Yeah. Making certain he doesn't switch up the left and the right pedal.
If Charger listens back to this, neither Red Sky or I said that. That was Nate.
There's no proof of that.
I mean, there's never proof of anything on the internet, surely.
Meanwhile, Tavarin is literally having a sniff of that rear bumper of Mate right there. Bugger off, Charger says. I don't know what you're talking about, Charger. I said nothing.
We said it was Nate who said it.
Yeah, we didn't say no nothing, no?
Nah.
All right, Tavarin now having a looky at Made's bumper.
Yep.
It might actually already be happening here on the mountain straight.
Well, we already saw. There you go. There's Nate's BMW just going past us there as well. As we see, more importantly, Tavarin right on the gearbox. He pulls out.
Trying to get that inside line.
Tries to sell him the dummy.
What a defense!
Tries to sell Mate the dummy on the mountain straight. Charger saying he heard it, so.
Heard what? I said nothing.
Yeah, I know.
Right, so as Mate is now feeling that pressure for that second position, no doubt wanting to be the one that has to give it off, he is going to do everything in his power to hold Tavarin behind them. But the problem here is Tavarin is not just any driver.
Oh, there's
shit, massive crash
there's an
in front.
Audi right in the middle of the track. Both of them managed to actually miss it. Was that Massey?
I think it was.
Audi. I think that might have been. I saw the number beginning with a 7. So that might well have
Audi
been.
still there? Doesn't
No,
seem
it's
like he took
moved.
anyone out.
It's moving now. I don't know. I'll have to have a look later. But there's
And here we
an
go
Audi
again.
parked broadside at Skyline is never ideal. So we see Nate's BMW there. You've got the Porsche in front of them. The Porsche, which has the
ability and does give Mate just that little bit more respite. Mate is holding on here till his spin timer runs out.
Schmidt is letting Tavern through.
This is an absolute thriller.
Yep, as the Bentley now comes past, we're on 282 laps here at Bathurst.
Varen getting just that little bit better of an exit right there.
You don't expect this 10 hours into a race, huh?
No, you
No,
really don't.
it's there is pretty crazy to see this happening. Coming up to a 10-hour mark of a 12-hour endurance race here at Bathurst. And of course, I know the real life 12 hours, yes, there are safety cars to help bunch things up a bit, but
I just spotted something, like a small ass detail. Look at the way that the Varen approaches some of these like way sharper corners. He almost legitimately slides into them. It's actually really impressive to see how much more speed that he's like literally pulling through these corners by what I can only describe as not braking for them.
right on the right up on the bumper of Maid's Audi there as they were coming through McPhillamy Park over Skyline and into the S's, coming through the lower S's now.
He's trying to do the
Maid is
switcheroo.
taking
He
a
might
very
be able
tight
to do it.
line there. Takes a slightly wider line. They've got the BMW of Hodgson in front of them.
The draft.
Oh, the draft seems to be
And
very
it's getting-
powerful.
I mean,
But
you've
is
got,
it powerful enough?
well,
Keep
that
a close eye
BMW is
here.
that BMW is quite big and it is punching quite a big hole in the air. Tavaran has a look, brakes late. Oh god, that Aston Martin there in the back. I thought it was going to actually hit the back of Tavaran's Bentley.
Still can't do it though.
He's alongside as they come into the final corner into Murray's right now. Down the pitch straight.
Varen
another
going
time.
to take the apex line here. He's definitely going to have the speed now.
Maid is
Oh, a little bit of contact there.
little bit of
Varen
contact there as
manages to keep
Varen
it
was
straight.
trying to get back onto the track. Little love tap there on Maid. There's
Ooh.
an Aston Martin there that is not for position. This is battle for
P2.
second place overall. Is he going to have a look at the cutting? No, decides against having to send up the inside there. Now we're on part of the track where Tavaran was so quick on that last lap.
Here's going to do it again. He's going to slide through those corners.
Reed
Absolute razor blade of
Solomon
an edge.
Park. Heading in through McPhillamy Park. Is he going to... Hodgson there, and Maid is involved, and
it's
Tavaran's
everyone.
involved. Tavaran's been hit from behind by an Aston Martin. Now he's been hit by Derschmidt in the Porsche. They get it going again so quickly, and other cars are having to absolutely jam on the brake
That
to
is
try and actually get hauled up. And Tavaran has now got 2 lapped cars in between him and Maid. We'll have a look next time by when they come through the next split to see what the gap is. I don't think it's going to be a 10th of a second anymore.
I think the Varen here has a little less damage. Let's try and take a decent look at that.
Yeah, he'll probably have less damage because Hodgson went first and then Maid pretty much bore the brunt of it. Actually, there is a bit of damage on the front of that Bentley, though.
Yeah, and the rear as well. So the rear, the right, and the front. That's massive amounts of damage on Mate, though. As you can see, Tavarin is just quicker. Mate is going to have to go into the pits here if he even wants to hold a chance at holding it. Yeah, see, I predicted it.
Mate's
going to try to do the overcut.
Derschmidt's in. Derschmidt's coming in as well. He was also quite heavily involved in that, as well as Hodgson. So
now here is the question: who has more damage out of the two of them? Who needs more repairs? Because damage can sometimes be a lot more under the hood than visually representative. So if Mate gets a little lucky here, he might still be able to do well with the undercut. But it all depends. I mean, Tavarin might have a little bit more damage. If he pushes it too hard to the mountain section, he might find himself touching another wall. If I was Tavarin right here, I would have gone straight into the pits. Get rid of that damage altogether. And, you know, if you have less damage than the guy in front, all the better. But now he's still out on track with damage.
Yeah, he's also got RWB Godzilla right behind him as well.
He's going to be pushing him.
Godzilla having a little bit of a moment there at the cutting. Coming now through.
Ooh. I don't know about you, but that Bentley doesn't look entirely as stable as it did earlier. Yeah,
no,
it does not.
It doesn't now, and Godzilla's having to go through the gravel in avoidance. Yeah, Tavarin, that car is not 100%. He's going to have to come in quite sharpish. Actually, Warden and Edwards have both just been on.
Oh yeah, look, that rear bumper is loose.
Yeah, he's got the rear aero. It's going to have quite a drastic effect on the aero balance of the Continental GT3. So
I noticed it just ever slightly as he came through that one corner where it just looked like he had to correct it just a tiny little bit more than he did before.
Yeah.
And while he called it the first time around, he didn't manage to catch it the second time around. As I said, it's just a really dangerous gamble. And seeing as he was only in the battle for P2, he might as well just have followed his rival straight into the pit.
Well, Made has literally just come out of the pits. It's almost a whole lap between them, including the time Tavarin was spent in the gravel trap.
It's probably going to even itself out.
It might well do. Tavarin he's pulling over. Yeah, he's coming into the pits now. Hard on the old anchors.
Oh,
and they've just as if this wasn't dramatic enough already. The 18
but
team.
they didn't fix the body damage.
The Maniac Mavericks team, excuse me, have decided to put Reese back into the car
in a damaged Bentley.
They think they probably fixed most of the mechanical damage. It's just the game doesn't really simulate good old covering the front ends of the car in gaffer tape to try and actually keep it as it is. Because as the old saying goes, if it can't be fixed by with gaffer tape, graphically,
it resets the entire car, but he still has scratches on the left and on the front.
Yeah, well, I mean, the 23 BMW's looking exactly the same, so
it might just be the game fucking up then in that case.
Yeah, well, like they say in real life, if it can't be fixed with gaffer tape, zip ties, WD-40 and a £10 lump hammer, it's something that's probably going to be terminal. Most things in motorsport can be fixed with one, some, or all four of those things, as Racer has joined us again.
Sorry to pop in unannounced.
Hold on a second, because we're coming up to a very important moment. Is Tavarin going to get out of that pit lane quickly enough to maintain that second position? They are coming out at exactly the same moment. That race battle is going to continue.
Oh, he's on cold tyres though, so
and the battle continues.
He's come out.
Take a notice of Tver's car. It doesn't seem to have any scratches.
Yep.
It appears to have been.
You guys have kept it out of the wall this entire time.
No.
Oh.
No, there was a fairly large incident
on top of the hill with Scott
on the mountain at Skyline just before the S's, where the 97 BMW lost it, and then the 18 had nowhere to go, the 58 had nowhere to go, and the Durschmidt driven Porsche had, let me think, oh yeah, nowhere to go. And they all clattered into each other, and then Tavares gambled on staying out an extra lap, and that gamble didn't really pay off as he ended up having a big old spin into the gravel up at McPhillamy Park.
And now it has to be said, without a doubt on my mind, the fastest man of the entire race today has been put in that Bentley with the monumental task of keeping Tavares behind him, while, and I'm certain it is, driving a damaged Bentley. I'm certain it's still damaged, especially with the characteristics.
Keeping Tavares behind, not an easy task to do.
No, not easy in the slightest. It's like having to try and catch Martin Schaefer.
It's not Schaefer, it's Mason. So it's gonna be fine.
Yeah, it's fine if Mason's in the car though, but if Schaefer's in the car, it's a bit harder.
Sorry, Jack.
Yeah, sorry, Jack.
Hey,
204.5 is what Rice manages to put out with that car.
There's Hugo there, just getting a little bit of screen time as he gets lapped.
hey, P21, that's the target. We're gonna get it somehow.
And the fourth place car is actually closing in as well by the looks of things, but they've just come into the pits for fuel and tyres and everything else, as the traffic is really starting to get out of the way now when they see that there's two Bentleys.
Tavares not wanting to give an inch to Rice, going on the inside on arguably a corner you really don't want to be doing it in the cutting.
That was risky, but also not nice from the Audi just slowing down in a section like that.
Yeah, I mean, well, Murphy and Ambrose tried going side by side there, and it didn't really work out. Although, granted, it was for the try and win the Bathurst 1000. And
do you mean trying to win the Bathurst 1000 on lap 1?
it wasn't on lap 1. It was on lap 100 and something, I think.
Wait, it was actually that late?
Yeah, it was much later than that. It's much later than that.
Okay, that's good to know.
I mean, Mark Skate.
From the footage that you can see, there's quite a lot of cars there.
Yeah, I think the safety car had just come in.
That makes sense.
And there was also an incident involved a year after with Mark Scaife in his being involved in an accident on lap 1, and the got off the line, and the car didn't really want to actually engage any form of forward motion, as clutch slip proved to be his undoing, and then he promptly got waxed from behind down Mountain Straight.
So, currently a 203.003 from Rice versus a 204.041 from Tavares. I need to point out that even with that damage, they're currently quick. Like, Rice is currently quicker than Solheim.
203.
203.003.
Well, I want to have
damaged
what he's
Bentley.
having.
Possibly damaged.
I don't think it's possibly. I don't think it's possibly. If everything else was fixed properly, I think that is actually a damaged Bentley.
I don't think it is, because they were in the pits for almost a lap.
What I think happened is they decided not to fix the aerodynamics, but fix the suspension damage. That's what I think happens.
Yeah, I mean, as long as the car's got some form of mechanical grip, you're sort of okay. You just have to drive around the aero imbalance a bit. Meanwhile, we're on lap 288. We've only got 2 hours to go. It's all getting terribly dramatic. I'm going to be back in a sec, because I'm getting another drink.
Hey,
Yeah,
Rob,
look at that hood. That's damage.
Yeah?
you can
Yes,
have that drink on me. We're kind of celebrating today.
Oh, thank you. I shall. I shall indeed. The beer is being saved for after the race, though. So.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm.
All right, I am going to do another shout out, though. Seeing as we are in the last 2 hours of the race, please consider donating to our absolutely fantastic charity, which is Spinal Track, which essentially gives free track days and rally experiences to disabled drivers. Their cars are fully adapted by actual racers so that they can drive with hand controls and are developed in such a way by the racers that, by the way, understand completely the wants and needs of the disabled car enthusiasts, and they give them away for entirely free towards these people. It is such a good fucking charity. So please consider helping us reach that 3,000 pound goal. We are just 924 away from reaching it. 924 pounds. If you still have any pounds in your pocket, you don't know what to be spending on it, I would consider doing it here. Thank you so much in advance already, and thank you so much for everyone that's already donated. You guys are amazing and awesome. And as I say that,
Hey, Retsky.
RWB Audi, quote unquote grumpy, donates 175 pounds.
What?
Putting us at 75% towards the goal. 2,251 pounds is what we have gathered so far. We are nearly there. That is a massive donation. Thank you so much, Audi. That is absolutely fantastic and amazing.
That's a nice sound there, my man. Hey, Retsky, do you wanna know fun fact? I don't know if you maybe mentioned it on here. But this race is happening almost year to date since the last charity endurance race.
Yes, Charger actually mentioned that as he gave us a little history lesson about the charity races to begin with.
Which is funny because that also marks kind of my beginning of this entire thing that is happening right now with the team and this club.
Well, I actually discovered RWB as well through the Spa charity race.
Well, you've been there.
I wasn't there, but the Twitch stream of it actually, in fact, was the way that I found the community. And then I believe 2.5 months later, I decided to enter my first CC.
And here you are in the
Here I am.
commentary booth.
Back to where I started, essentially. Just the other side of the line this time about.
Yeah.
It's been an absolutely fantastic journey. Like, RWB is like, it's a phenomenal club. Like, everyone is so friendly here and so willing to help you with whatever problems you have. It's absolutely fantastic. And the fact that we do yearly charity races, just it makes me all fuzzy and warm on the inside. It's absolutely beautiful to see.
It's a good way to get the boys, the community together, and instead of just driving for the sake of driving, just driving for something. It makes it that little bit more interesting and important. And you would think it's a charity event. You don't have to take it that seriously. Mate, the level of involvement of some people is on another level.
It really is.
Madretsky, when can we expect you to get into one of the cars?
What, you mean on an endurance race?
Yeah.
I mean, I have done endurance races in the past, but as of late, I've kind of fallen without a partner.
Do you need one?
You're still trying to sign me up for RST, aren't you? No, not RST, SRT, are you?
Did I already try?
You already tried. You sent me a contract.
Oh, yes, I did. Very good. I don't know who I sent contracts to,
You tried. You tried as soon as you learned that just because I changed out my pedals, I gained 2.5 seconds on a singular track. That was as soon as you sent it to me.
You know, it took me like half an hour to actually make that thing, so I could send it to you.
Oh my!
I didn't think you'd
Oh
actually
my
try to,
God.
like put the contract out, like it was just so unexpected. Like I hadn't even proven the pace yet. And you were just like, you know what? I want this, man.
I literally just went onto Google, racing driver contract, give me. Found nothing. So I had to adjust my contract for the work I went to do. It was hilarious, like, hello man, this is here, sign.
Red Sky, have you checked YouTube?
Depends on what.
Check YouTube.
Oh god, what did you find, Rob?
What am I missing?
You see the bit on the screen where it says recent donations?
Yeah, I already called that one out. The £175 from RWB Audi, right?
Oh yeah. Oh, have you?
Oh yeah, I
Oh
have.
yeah,
I
we've been
shouted
through
it.
it when...
Oh yeah. I mean, to be fair, I was downstairs actually getting a glass of water, so
Listen,
sorry I missed that.
I literally sounded it more loudly than the nuclear blast, so I'm quite uncertain how you didn't hear that all the way over in the UK.
I was actually downstairs in the kitchen.
the beer was deafening him.
Meanwhile, I'm having a little bit of a look-see at Scott Free here, who is with massive amounts of damage towards the front of his BMW, actually reeling in Hugo Gomez.
Oh
Yeah.
god.
Racer saying the classic GT Hub catchphrase. Except there are no spaces in between those 4 words.
Hey,
But-
what are you doing? You're supposed to go fast.
Just saying this here, I mean, it's going to be a long time before you can convince me to actually race competitively in a Ferrari again. I just like my front-engine cars. I can't help myself.
Hey, I never said I was gonna sign you to Ferrari.
Oh, would
Yeah.
you sign me in then?
You sign up just to race for the team. There is no car involved.
Interesting. I'll consider it, but part of me still wants to create the meme team, Team Kawaii.
Hey, we can do Team Kawaii organized by SRT.
I would be down for that. I'm not gonna lie, but you know that I'm gonna be driving those absolutely awful anime fucking liveries just to piss everyone off. You are aware that that is the point of Team Kawaii, right? To be the most obnoxious car on the grid with the most obnoxious liveries possible.
Don't worry, you're gonna grow up from that very fast.
I was going
For
to say,
those that aren't aware, there's a livery that I'm incapable of using for RWB, which literally has a bumper sticker on the rear of it, which says, "Please spunk me, senpai, uwu."
oh
Don't you
god,
have...
On it.
Wait, Retsky, didn't you create some livery that was a little bit... not illegal, but not family friendly to run?
Yeah. I have this concept in my head, and I've had it for quite a while. But it's really difficult to actually pull off because of the amount of overlapping panels that you would be having. So I was using 3D software to try and make it work, but even then it really got messed up. And it's essentially just thousands of different Aigao faces stuck across a car. It's the most cancerous thing you'll ever see in your life, and that is exactly the point of it. It's there to annoy everyone around you because, as you might realize, if you're sitting in the car, you don't see anything, but everyone else, especially the person behind you, is having to look at it. And that is specifically
Okay, the
the point
contract
of
is
that
over.
livery.
Get out.
Or do you also remember my wooden livery, the car that I made completely out of wood?
Yeah, I do. That was.
oh, so it's Morgan. So it's a Morgan then.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
absolutely beautiful. It was a GT4 McLaren, and it actually looks really good. I'm not gonna lie, it's completely made out of mahogany.
Hey guys, but meanwhile, we got a new member to the Talking Club.
Yes,
Welcome
to
back,
the
Bauer.
yes,
Thank
welcome
you,
back.
and I've drawn into a hell of a conversation. It seems.
Yes.
Oh yes, absolutely.
It's late in the evening, it's past 10 p.m.
It's time for banter. I can see that.
Yep.
The perfect time. Anyway, Reiter team sends the regards. Yeah. Things are going better than before.
They definitely are. I've noticed that. You're currently in what, 5th position with the team?
We are, yeah. P4 is a bit far away, but there's still some time to go, so we're just hoping for a mistake from them, and then maybe we can make up some more positions.
Well, you
I
say
mean-
a mistake from them, but as we saw earlier, car 18 and 58 were quite literally fucked over by someone losing it on Skyline and them boat ramming into it. You never know. Maybe car 112 is going to have a similar accident.
Fair enough, yeah. It doesn't have to be a mistake from them. It has to be a mistake from anyone, and they get caught up in it. That's all we
Exactly.
need.
But talking about that, you could experience that as well. The margin for it is very small.
Can
Yeah?
you not paint the devil on the wall?
But we
Yeah,
should
let's
be
stop
able
that.
to.
We've had our share anyway. Our share of incidents.
This is true.
To
You
be
guys
fair,
have actually been relatively fine, though, from all of the accidents we've had in, last 2 hours on top of Skyline? Because for
Recently,
multiple times so far, there's been a car literally parked completely parallel on the racing line on Skyline.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, yeah, right. You were one of them, weren't you, Varga?
It was not me, it was one of my co-drivers.
Same thing.
As always, blame the co-driver.
Hey,
Always.
if you knew, we sat down today, and literally 2 hours before the race, I went onto the hot stint to get tire pressures for the start of the race.
Well,
I think that there wasn't a huge amount of practice going on to the race.
all right, so I want to just point out for a second that Rice is now driving 202.697, and Tavarin is deciding to answer that by driving a 202.703. What in God's name is going on between these two?
Yes.
Yes.
I think yes is the only valid answer.
Yeah.
Hey, but Simon, I got a question. What is your plan for towards the end of the race? We are nearing the final hour. I don't know how far in front the car is, but do you have any plan that you think might work to catch them?
Oh, you want to get intel on the rivals?
Of course I
yeah,
will.
we
I want to know
don't. No, we don't have a special master plan. The thing is, we're running our second double stint right now, so tire double stint. So after this, we're gonna have some fresh new tires, and with a bit of luck, we can, attack with some decent pace and see if we can get any closer. But yeah, I don't want to say we're happy with P5 because we definitely aren't starting from P1, but we'll take it.
Oh, that's another thing that you pointed out that I would like to ask. What do you think about the tire set rule that was put in place with the only 9 tire sets having to double stint? Was it something that you were looking at from the bad point of view, we'll have to take the worn tires for longer, or did you look at it as a challenge of let's find out the best way to do it?
It's a bit of both. Running the old used tires is not fun, obviously, but I like the added intrigue. It's not just 12 hours of the cars going around and round and round with the same fresh tires, everyone the same pit strategy. If we can't have rain, which so far we haven't had at all, interestingly enough, we might as well have some old dead tires.
Yeah, it puts in a little bit of strategy and planning to go.
Yep.
Of when does who do the double stints or who does not.
And I want to say our strategy has worked out pretty well, because both of our old used tire sets have felt pretty good.
Oh, so you've not had the Minecraft version?
The square one?
Yeah.
Oh, we have plenty of square tires, but you haven't had to use them, fortunately.
Oh, that's nice. That's a good one. And just wanted to ask, how are you finding the RWB League race and the driving standards overall with the others around? Probably mainly the lapped traffic.
It's the first race, so I can't say much. I'm here for the first time at RWB. I gotta say, at the beginning, I wasn't a huge fan of the driving standards, but it's gotten better. And I like the atmosphere. of the the dropping commentary. I like that. That's a pretty cool idea. I like the humor you guys are bringing to the broadcast. Unfortunately, I can't watch much of the broadcast because I'm streaming myself. But still, yeah.
It's probably going to be a pretty difficult thing to do with the 12-hour race, but what there actually is most of the time there's a tradition that after a race, a bunch of us get together and actually watch through the entire commentary together again, which is one of the reasons why we stream towards YouTube.
Oh, okay.
So, I mean, it's going to be a little difficult with the 12-hour race, but in that case, then everyone can see the highlights and all of the little situations. That's an interesting fact for those of you that didn't know RWB either yet. There's literally a voice chat that's going to be used as a watch-together room, essentially, and then have a have a laugh about all of the incidents around the track and a whine as well very often, seeing as, it's not always fun to see yourself go into the wall or have a collision with someone where you were racing really hard.
Hey, just don't go into the wall.
Easy.
I mean, you probably had a few whines about going into the wall, didn't you, Varga? We saw you go into it. I think 2 times.
I touched the wall a few times, like got 1 second of repairs from those little taps. But I only had like one.
Anonymous putting in an avid with £10. Thank you so much for the donation. Appreciate it so much. That puts us at £2,261 with 1 hour and 40 minutes to go to reach our £3,000 goal. Thank you so much.
Hey, Resky, I didn't hit the walls many times. I had, I think, one bigger hit that cost me a lot. But more than that, I had to avoid cars. Like, last minute, all of a sudden there's a car and I had to swipe across.
Yeah, I saw a few of those.
I think I had to actually hit the wall because of the yellow and black McLaren just decided to spin into Salmon Park. But, it gets tough mainly with the lap traffic when someone is catching up to you, going towards the turn 2, and mate, if you don't get past now, you don't get past for a long time. But luckily, people have not tried any stupid moves like across the hill most of the time. And it can get annoying when you are stuck behind someone.
Yep.
But, you just have to get over it.
And it gets annoying very rapidly when you are in that position.
But to be fair, I had fun in my stints. I just got into the zone and phased out everything else, just drove. Would be nicer if I could drive faster.
See Justin Madsley here in the 444 Lexus, which is currently sending back many, many, many different signals to NASA Mission Control, or their equivalent of NASA Mission Control. With all the live telemetry being sent from the car to I'm not 100% sure where
Probably
the team's
an interface
based out of, but yep, somewhere is receiving all the data parameters from just about everything on that car. Meanwhile, RWB Godzilla has come into the pits from 20th place.
As the monumental moment comes in,
Could this be the most anticipated driver change in this race so far? Could we be seeing RWB Charger get in the car for his first stint in the race?
The Charger has not been in that car yet.
No, he is not. He has not yet been in that car.
Oh, God.
It's like at Le Mans each year, sometimes you have... I remember Alex Capardier was doing some kind of like Le Mans diary kind of feature for Daily Sports Car. And this is going back to 2015, I think, when he did it in a Pro Speed Run Porsche. And indeed, RWB Charger is in the car. He said that the team, he was in the GTM class, and the team's bronze graded driver did not want to drive at night. So him and the other driver in that car were having to basically do back-to-back double stints each all through the night, because the AM driver wanted to get a good night's sleep. I mean, how people can actually get some sleep at Le Mans during the 24 hours is beyond me, quite frankly, but there we go.
Just a final question for Simon before I have to head out back to my car. Is there
Go
any
ahead.
chance we could see you back on any RWB endurance event?
For sure, why not? If it's a track I like, and if I have time, I'll happily be back. With the other rides, I
Fantastic.
guess. Maybe no. Oh,
Oh, what?
we've just spun.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Tim.
Also, I have to say, very nice car with the design of it.
Yes,
Who did
I
that?
love it as well.
So,
It was honestly pretty rushed, but we're happy with the outcome.
And who is the creator of that?
That was Tim and me.
Looks really good.
Oh, well
Thank you.
done. I'll be looking forward to seeing that car at any other endurance.
Hey,
I'll
we'll
see
do
you
our best to
guys
be back.
after the checkered flag.
And as Varga leaves for his team, another returns. Welcome back, Elgard.
Thank you.
the
How are you feeling about Rise being just those few tenths quicker right now than Tavar and taking away that possibility for a 1-2 finish for your team?
It's not that bad. I am very impressed by Chris right now. Keeping up with it. They're doing like 2 seconds faster than what we're doing right now.
I mean, I think you're very lucky with the fact that they tossed Rice this late back into the car, because if they had been in earlier, I think they would have still been able to catch back up with Solheim.
Maybe. We're doing very consistently in the Porsche, so. And I believe we might, unless they're going very fast, we might be overtaking them for the second time before the end.
They're currently doing 202.8 quite reliably.
Yeah.
I gotta
say-
chime in real quick.
I can say as much that that Val is slightly double stinting these tires, very slightly, and I will be getting in around 15 minutes, running the last part.
On fresh tires?
Fully fresh tires, yeah.
Oh, I'm really interested in seeing what you can pull out of the car. Are you going to be running a higher engine map, or
I don't need to.
so you're not going to try and snoop away the fastest lap of the race from them?
That is impossible on the Porsche,
yeah.
unless I'm running low fuel and everything.
Yeah, on that matter, really impressive work from you guys to put the Porsche with only 2 drivers on P1.
Well, me and Val has been a team for a long time, and we excel really much at endurance racing.
Okay.
We just know how to go through the traffic and just be very consistent. Like I remember when I drove my last stint, I think 7 or 8 times in a row the time was within a tenth of each other.
That's how
Wow.
you recognize experience. Not bad, man.
Yeah.
And I've just had a scene on the YouTube chat. RWB Godzilla's posted saying that his wheels busted. The force feedback keeps cutting out, which is I've tried driving with my G29 with the force feedback turned off on a couple of games before, and it is so incredibly hard to place the car where you want to. So it's not a nice experience to have the force feedback go during the race. And yeah, sorry to hear that, mate.
As a very rough driving situation.
Yeah, he said it's good fun though. It's all about the charity, which indeed it is. Currently 75% of the way towards our £3,000 target.
wonder if they will run Rob till the end. Because I believe Verstappen is going into the car next time.
That's interesting. There's a car off in the gravel there at the chase, taking the slightly scenic route, or unfortunately the slower route for that matter as well.
Yep.
Barton right in the gearbox of the 101 Ferrari, trying to get the lap back. The car sponsored by Rush Energy, with a logo that could be interpreted as that of a company who make quality bicycles.
Car number 10 can't turn almost.
Oh,
He's trying to go into pits.
Car number 10. Let me real quickly look for that one. Car number 10, tell us. Oh,
yeah, that was the car which I saw in the gravel up at the chase. Yeah, that's.
ooh.
He can't turn it in.
He's having to reverse it.
He has to do a right turn instead. Like turn it around and do a 360.
It's
That is painful in 11th position.
Tellez in the number 10 McLaren. Yeah, highest placed McLaren in the field, and he is.
Yeah, that's
Having
pretty
to-
much over.
Yep.
Unfortunately,
There he
yep,
goes.
he's reset the car to the pits. The tyre data on the McLaren was showing. Well, I noticed it was showing 0.0 psi in all 4 tyres when he was trying to get the car turned into the pits. So, well, I know journalists are absolutely fantastic at trying to add 2 and 2 and somehow getting 5 because journalism. I'm not saying that all journalists are terrible at maths or anything, but unfortunately, I think that might be game over for that team, unfortunately, to have done 10.5 hours of racing.
Just heart-wrenching to see that. Knowing that they put all that time in and done so perfectly well, and then at the end it just, gets yanked away from you because of that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's racing, it's the same in real life, but it's still heart-wrenching to see.
Yeah, I'm just having a little look at the moment and on the YouTube chat, and RWB Godzilla has so far driven 6 hours in the
Absolutely
race.
mental.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, we're sitting next to someone that is right now going to have driven 6 hours as well, and then Solheim
Yeah.
having done exactly the same.
Yeah, and is due to be getting into the Porsche shortly.
Yeah, Solheim might have done a little more.
7? 8? I'm guessing you didn't keep track.
I'm unsure, but I know that he is finishing his 6th stint now, and I'm starting my 5th. Because of the 70-minute stint timers, it has been moved. So my last stint will be a short one.
Yeah. Just noticed RWB Cos in the YouTube chat. Journalist 101, never let the truth get in the way of a good story. Oh, we've seen that happen in the past.
We have.
Not mentioning anything. McLaren being brought by Audi this week.
Yep.
Maybe
I'm
brought
very
by
happy
Audi.
that wasn't
maybe
true.
Maybe not brought by Audi. Maybe there are talks going on. Maybe they're at an advanced stage. Maybe they're an early stage. Who knows? And yeah, RWB Godzilla, no sleep last night and 3 double stints. Mental. Absolutely crazy stuff there, as we see Reece Spence Rob in the 18.
Pushing everything he still has left in that car. Making certain to bring back home second for their team.
Yeah, but Tavares is only 3 seconds behind now.
He is, but he has been there for a very, very long time.
Yes. Just waiting, and just wants to wait another 25 minutes and 38 seconds at least to make so we get a dramatic change of position in the final hour.
Temperatures don't seem to be dropping drastically, neither does it seem like there's going to be any rain.
No. Well, you say that. It didn't look as if there was going to be any rain during last year's 12 hours, and then, of course, it absolutely bucketed it down. And unfortunately, that was about a couple of minutes after the end of the race, and everyone celebrating in the pits got absolutely drenched. But there we go. That's Bathurst. Circuit itself being located about 2.5, 3 hours drive from Sydney, the state capital of New South Wales, and just on the other side of the Blue Mountains, which I think might be a national park.
I'm not entirely certain. I wouldn't be able to tell you. I don't know that much about Australia. Not gonna lie.
I'm having a look now, and it is quite a pretty looking area of Australia. And if I have a quick Control F on my laptop, if I actually try spelling correctly, that might help. So there is a Blue Mountains National Park that's a protected national park that is located in the Blue Mountains region of New South Wales. Yeah, so it is basically the national park, effectively, that separates Sydney from Bathurst. So there we are. Love a national park.
And Scott Free still trying to close that gap towards Gomez. It's not much, but it is enough. It does seem like Scott Free went in towards the pits and fixed that damage they had.
Or the game's fixed itself.
Well, let's double check. What about Rice?
No. Reese's car is still looking like that.
I'm pretty certain Scott Free went in and fixed the damage. They did their last pit stop, and they're now gonna try to duff it out.
Yeah, you'd imagine so. At this stage of the race, there's 1 hour 23 minutes to go. It's looking very, very tasty indeed. There's a chance I might have to run downstairs in the next probably.
And Tellus is back out on track, all the way from 10 to 19th. It isn't ideal, but it could have been worse.
Yeah, it could have been a lot worse. Great to see them back on track after that unfortunate incident. Could well have been a technical issue on his end with the wheel.
Yep.
So, yeah, shame to see it happen.
Definitely.
Meanwhile, there is every chance in the next half hour, 45 minutes or so, I might have to run downstairs and actually get a backup commentary set up, sorted out. So that's going to be fun and games. Probably.
I believe.
So.
All right, I will go prepare now.
Yeah,
Good
fair
luck.
dues, mate. Best of luck for the final stint in a bit in the last 100 minutes or so here at
Thank you.
Bathurst, mate.
We'll try not to focus on you so you don't suffer the commentator's curse.
It's completely fine. I'm just bringing her home. I'm not pushing anything. Just at least hoping for the other MRT car to get up there.
Absolutely.
It isn't unlikely, but it's It's
Depends
it
on
depends.
if they change driver or what happens,
Very much agree.
or luck.
I think all three are a factor.
All right. Good luck
Good
and
luck.
awesome stream so far and race so far.
Thank you.
Thanks. And best of luck, mate.
Thank you.
Good luck. Have a good
Cheers.
one. And with that, I'm gonna head back on board with my guys as well.
Very
Yeah.
much good luck.
Ready,
And,
best of luck.
Thank you very much. Thank you
try
for
to
having
catch
me.
fourth.
No worries, anytime.
Well, it's not gonna be easy, but we'll do our best. All right.
Absolutely.
I believe.
Have fun with the rest of the race, guys. See ya.
Thank you.
Cheers, we'll do. Thanks.
And as that happens, the commentator booth goes quiet again, as most people have left outside of it. And we are now just going to get to see the last remaining pieces of battle that are happening. JD being back in that Lexus after having fully set it up, and meanwhile Simpson being back in that Gallardo. Everyone's just getting back in their cars for that last all elusive stint.
Yep, it's coming up to the final hour of the race here at Bathurst, and this is going to get very, very tasty indeed, especially in the battle for second place. I think they're saving us something for the final hour, so we should have a good time here.
We definitely should. It feels insane to me that it's already been almost 11 hours, you know?
Yeah, I know. It's just like, where's the time gone?
I mean, to be fair, for us, 12 hours 30, because we were here for quite a while earlier.
Yeah,
And it's weird. Doesn't feel that way.
Yeah, it's been pretty crazy so far. I did have a chance to actually Google what happened in the F1 qualifying earlier, but I won't spoil it.
No spoilers. There you
And
go.
I've also had a chance to Google the Premier League results this afternoon in the football, and I'm not going to spoil that either, although, yeah, it has been we had 8 matches, and it has been interesting, to say the least. No doubt the free-to-air highlights show is going to be quite long tonight, because 8 matches and there wasn't exactly a shortage of goals being scored. Don't know if that's because of the international break being over, but either way, it's a very, very dramatic looking day. Not that I actually know what implications that's had in the championship or nothing. And actually, speaking of which, I need to actually check the results in the other divisions. Joys of having multiple devices.
Number 21, Aura with Jack Simpson in it right now. Beautiful livery, by the way. So simple, but it looks so good in my opinion.
See how some of the local teams to my area did.
Scot-free, almost with Hugo there.
Yeah, almost there. He's catching him, I think. But I was going, because kind of the main team in the southwest of England, kind of Devon, Cornwall, Somerset kind of way. That's an interesting one. Match postponed.
Mac
And
Callister with a 15-second penalty this late into the race.
yeah,
Absolutely heartbreaking.
I mean, to be fair, McAllister, I don't think he's in much danger of losing the position to Mutton there. So, yeah, he should be okay, I think.
Yeah, he should be able to live with that.
Yeah, he should be fine. What's happened in the National League? Oh, nice. The club where a load of my friends used to work for. They were playing today. What about in the...
Varen's still pushing as hard as they can to try and get close to Rice, as Brett Schneider has found the wall yet again.
Schneider, he's in an Aston Martin.
In a McLaren.
Oh, McLaren. Yep, I think I know which one you're talking about. Yellow.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of those two cars. Right. Okay. Got 1.25 hours left here at Bathurst. Currently on board with Christopher Tavaran. He desperately wants to get second place. Has a go.
Ooh, as he hits that back marker, Aston Martin there. Hopefully that didn't cost him too much damage on the front. Doesn't look like it did any, if at all.
Looks fine to me, that car.
Same to me.
Yes, it's...
That being said, though, I've actually learned quite a lot about the damage system in the past few weeks of racing.
Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
No, there's actually a lot more intricate little details about it. So I managed to get the custom hut that a little while ago was recommended by Bunatix, right?
Ooh, okay.
And I got it working and everything. And one of the things is that it actually shows you a little hut where it shows the amount of damage you have on the springs, on the aerodynamics, and how much time it will take to fix.
Right, okay.
So even when you don't see any visible damage, right, it still registers. And while it be very small percentages, and while you don't think anything of it, you will feel it. It's minor, right? It's literally minor, but it's there. So regardless of anything, even if the Varen had the slightest of touches there, and it looks more or less fine, it will cost them just that 1/10 or maybe even 1/10 of a tenth, but it's there. It still exists. It did register.
Yeah, you just have to really just drive around it at this stage.
Yeah, it's not something that's worth fixing, but it's still there. So even that little touch, it's really interesting because it actually can take up really small amounts of damages. We're talking about less than 1%, you know? Less than 1/10 of a percent is something that it will register.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if it does slow him down. He has lost a little bit of ground there to Reece Spence Rob in the 18.
Oh, and Tavaran pushes it in towards the wall.
He's gone off there at the S's. He's coming up to the Dipper now. I think now he's gone past that into Forest Elbow.
So eager to try and catch that second position that he pushes himself too hard. And then you get that situation. And I very much agree with what they're saying in chat is that Tavaran should have waited there and shouldn't have pushed the back marker. I agree with that.
Yeah, maybe just a little bit. Just back off a little bit. Wait till you're onto the Comrade Straight and then just send it from there. So, yeah, it's a tricky one. Very, very tricky one indeed. I think that's going to be one that stewards are going to look into, I think, there.
I think so too. And I mean, it's starting to show. The drivers are tired. They've done a long range. There's been a lot of drama. There's been a lot of calculations being done. They've been doing very long stints, and now they're having to coast it home. And those last few positions they might gain are blinding them to the consistency that they need to actually finish it.
I mean,
pushing it too hard isn't going to give you anything.
Oh yeah, I mean, and also Central European time. It's kind of midnight. It's coming up to midnight right now. So I know the race finish is around midnight UK time. It's going to be race finish somewhere in the region of 1 a.m. In Europe. So it's going to be it's been a long day for quite a few people here. It's Brett Schneider's in the pits in the 148 McLaren. We got.
As we are nearing the final hour, do please consider donating towards our charity cause. Wow, okay, no, I have a blackout. It's noticeable that it's right now becoming midnight. I am very sorry. Spinal Track, I was right. So, please consider donating towards Spinal Track. They're an absolutely awesome charity. They modify cars so that they can be hand-driven around track and then give away free track rides for both rally and track cars towards people that are disabled. It's an absolutely beautiful charity to do. And we would legitimately appreciate any and all pounds you can spare towards this goal. It would be absolutely fantastic. We are 2,261 pounds in tonight. That means we're 75% of our way there to the goal of having 3,000 pounds, and any cent will count. So if you have anything to spare, anything at all, we would hugely appreciate you donating a bit.
Yeah, and also I think I think coming up to the end of the race, the donations do tend to go up a bit as well. You do tend to get donations coming in, as we see an Audi just lagging there in the background slightly, I think. So, yeah, it's going to be, please do give what you can. It is a fantastic cause, as Red Sky said.
That being said, Rob, would you mind if I run to the toilet one last time for my final break during the entire race? And I will be right back.
Certainly. We're currently looking at scot-free at the moment. RWB scot-free. Free in the 23. Wish it was a Jag BMW. M6 currently coming down the 1.2 kilometre long Comrade Straight. Absolutely full throttle, easy flat through here. It's almost a case of guessing where your braking marker is. Usually people tend to aim for, I think, between 125 and 100 metres for that corner. As you can see, brake markers have all been obliterated during the course of the race. Coming out of Murray's corner onto the pit straight now. We're currently on board with scot-free. We're going to go for a little lap here. So hard on the brakes for turn 1, Hell Corner. A good exit out of there in the big BMW. Coming down the kilometre long mountain straight. Hard on the brakes for into second gear there for turn 2. Short shift to third, use all the curb on the exit there. Coming up now to the cutting, through the first part, through the second part. And he is right on the back of Hugo Gomez. Gomez there. With another car in front of him. Not the safest place to try making an overtake. Lift through there into just a slight lift there through McPhillamy Park. Gomez getting quite wide on the exit. Got free. So he's out of first gear and he hits the wall, and that is a big hit there for RWB scot-free. Clattered the wall. First on the right-hand side, then on the left-hand side on the way into the dipper. And the way that car was reacting on the steering there, you could see the way he just had to correct it there, and yeah, that might have put an end to the battle for 20 seconds. He up into 6th gear now. Had a big old moment on the way at Forest Elbow. Turns in. Yeah, it's a good run there through the chase. Hard on the brakes. Around the 100-metre board, maybe a bit after for Murray's corner across the lines. 2:10 last time around. The gap's gone up to 4.2 seconds now from only a handful of tenths. That was a big mistake there. It looked as if he gave the wall a decent whack, but he's carrying on. He thinks the car is still drivable, and I'm reliably informed by RWB Cars, thanks for that, mate, that Scott Free actually races BMWs in real life as well, so he knows the brand well. Knows the brand better than, I'd say, the vast majority, if not all of us here. And see, he's really wrestling with that car on the when it's on the brakes there into the cutting. Really having to keep correcting it there, and I just wonder if this is a legacy of that impact. He did have a few big hits. Huge lift there for McPhillamy Park. Into the S's. Doesn't hit the walls this time. He's a lot cleaner at Forest Elbow that time around from Scott Free. Wonder if this is going to play into Martin Chafer's hands. Just letting the Audi back marker past and side by side through there, and oh dearie me, there was contact on the way into the chase at over 260 kilometers an hour, and that has really, I couldn't quite make out, unfortunately, which Audi that was, but that has done some serious damage, and in fact he's already lost 20 seconds to Martin Chafer, and he is coming into the pits. You could see there on the run out of the chase towards pit entrance the way he was having to hold the wheel almost at a, and the way he's doing now, he's having to hold the wheel at a fair old angle purely to actually keep the car tracking in a straight line, and no doubt the stewards are going to be looking into what happened there. So if we see an Audi in the not too distant future with a very sizable penalty having been applied to it, a little red box next to the driver's name, then we're going to know which car was responsible for that incident. And currently he's got a good couple of laps actually to take care of the damage, thankfully, as McAllister is a long way back. He's about a couple of laps still, so there is time. He should hopefully still be able to get out in 23rd position. That was a nasty old impact there on the at the end of the Conrod straight into the chase. He's lucky he didn't actually roll it. I think I'm pretty sure he got airborne as well. So yeah, very, very nasty moment there for RWB Scott Free on the end of the straight. You're currently looking at the car being repaired in pit lane. It's one of those moments as a driver where you're just absolutely powerless to do anything. You just got to sit in the car and hope it's not too major as Scott Free is out. Medster is jumping in behind the wheel. Comes out of the pits now. I'm having a look. Yeah, and the mechanical damage appears to have been fixed. There was a lot of fair old bit of suspension damage, I'd assume, because that took a big old knock. Medster just getting a feel for the car, the circuit, the conditions. Track temperature has dropped down. There's a Audi in the background. I'm wondering if that's actually the same Audi. Unfortunately, we can't quite make out through the rearview mirror which car that was. And we are back now looking at Verstappen. which means that Red Sky may or may not have returned.
I have.
To the news that that battle between Gomez and Scott Free, well, Scott Free made a mistake, did another lap, and then got collided with an Audi. Side-to-side collision. Wait for it. About here. At the end of the Conrod Straight, heading into the chase. And they've pitted to fix the damage, and Medster is now in the 97. And I think the 12 must have pitted because Marcus Chafer's now back in front of the Ferrari, which now has Varga behind the wheel. Imagine Charger is likely to be finishing the race off, as indeed the Gulf Bentley has indeed returned. I've just noticed Martin Pater in the YouTube chat saying, is Charger going to finish the race or can't he make it time-wise? It's still showing Charger as being behind the wheel on my screen, as
same here.
As Reece Spence Robb has come into the pits, presumably for his final pit stop.
It is going to be Audi.
Oh, it's going to be Audi finishing the race. And indeed it is RWB Audi in the car for the final hour. There's yellow flags being waved. And there is a car off.
Was that more? That looked like more.
I was going to say that looks sort of low-slung coupe shaped.
Yep.
And that was indeed Jake Moore there in the Ferrari.
Doesn't seem to have picked up any damage, just losing in the rear there.
I think that might have been the 117 Audi that had collided with the 97. So might be worth having a little look later on to see if the Audi has received a penalty or not. RWB Audi is indeed in the car. Indeed, Simpson in the 21 has been given a stop and go plus 30. Also, stop and go plus 10. Excuse me, I can't actually see. Mark Elgard there, leading the race for the McLeod Racing Team, MRT, in the Porsche. He's only 9 laps away from the team having gone further than any other team have ever done in real life. Here at Mount Panorama, over 12 hours since the GT3 cars were allowed to run at the mountain. Down through the box there into the last corner. Lapping within a second of the car's best so far. Some performance from that team.
Oh, Simpson with a stop and go.
Yeah, I've mentioned that. He's just come into the pits now to serve it.
I was a little spaced out looking at the timing chart, seeing whether or not there's any battle still going on. But it doesn't look like there is. It's going to be the slow cruising towards the end at this point. And Elgard, who said he wasn't going to be pushing us, is pushing 203.3s.
If that's their idea of not pushing it, then that is some going. To say the least. We got Durschmidt in the pits in the 669 Porsche.
They're going to be coming out in, I believe, 10th. Don't think the Zara is anywhere near close enough to actually make that overtake.
Yeah, I think so too.
Oh, never mind. There's a lag spike again.
Showing Derschmidt, but I think it's Asbach who is in the car, on board with John D in the Lexus. Asbach is still showing a really high ping as well, so that could be... Oh no, it's gone down slightly. Now watch as he spikes back up again. The good old commentator's curse right there.
Meanwhile, we are being joined by Nils, who will be helping us with the final hour of the commentating session. He would have been here a lot earlier, by the way, but you know how real life can get sometimes. Hi, Nils, how are you doing tonight? Seemingly still very quiet, not necessarily a problem.
Yeah, we're still looking at John D in the premature Accela Action Lexus.
There
Who
we
is-
go. Evening.
Good evening.
Evening. Who's currently P15. Still going fifth through that. Slight lift there through McPhillamy, back on the throttle earlier. I think the Lexus is on fresh tyres.
I think so too.
I can tell just by the noise that thing's making through the over the mountain that is really on fresh tyres. Hard on the brakes now for Forest Elbow.
Those tires might be a tad cold though, seeing as the temperatures are now drastically dropping again.
Oh no, the temperature's only 36 degrees. Oh no, that's absolutely freezing cold. I mean, compared to the, what?
39 that we had
40.
earlier when I went to the toilets.
Yeah. The wind has picked up a bit. It's now 5 kilometers an hour, but the weather looks dry, perfectly sunny, no clouds for the next half an hour or so. So all the wind has done is basically just blow the clouds away.
Sadly enough.
I mean, there's every chance there could still be a thunderstorm in the last 2 laps of the race.
Don't make me hope for it. Do not make me do the rain dance.
Sort of hope you get used to as a Tottenham Hotspur fan. All that hope and all that expectation for not much. But then again, I'm a Tottenham Hotspur fan, I'm used to this, and it also shows that I am clearly a glutton for punishments.
The problem with the rain is for you two. It's you guys wishing for it, you know? And it's like in real life. If you look for it, you won't find it. So I doubt it.
Yeah.
Yeah, at this point, I'm doubting as well. When we went into it, I thought, random 7, everything can happen. But I've seen the clouds in the distance, and they're staying in the distance. So,
Yeah, I've popped in sometimes to watch it, and I have to say it's a pretty interesting race. The only thing that I'm happy to not see is a massive pile-up like recently in other leagues in this community. Like
yeah, there has been a few pileups, and there was one at the start as well here. But then again, it's Bathurst, hitting a wall, and you essentially already have a pileup if there's 2 or 3 cars behind you.
Especially like right here in that very tight section.
Surprisingly, the only real places where we've seen massive hits is actually all the way up at Skyline. All the way at the top of the mountain.
Yeah. Flat out now, down the Conrad Straight. Oh, we've got another person joining us. It's RWB Scott Free.
Yes,
who
yes.
is...
Commentator's curse, guys. Commentator's curse.
Yeah, we're sorry about that.
Yeah, sorry.
That was good fun.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I don't know what happened there on that lap before you
I,
came into it. You got hit by an Audi, I think.
I got hit twice.
Oh.
Yeah, it wasn't so good. So yeah, plus the tires were set wrong. So I actually went on a set that did a stint and a half already.
Oh.
So they weren't great for most of that stint. So I think that's why I just at the end of it they were like no, and I turned in too early, hit the wall, and that just really finished it for me. And I so badly wanted Gomez.
We saw that as we see holes now hitting the wall.
The 420 may have been a fairly interesting attempt at trying to put another lap on the 79 there. Crawford Brown or at least actually get a lap back, excuse me, with Crawford Brown driving. So
I'm really impressed with the performance of that V12 Aston Martin, as there's a little bit of a pile-up, not entirely though, with slow cars in sections you're not expecting them.
Oh.
That V12 is fast in a straight line.
It is. It definitely is. I'm very much surprised at the performance of it. Yeah, I'm hoping so too, Peter. I'm truly hoping that we're going to find the last remaining bits to find ourselves to the 3,000-pound goal on our charity counter for Spinal Track, which is, by the way, for those that still haven't heard me say it, a charity dedicated to giving free track days and rally experiences to disabled drivers. Their cars are fully adapted for hand controls and developed by racers who understand the wants and needs of the disabled car enthusiasts. It's a beautiful goal. Just whatever you have left, donate. Donate now. It's easy. Do it with your phone.
Literally, you can do it with your phone. I am proof of this because that's what I did.
What are you waiting for? Right now.
And that was whilst commentating.
He never
and
shut
I
up.
can't really multitask that well either.
I mean, I believe it should be a mandatory exercise for all the drivers to donate £5 right now while being behind their steering wheel. Especially when they're up on the mountain section. That is definitely a realistic goal. So look down at your phone real quickly, donate £5, and then continue driving.
Actually, I've just realised, while we were discussing that, Mark Elbgard has actually eclipsed the official distance record for the Bathurst 12 hours. That was 314 laps, and I think everyone so far in the top
9, about
12,
to be
13,
top 10.
Yeah, have actually so far beaten the distance record set by Jules Gounon, Jordan Pepper and Maxime Soulet last year. So been a very, very good job indeed from everyone so far.
So not only did we break the race lap record, we also broke the distance record. Nice. That's not what you expect when you go into an event like this. Elgar's just comfortably cruising it all the way back home at this point.
Yeah, and I'm going to have to quickly nip downstairs to get the backup commentary set up, actually turned on, plugged in and set up. So that's the next 20 minutes or so of my life. So I will be right back in
Good luck.
Thanks. I'll be right back in about 20 minutes or so, hopefully.
Cheerio.
Well, good luck to you.
Thanks. Hey.
So how's the driving standards been? As I've been in the car, I haven't really seen too much of the stream. It looks pretty decent from what I can see.
It's been very decent, but there's been quite a few accidents because of the fact that it's such a difficult track to drive. There's been drivers who lost it up at the mountain or misjudged something, misjudged their braking mark point. Like, the driving standards have been incredibly high, but, you know, it's Bathurst. Everyone hits that wall eventually, and if you hit it when there's people around you, it becomes a disaster, which happened more than once, not gonna lie.
Yes, and I suppose the big thing about being up in that top section is the yellow flags do not come soon enough.
Nope, they do not. And the yellow flags do not give enough context to even avoid whatever crashes up there.
Exactly, and it seems to be, I don't know why, but if you're going to crash up there, you're going to end up perpendicular to the barrier. It's just the way things always seem to happen.
Yep. I think we've seen 5 or 6 crashes up Skyline so far. So
Yep.
that's about the worst part where you want to have one, because it basically means you come into a fast left-hander, and as soon as you see the car, you're going almost maximum speed, and there's no room to brake or escape to.
Yeah, I believe our vehicle may have been involved in one of those such collisions as well. So it happens to everyone.
It happens. There's not much you can do about it. It's just a fact of life on Bathurst. That's part of the fun, part of the racing as well.
But it is such a special track.
It is. It really, really is. A track I don't like to drive, but it still is a very special track. I very much enjoy watching it.
Do you know, I never think I want to drive it, but what is lovely about it is when you get up on the top of the hill and you get most of that flat out, and you can just, like, a fresh set of tires and low fuel, you're flat out the whole way. You just feel the car lean, and that's very rewarding. Very rewarding.
It's
Oh,
'cause
yeah,
the
very
BMW is a
rewarding.
tank.
You leave the BMW alone. You just wish it was a Jag.
You're right, I do.
At least if it was a Jag, we wouldn't be overtaken on the straight. Now, we probably wouldn't make it as far as the straight, but, you know, if we did,
Some of us could.
we're not aliens, you know? We're peasants. That's why we have you here. We have you here to get us up there. We're just there to look at, oh, there's a crash right in front of Daria. Sorry, getting excited.
Yeah.
Oh no, Martinez yet again finds the barrier.
This is up the top of the hill. Actually, what I should do is watch the stream, shouldn't I?
It is absolutely insane to see it go down to the wire here and there. There is still that slight possibility that Verstappen is going to find the opening to come all the way clawing back at Rob. Now that's 40 seconds of a gap, and you have to understand, Rice is by far the quickest person of the day, of the night as well, for that matter. It just absolutely unbeatable in that Bentley. It's so insane to see. Oh, now that they fixed the car, without any doubt on my mind, are they going to be hard to catch?
And we've got 3 Bentleys up there. Look at that.
Yep.
For a big car, it can move.
It really can. It's also, it has the biggest fuel tank, so it's really easy to just drive long stints with that car.
What I saw some cars. Okay, well, Elgard and well, yeah, he's just on a league of his own. So how he can keep that Porsche going for so long and not put it in the wall is impressive. That Honda P5 Holtz. That car is so fast.
Holz was actually leading the race all the way over at the start, and the only reason they lost out on that is because of a crash all the way at the top of the hill.
Oh man,
They had to claw their way back from, I believe, 15s.
I was thinking that because I thought I saw him down further. The BMW is fast in a straight line. Once it hits 6th gear, there's not much that can keep up with it. But that Honda in the slipstream breezes past it. Whatever setup they have, they've got that set up for speed.
Yeah, it's absolutely phenomenal car.
Also, something that I think you wouldn't have thought so at the start of the race, Red, would probably be that Aston Martin with the V12 engine would be that far up the field, I bet.
No, I really didn't expect that, especially with the temperatures rising as much as they did. But while I don't want to down-talk their driving ability, I do think that it stayed out of a lot of the trouble that happened in front of them throughout much of the race. And this very much becomes visible if you look at the amount of laps that they're down from the leading fields, which is just about 2. to Tree. So I think they got really lucky with the 420 car that they managed to stay out of almost every single thing that happened up on the hill and managed to capitalize on that. And they really profited from everyone else's misery. And then combine that with a really solid race and a really decent pace, and well, you get that result.
Well deserved.
Absolutely. That's not an easy car to drive in the scorching heat that it is. Now, of course, dropping, but still scorching hot.
It's very easy to put the heat into the tires, so once they get hot, getting it back out is very difficult.
I just noticed Varga has decided to go back into the car for one last stint. That is such a dirty Ferrari, though.
I mean, hey, just one breeze of rain and it would be clean again. We can still hope. There's still a bit of time on the clock.
So far as the weather predictions are going, rain info indicates it will stay clear with the temperature being 30 degrees ambient, 35 on track, and sunny with barely any winds to blow the clouds our way. Looking less likely with the minute, not gonna lie. Sadly enough, I would have loved a bit of wet.
Aye.
Ooh, Varga, no!
Oh, that was nasty.
Not what you
Varga
want,
losing it there in a really bad corner, trying to get himself out of the way, managing to do so. Doesn't seem like there's going to be any problems for him. However, this does give the BMW team the opportunity to cash back up.
It does indeed.
And with that amount of aero damage, it's going to be very difficult. Varga doesn't have the time to go back into the pits.
He hit the wall when he was trying to turn around. I've done that as well. It's very difficult up there, and you're not watching the road. You're looking at the mini-map to see who's coming.
Now, we have a battle for 20 seconds on our hands.
The chase is on.
Actually, no, we do not. The BMW of 97 just crossed the finish line. That puts them more than half a lap behind.
Yeah, I think Guy had a minute and a half damage in that pit stop from that spin. So, yeah, that's a pity.
Maybe Varga is going to go in to fix it if it feels unruly, which it looks like it does.
So if he might have some damage that could unsettle the car in the wrong moment, he could fly off the track again. What we don't hope for him, but still, don't say it until he's in the pits.
Wilk, would you like to commentate on your stop and go with the Team 21? Oro Racing.
Did you like our avant-garde approach to a stop and go penalty?
We did not see.
What was that?
We didn't see it, sadly enough.
Ooh, Cartwell's not going to the pits.
What's going on?
Varga just had a really nasty encounter with a wall.
Yeah, I've seen that, and he had trouble getting out of it after the crash, right?
Yeah, and we were debating on whether or not they were gonna go back into the pits and try to fix the damage, or gonna try and tough it out. And
he stayed out, I see.
I really don't know how much damage it actually is that he sustained, but it might be the wrong call.
Well, they're probably thinking with 6 minutes till the end, it's not worth it.
I don't necessarily disagree, but we've seen Varga try and tough it out, and then because of the aero instability on that absolutely kick-ass of a car, lose it again.
How far is a car behind him for position?
About a little over a half a lap.
That would be tight. That's gonna be tight. Actually, they probably want to defend position.
He would lose position because they're gonna have the 30-second pit plus fix the car.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He wants to stay on track and defend like this for 50 minutes.
Plus, it's an interesting track. You can actually glance off the walls quite heavily and not take an awful lot of damage.
But Varga already has damage, and like my double stint was on a big damage as well. We got slightly punted twice, which wasn't really nice. And I got 360 spin. That was all my fault. I did it myself, and I had to stay on the same tires for 50 minutes. And on top of that, we got this damage. So yeah, I mean, when you lose aero, especially at the top of the mountain, like your car doesn't turn in a safe manner. Like you're basically sliding the whole mountain part, which is absolutely scary. That's probably what Varga is gonna do for the next 45 minutes.
Now, even if so, like he doesn't, I don't see his time. Did it come across? Okay, it's not cut on the screen there when he went across the line. But even with a bit of damage, if he can, lose 2-3 seconds a lap, I mean that's 10 laps, 25 minutes. So, he might be able to stretch that out if it might be the right call, or otherwise he's getting position and he's racing back. I don't think he's going to get 30 seconds in 35 minutes. So he's probably gone for all he can.
Yeah, he stayed out. I'm sure his whole team was calculating this for the last 2 laps.
He's running a little bit wide now. The issue I had being on flat spotted tires was the heavy braking zone down the hill. It just burns them out.
Here's the thing. I'm not thinking in going into the pits to defend position 22 at this point. I've seen Varga have that instability on the top of the hill now a few times already. And each and every time, that instability causes him to have a major crash, which causes suspension damage and therefore fucks with the steering. At this point, I think he should start being considerate about trying to preserve position 23 instead of position 22.
Can we go on board with him? Can we see what his kind of hand movements are like? So this is the corner that really hurts it. Oh, yeah, he touched the wall there. So he's definitely suffering from some sort of understeer. And in terms of pace, though, he's losing it down the straight. He's in a Ferrari. They are not slow necessarily. I think he's lifting, is he?
No, it doesn't seem like he is. Actually, yeah, he is.
I think I heard
a blue flag.
Yeah. Oh, he's getting close on the brakes.
Seems rather stable right now.
It seems pretty decent there. Like his entry and exit there was very good, actually.
But here we come to the difficult and the tricky parts.
But to really get time here, it's flat out. You got to get out of this corner good and just pin it. And it's getting around. You probably saw when I lost my aero, I had the biggest slide. I don't know how I hit the wall up here before I boxed. You have to go flat out. Oh, he's pushing it. That was flat out.
Yep. So far, so good.
Now, this is the part where you really need to lean on the tires. So if it's anyway damaged, a little lift there.
Yeah, he's suffering understeer.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah. He lifted as well, so he was trying to coax it back in. But, I mean... It's not bad. I don't know what his lap times are like, but if he can continue doing this and limit just those glancing blows, he might get away with it.
6.7 was his last lap.
They're decent lap times for a car with damage.
He's very much struggling with it though.
And what's car behind times?
207.7 in the BMW 97.
Okay, yeah. I think he's going to hold this. Obviously, from my perspective, I hope he doesn't.
Currently trying to have another look-see alongside everything for any more battles along the grid, but it doesn't seem like there are any there.
There's no front end damage on the car. Is there? I don't see
No,
any.
it's all side damage.
Oh, it's hard to see under all that dirt.
Yeah,
It is,
that's true.
Yeah.
So what happens to my boys in the last 5 minutes after I left to make some food? We were fighting for like 17th, 18th, and now we're 15th. I guess this
I
is
have
other
no clue.
other people pitting.
I think so. See, we were talking about this a lot of
Yeah.
times. We got into like that silly position where the 70-minute stint timer caused everyone's stints to be so spread out that it is absolute insanity, you know? Everyone is just all over the place with their stint timers, and now everything is evening out again as people have gone in for the last stint, you know? So I said it for a while that we weren't seeing the correct track positions, and now they're being revealed to us, essentially.
You're absolutely right. Like 15 minutes ago, I left for a while, and I thought we're fighting for 17th, and we had a stop and go, 10 seconds, which we took basically twice, because the first one was just a drive-through. There was a little failure, so we took a drive-through, and then we served stop and go. And now we're fighting for 15th. This is absolutely insane.
And I have returned using
Welcome back.
multiple. Thank you. I am on many laptops at the moment. I've literally got 2 laptops and my headset in, and because my big laptop can't actually, the battery's completely gone in it. That's currently plugged into the plug socket. So yeah, I am basically doing this from the dining room table, because it's not directly underneath my parents' bedroom, and my bedroom is literally right next to theirs. So yeah.
Wait, your parents not watching with you?
No, well, my dad can't because he's got to be up early for work tomorrow, which, okay, fair enough, that's an understandable reason, and Mum, for some reason, decided she didn't fancy watching the last half an hour of the RWB Bathurst 12 hours raising money for Spinal Track.
Scandal.
Talking about that, we are going into the last half an hour, and we are still looking for a whopping £739. If anyone still wants to donate, I highly recommend you doing so. It is going to an incredibly good cause.
Okay, you convinced me. I'm gonna do this right now.
Good, do it. Holding you to it. We still haven't
meanwhile,
figured out who did the identity theft, by the way, on RWB cause and donated in his name.
I think I know, shall we say.
What, was it you?
No, it definitely wasn't me. But also, I've noticed, I've noticed we've also got another driver in the commentary box.
Yes, Lumpy Hamster. Hello there, Lumpy.
Lumpy's coming. He's on the way. He's in the other chat. He says he's getting prepared for his interview.
Oh, all right.
His feet, put his tie on. Come on, Lumpy.
There he goes, another 20 pounds, and I'm going to be guessing that came from Damien. Thank you so much, Incontinentia Buttocks.
Lumpy, if you don't come, you have to donate.
I agree. If he doesn't come, he has to donate 100 pounds.
I think we should also give him a countdown.
All right, 2, 1. There we go.
Yep.
He's panicking because he's trying to set up the push to talk.
Same with your head.
No pressure, Lumpy.
All the pressure, Lumpy. All the pressure.
In the meantime, the battle with all the Astons right there.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello, guys. How are we doing?
I'm doing good, thanks. I think pretty much everyone else is as well. And to top things off, RWB Chargers also decided to join in the.
There we go.
Yeah. So Lumpy, how was it, mate, out there on track?
I really enjoyed it. Yeah, fantastic race. Clean, good, apart from me spinning out and taking out second and third place. Yeah, it was all good.
Yeah, it looks as if it was actually the track conditions are actually starting to cool down quite nicely. So, yeah, did you notice that the conditions were starting to get a bit better for the car at all at any point during your stint?
I only joined at about the 5-hour mark, so I pretty much only drove on a 39-degree track. It's cooling down a bit now. It's 34, so it will be a bit nicer to drive on.
You were
I've not
also
had the
on a
pleasure
set
of
used
experiencing that.
You weren't
Yeah.
on new tires. You was used tires as well, which wasn't helpful. And it was the end of your stint. You maybe had 2 more laps left as well, so they were probably well below minimum.
Yeah, the tyres were pretty well used at that point, and they felt it.
Yep. And I still wouldn't have been. I probably still would have been slower on fresh tyres and optimum everything in hot lap mode. So
Have a bit of confidence.
no. As Red Sky has already found out, I'm not fast. Like, if I'm able to hold a 209 race pace around here, then that would be quick for me. Oh, what does Apple want
Meanwhile,
now?
Apow is going to try to make a move on towards the inside of Jones, but decides to go out of it as they're fighting for 24th position right now.
Yeah, he is right close, isn't he?
He is incredibly close. He is close enough to smell that position, but he hasn't found the opening just yet.
Do I see the leader behind him as well? That's not great timing.
No, it isn't. Actually, that might be great timing for Apow. If he manages to let Elgar by and passes in the slipstream, he will find a way through.
Yeah.
Blue flags waving there because Mark Elgard in the Porsche is on a...
Oh, God, I almost missed it.
Oh, that's a nasty one. That's a nasty one. Hopefully Elgar gets through all right. Elgar's being cautious, isn't he?
Yeah, he knows he doesn't need
safe.
to. He knows he doesn't need to take any stupid risks at all.
Yeah, Elgar just waiting it out there till he can take him on the straight. You can see it right there, and I'm going to use that little bit of time to call out Flack. Flack, thank you so much for the 30 pounds, man. Appreciate it. That puts us at 2,311 pounds, which means we're looking shy of a little bit under 700 pounds to finish this goal. Come on, guys, we can do it. We got another 23 minutes to finish our donation goal of 3,000 pounds for Spinal Track. Come on.
And even then, I think, like what happened last year, the donations remained open for a couple of days after the race as well. So there is time
for
for
encourage them. You need to
go up
encourage them.
after
They
the
need to
race.
do it in the next 20 minutes. Come on.
Yeah, but still, some of these people might actually be on track driving at the moment and haven't had a chance to.
It doesn't matter. They need to do it as a challenge, you know? Hashtag text and drive.
Also, yeah, I was about to say, you made it while commentating, so they can do it while they drive.
At the top of the mountain, no less.
Yeah, but to be fair, I had it easy, and also you could tell I was actually not looking at the screen and actually looking at my phone instead.
Slowly, like actual trying to sabotage this advertisement.
As
That
Mark gets
Porsche
past the other.
has a major flaw, and that is it is not fast in a straight line.
Yeah, massively. We were actually chatting about it earlier, and some of the Porsche drivers were being asked, "Oh, are you actually lifting off for us at the end of the Comrade Straight?" And they're like,
Well,
"No."
that was something that Elgard said, and it has to be said that Elgard is literally running on a conservative fuel map.
Yeah, and even though you could just like kind of take the map to kind of full rich just for send it and have a bit of fun. The team have stuck to the same fuel map they've run all race, conserving the fuel, and it's paid off for them. They're still
It has, but it also
pounding round.
makes them, what was it, 12 kilometers an hour slower on the straights?
Yeah, massively slower. I think they're doing about 268, I think Mark said earlier.
The other side of it is that Porsche is phenomenal on top of the hill. So that's where they're going to gain everything. And because they're one of the higher cars, especially like they always tend to be up there in the top, that people will let them pass. Like that's what we would tend to do at the end of the straight. We'll drag them along, put the indicator on to say, we're going to go left. You guys take the racing line at the right. So that helps them an awful lot on those straights to progress.
Yeah, it's been really heads up driving from a lot of people today. So it's been absolutely nothing short of phenomenal so far. And yeah, as I said earlier, it's just like the real life Bathurst 12 hours. You had watching Matt Campbell's qualifying run in the Porsche. He was quick in the first sector, very quick in the second sector, and lost a bit of time in the third sector because the third sector at Bathurst is mostly long straights. Chicane, straight, 90-degree corner across the timing line. So, yeah.
It also does have great brakes as well, which I suppose that's really going to help them and, bring down that deficit.
Oh, yeah. I think there was a NSX running quite wide there.
That is that the car that crashed?
Yes.
Yep. Aparo? Yeah, he's certainly. How did he get back up there? He is hoofing
He got
it.
past Jones as well.
Maybe they knock something back square the wing back up, or knock the wing down or something.
Yeah, get the old hammer out, get the duct tape out, tape it up.
Now Jones is trying to do everything they can to get that position back. Look at that. Oh,
Yeah,
even touching the grass a little bit, trying to find those extra few horsepowers with those pieces of grass.
I don't think that's going to help, though. The grass usually doesn't have as much traction as tarmac.
Well, you say that, but apparently it's a trick to put your tires off into the grass to cool them down. As long as you're doing it in a straight line, you're not going to lose any time or actually lose the controls. And we got, oh my God, Jesus absolute Christ, we just got 2 donations in. We got Mr. Smug himself, RWB Rigel, putting in a £200 donation, and then Anonymous with Enjoy Racing, another £100, which puts us at 87% of the goal, £2,631 with
excellent, guys.
20
Fantastic.
seconds to go.
That is fantastic. Nice one, guys. That is proper gentleman behavior right there.
That is absolute insanity. As the gentlemen are now showing the way towards the end of the goal, anyone that still has £10 to spare, put it in. We're almost there. 18 minutes left on the clock. We're gonna make it. I know we can. We simply just have to. Wow. Absolutely wow.
Come on, who can beat that 200? I reckon someone can beat 200.
I reckon so too.
Yeah.
I'm not entirely certain whether or not Rigel was actually the one that put it in. I'm starting to suspect that it's Pater just putting the name in and doing it, because Skaz had it happen to him as well.
And Pater last year, I seem to recall, donated an awful, genuinely a lot during the race last year as well. I do remember that because I was spent most of the race watching the YouTube stream. So I'm starting to think. I mean, I know journalists are pretty good at putting 2 and 2 together and getting 5 half the time. I think I might know who's putting those donations in.
I think so too. I mean, it's just a feeling there.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, it's absolutely fucking awesome, you know?
What wonders is where those donations are going to.
Yes, that is also
Yes,
very awesome.
exactly.
Spinal Track being the absolute best charity that we could have chosen for this race, which essentially gives free track days and rally experiences to disabled drivers. The cars are completely fully adapted by Spinal Track for hand controls, developed by drivers as well, who not only understand the needs of the car, but also the wants and needs of the disabled car enthusiasts. And they're just giving it away for free. It's an absolutely beautiful charity. It's an absolutely beautiful charity. And I love that this is the charity we're representing with the Bathurst 12-hour one. It's absolutely beautiful. John D dropping another £100 on the donation goal. Thank you so much. That's going to put us at £2,731, also known as 91% of the way there. Thank you so much. Truly appreciate it.
Wow.
We're almost there.
Fantastic work, that man. Good work.
Yeah, absolutely.
You guys are awesome, chat. You know it. Hell, RWB is awesome, but what is truly awesome, better than everyone else, is Spinal Track. And you all know it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, hold spinning
there.
out.
There's a spin. Spin and a tap. Is that how again with the tap?
Oh, that looks
Oh,
that is
that's
broken.
nasty. And Brown is on the same lap. If they go in and pit, those 12 seconds, they're not going to be able to keep up with that. That looks like it's an awful lot of damage. They're going to have to go in. They're going to have to fix that.
That was
you
a
know what?
big.
That's going to put them out. That's going to put them at P7.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh
Look at
my,
that.
yeah.
Oh, yeah. Same as
Yeah.
the Aston, the number, what was it? The number 5 also looked like a bit of a damage in the front there because he hit the Honda as we're going down the hill.
Mhm. Yeah,
he's
there's
doing battle, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
and good luck trying to turn it to the. Yeah, it's never a good sign when you're driving back to the pits and the steering wheel's at a 90-degree angle.
Yeah.
Actually, fully vertical.
In
That
this
is
case-
never a good sign.
In this case, they're just going to need to fix the suspension damage and get on with it.
Yeah, get the suspension bolted back together and then absolutely cane it.
What means that the 420 Aston with the old V12 engine will gain another position going one bit.
Oh,
more
Vargas
to
still in the
lead.
pits right now. What's going on there?
That's
I
good.
don't know. I saw him spinning earlier when I did see him spinning earlier on. Actually, if I go here,
This is very good for car number 97.
It does look to be so, yes.
massively, yeah.
Look at that. Car 97 going to take P22, it seems.
How far down were we, though? I think I was a lap down from my incident. Are we ahead yet? We're not. We're still
No,
a lap
you're not.
down. No.
I'll tell you what, though, depending on how bad. Oh no, Varga is actually showing as being back out on track, but there's less than a lap in it, and
That's a
It's
pity.
just
I reckon it will be really close.
yeah, the Writer Honda NSX is still in the pits there.
There we go.
down to 7th
Yes.
already.
Yeah, I already passed.
Now he has 4 laps in hand to Elgard, or Edward, so he should be all right there. But yeah, that was unfortunate. Did we see what happened? It looked like he tagged the wall, same as I did.
Yeah, it looked like it.
Tagged the wall, then got hit by the number 5 Aston Martin way down on I think P25 as he was still spinning.
Yeah,
Yeah.
really, really, really bad luck for an
And-
instant like that to happen with
right
quarter of an hour left.
And you might be
Yeah.
saying, how did he drive into the wall? When you're up on the top of that hill, you're not looking right at the wall that everyone hits. Your eyes are on the left trying to hit your braking point. So you're not even looking there. You're just trusting that, your positioning is right, that when you turn the wheel right, that you're just going to breeze against the wall. But like that, I think my incident was a guy in front of me, probably subconsciously, my timing went out and I just slammed into it. And of course, when you hit off that, it's going to send you then into the wall to the left.
Jones now coming back for P25. He wants it back from APOW all the way at the end. He's going to push it all the way to the last second. And just as that, we're going to be pushing for the donation goal in these last closing 10 minutes. Just less than 300 pounds to go. Oh, as APOW hits the wall quite violently right there.
Yeah, they're still right on it. Both Aston Martins are. And
just a note there for APAL. We saw him hit the wall once, twice, and he also hit the NSX. As Jones has just gone wide.
yeah, Jones has just straight lined the first part of the S's before the dipper. So
Let by the Porsche.
I don't know if.
Yeah, he let by the Porsche, the 669.
Can I just get a word in here, guys? Sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
We've pulled the name out of the hat for the next level racing stand, and the winner is Eddie Warden. Completely random from every sign up. If Eddie wants to pass on it, wants to go, let it go to someone else, quite welcome to. We have other names that we pulled out as backup.
Is mine one of them backup ones, Charger?
No.
Okay,
Eddie
well then
Warden,
never mind.
congratulations.
Yep, congrats to Eddie for winning the next level racing wheel stand. They are very, very tasty looking bits of kit indeed, I can confirm.
I wouldn't mind having that. No, Eddie Warden, congratulations, man. That's absolutely awesome.
I mean,
Is Eddie Warden currently viewing the channel?
I don't know.
Can we get Eddie Warden in the commentator booth right now?
He is in the main voice chat. He's not actually in the car, so yeah, you can pull him in.
Okay.
Eddie Warden. There is Eddie Warden. Let me.
I'd rather you do that, Red, given that the trackpad's a bit broken on my laptop.
Eddie Warden, congratulations. You've won the next level racing wheel stands.
I don't believe Eddie has push to talk enabled, so we'll have to wait for him to set that up before he can chat to us.
Yep. So give it a
Give
few
it a little
moments
seconds.
to
He might be too busy screaming into his microphone with excitement, so he's got it muted.
Imagine that, yeah. I mean, I know I would.
Oh, here we go.
Are you there, Eddie?
Hello.
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 Congratulations.
Yeah, this is very unexpected.
That we expected that much. It is indeed very unexpected for us as well, but congratulations.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that's amazing.
Is it going to come in handy?
It actually is. Yes. I'm currently. I've currently got my wheel clamped to a desk, so that will be a big improvement.
Oh, excellent.
Hey,
That's
look
great.
at that. It goes to a person that actually can use it. How fantastic is that?
Yeah, I'm very grateful.
And now I'm just going to do a shameless plug. You know what else can go to people that actually truly need it? Your money to our charity donation goal to make it to £3,000 for our fantastic charity Spinal Track, who makes it so that people with a disability can actually have a track day and rally experience with cars specifically tailored for hand controls, developed by actual racers who understand what they need. So please, ladies and gentlemen, there is just £270 left on our goal that still needs to go. Let's make it happen before the race ends. Come on.
Eddie, if you can send me your shipment details, I'll forward them directly to Next Level, and they'll deliver it direct to you.
Okay, yeah, that sounds good.
No problem. Don't worry, I won't stalk you.
You never know with Charger. Oh, 8 power
he's
goes off
off
right there. Jones is going to win the battle for 25th.
Yeah.
And with only, what, 4 laps remaining?
Yep.
Yeah, I'd say that's going to be about 3 or 4 laps remaining there with only 6.5 minutes to go.
You know what else only has 6.5 minutes left to go? Our donation goal. Come on, people, we can do it.
I was just gonna say it's funny that you brought me in now because we were just watching P5 like this whole time, just watching what they were doing.
Sun goes straight off into the wall. That's gonna be heavy damage.
Yeah, that's a big one there.
Oh yeah, look at the steering.
Yep, that's.
Yeah, that's. That was.
Do we think?
Oh, and another wall.
Yeah.
Oh, big impact.
Yeah.
Why is your team name called Biggest Dickus? Let me guess that the chief picked that team name.
I don't think he was involved actually. I actually don't know how it came about. I think it just. I don't think it was any one person, to be honest.
Does it have anything to do by any chance with the fact that you apparently feel everything? You know, feel whether or not the car needs new tires, feel what type of temperatures it needs to be. At least that was what the chief was selling us.
It could be. I mean, the Aston's a very unique car, I'd say, in the way it drives. So I don't know if you can really feel that much because it's just so like nose heavy. But it's rapid down the straight. So yeah, so I don't know.
Yeah, it's having a.
We're at the pitch on the other side, mister. Yeah.
Yep.
Get him over there. That's it. Come on. Over there.
Yeah.
Oh, that is absolutely heartbreaking. That being said, they have an entire lap on Audi, so you know they might still be able to keep ahead from there without any position loss, which is best case scenario for them.
I'll tell you what. I wonder if
that's a minute. That's a minute 30 seconds damage. That's for sure. The wheels like that. How does that?
That's a lot of steering input to go straight.
Yes.
Yeah. And I wonder if Audi's being given the hurry up in the 69.
Not
He
for the first
probably
time
has
tonight.
been.
He probably has been told there's someone. The car in front has just had about 3 fairly major hits with the wall, and P19's up for grabs.
You know what I truly wasn't expecting today when this all started? Seeing a V12 engine with the potential to take P5.
It's
we
like
were surprised.
Never doubted. Never doubted.
I mean, it got pole at the 2019 Bathurst 12 hours in its last race.
Yep.
It almost won the race. If it wasn't for Matt Campbell pulling off one of the ballsiest overtakes I've seen at Bathurst in a GT3 car up the inside at Forest Elbow in a gap that was about the width of a Porsche GT3R and about a couple of centimetres each side. So
Look at Audi flying there. He's even thinking about trying to lap himself here just to get that little bit of a track position.
I've just told him. I've gave him the heads up. Yeah. I'm talking to the team, so he's on it now to try and catch him.
Yeah, I think he's
going
going to.
Let's go take a look at Stephenson real quick. Is he driving out just yet? No, he's not. He's going to have to concede that position.
But he's also he still has a lap in hand, is that right?
No, he doesn't.
115 seconds. I think they're on the same lap now.
Yeah, they are on the same lap about now.
Yeah, so that'll be 2 minutes. I think he's going to be safe by about 60 seconds.
Yeah. Meanwhile,
No, he took over. No, I was right. See, Audi is now position 19. He has done it.
We're just waiting on timing to update. It usually takes about one sector for it to update. And
They've got it. They've already got it.
They have got it.
Yep.
Yes,
Audi's got it. It's just updated because Audi has gone through the first timing split, and he has indeed, in the last 2 minutes of the race, got the got 19th.
All right, I think I should probably get back to my team. I'll say thank you very much for the commentary, and thanks for doing all the prizes and everything. That's really great.
Yeah, get a photo when you get it set up, Eddie.
Yeah, definitely.
I agree.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
So yeah, thank you very much, and I will see you later.
Cheers. Hi.
Have fun. Pleasure was all ours.
Thanks. Yeah.
Gentlemen, I shall also leave you in peace. Thank you for a fantastic commentary. Well done. Enjoyed it. So, yep, I'll let you finish this out.
Oh, cheers. Thank you so
very much for joining us.
Yeah. Meanwhile,
No.
I've noticed that Mark Elgard, he said earlier that they weren't going to take any risks and run a fairly conservative pace, and he's still doing 203.7s.
I mean, supposedly that is a conservative pace for them, but what I want to touch on is that we're going into the last 40 seconds of our 12-hour race. Now, something very important here, why I actually switched over to Elgard, is he's not going to be able to finish the race this specific lap, which means there's one extra lap going to come out. But I don't know, after such a spectacular drive, don't you guys think we should finish it on board with him?
Yeah, might as well. I mean, they've done an absolutely fantastic job. I'm going to get my calculator.
You know what also would be fantastic? Hearing Red saying that little ad about our goal one more time now on the last lap.
Yes.
Excellent.
Spinal Track is an amazing charity dedicated to giving free track days and rally experiences to disabled drivers. Their cars are fully adapted for hand controls and developed by racers who understand the wants and needs of disabled car enthusiasts. We literally have less than 2 minutes before Elgard crosses the line, and nothing would make me more happy than to see the donation goal fulfilled. Grab your phones, grab your wallets. I don't care what you need to do. Make that counter go across 3,000 pounds right now. You know you want to. You know you want to. There is literally no reason for you not to do it, as you are watching one of the most phenomenal drives of Elgard from McElroy Racing Team, who, together with Solheim, a team of just two, managed to bring it home all the way back. And just as I say that, Elgard decides to show us that even he can hit a wall. So, please, do me a favor. We're halfway through this track. Find it in your heart. Find it in your heart to give us those last 300 pounds we still need, and finish the goal. And that way, we can end today on a high, as Elgard is really trying to mess it all up on the last possible setting. I think he's starting to realize that he's going to win the 12-hour race, and now the stress and the pressure is going to come in as he's trying to keep it out of the wall.
Yep, I've worked out so far. So the real life distance record is 1,950.882 kilometers, 314 laps. We're on the 344th lap, which is a distance of 2,137.272 kilometers.
I mean, he could even cruise at home now because the.
I mean, well, he is.
He could literally roll it.
I mean, he's not even on the throttle.
Yeah.
He was just coasting down the hill.
And everyone else behind him just slows down.
And this is the moment where the McElroy Racing Team, Elgard and Solheim, take it home.
Congratulations.
Yep, that was Mark Elgard's slowest lap of the race, a 2 minutes 8.3, and that's still about
thank you so much for the £5. Truly appreciate it.
Yeah.
Now we see the next one's coming over. Spence Rob, who has done one of the most magnificent drives and also still holds a lap record quicker than the actual real-life race lap record. He was the fastest driver today. Their team has fought phenomenally from that position, and they managed to put it in second, which is absolutely phenomenal.
Oh dear, the 265 Honda has been given a drive-through penalty.
This late in the race.
On the final lap. That's going to probably be converted, I'd imagine, into a post-race time penalty. Though I think...
Also with a great performance, place 5, the V12 Aston, further up the field than anyone probably thought.
Don't jinx it just yet. They haven't crossed the line just yet.
Crawford has crossed the line.
Yeah, they crossed it.
Oh, they've
Crawford
crossed
has
it? Nice.
actually crossed the finish line in P5.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
And Tyrion has also crossed the line in 16th place in the 444 Lexus. Waiting on Mackie, Simpson, Warren, RWB Audi, Chafer, Emster, and of course Verstappen, who is, I can see Audi right behind Verstappen.
Beautiful
Has
race.
lights
Oh,
on
as
into
he
the
loses
wall.
it across.
And the deliberate accident after crossing the line, as there goes the Lamborghini of Simpson.
As it has to be
Damien
said,
Vilk.
the top 3 teams actually get a full RSD license, which is absolutely beautiful. They have absolutely 100% earned it, as this was probably one of the most magnificent races. Now, can somebody please get the 2 RSD teams in here, and Rice and his team as well, for a little bit of a post-race interview, because they have absolutely deserved it. What a phenomenal race those 3 teams have driven.
You mean MRT, not RS2?
MRT indeed. You can already tell that I'm tired after 12 hours. I'm gone. I'm absolutely gone. Yes.
I'm going to be cracking open a celebratory beer after this. Extra special.
I'm just gonna walk over to my bed and literally flop on top of it. But first we're going to do the interviews, because that is the height of any good race.
Yep.
I gotta say, you guys have done a cracking job.
Thank you.
Thanks.
You've got a permanent job.
Are we getting paid?
Yes, you get paid 0.
Oh.
It's still a number.
Not even a cookie?
I'll send you some cookies.
We just reached the goal. 3,010 pounds, as Emily just dropped 269 pounds, and Maddock Duck UK also dropped another 5 pounds. We managed to complete our goal tonight. We did it. 3,000 pounds. Where's the party music? Where's the flyers? Where's all the confetti? Thank you so much, people. You guys are absolutely awesome. You guys are absolutely awesome. You are insane. Thank you so much. You're going to help so many people with that money. I'm actually getting emotional over this.
Wow.
That is epic.
That is fucking beautiful. That's phenomenal. You guys are absolutely insane.
And girls as well,
Thank you to everybody. That's fantastic. That
is absolutely amazing. Wow.
I just don't have words for it.
Yeah, that's more I can't say, really.
Yeah.
Where did the winning teams go? Where are their drivers? Where I don't see them in the comms channel. Where did they go?
They're all hiding from you.
They are all hiding.
They apparently are.
Hold on. If we want to find any willing people, willing or sort of willing, speaking of which, Mark has returned. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well done. Fantastic drive. I did notice that you suffered a little bit of a commentator curse, because as we were watching your final lap, you decided to show us that you guys could put it in a wall as well.
Well, we've done that the whole race. That's not just the last end.
Oh, really? That was that. Yeah. Well, we were just not watching you enough to actually see that. Any closing words from a literal phenomenal dominant race, essentially?
Well, a dominant race, possibly. Well, we were so far behind, and we thought we couldn't make it at all. We were about 1 lap behind at some point, and we just hung in there and did what we needed to do consistently, and that's what you need to do in an endurance race. Don't focus on the speed, just focus on consistency.
Well, congratulations with your win, and congratulations with your RSD full license that you just earned, you and Valerie.
Great. Then we get one more.
I don't know. You'll have to talk to them about it.
But we appreciate it.
Yeah, that was quite quite something. I also noticed that your last lap, Mark, was still faster than what I probably would have been doing at race pace, even though you were cruising and short shifting.
Yeah.
Rob, the eternal masochist,
Yep.
having to put himself in the limelight as being a slow driver just one last time as he still can.
Well, I was playing a lot with Val in the last stint here because all the race I've been doing 203.0, and this last race that was like the goal for me. So I think I did like 7 or 8 laps in a row, just 203.0s. We were laughing every lap.
Brilliant.
Meanwhile, from the second team across the line, Rice is here. Rice, congratulations with your second position together with you and your team. You guys have done a phenomenal drive. Sadly enough, not enough to beat Elgar, but nonetheless, your guys' performance was absolutely thrilling. And that ending battle for second position was a nail-biter. Any closing words? Any experiences you want to share?
Not really. I'm absolutely knackered after that one. It's just, that was just all the way to the finish. It was, on the edge of your seat kind of stuff. But I knew that I just had to jump in the car there at the end for those final 2 hours after that incident. Luckily, it happened within the 2 hour mark, so we knew we were covered by just one pit stop to run to the end. So it was just trying to damage limitate that. Luckily, we were able to get out and stay ahead of P3, and they were closing us down on the start of my stint. But I knew I just had to keep the car on the track, not make any mistakes, and just try and get them in the pit stop. And luckily, we were able to double stint that set of tyres and get the better pit stop than them. And I think that's what won us P2. So, really, really happy with that result. It's really hard work from everyone involved. Really proud of the guys. Just it's been awesome.
You know, we said it earlier, but you held on to that lap record. You literally beat the IRL fastest race lap record, and you held on to that all the way to the end. So it's actually absolutely phenomenal to see that you guys managed to bring it home in second.
Yeah, we had the lead for quite a bit of the race, and my objective at that point was just try and pull away and see what kind of a gap we could build. And I think at one point we had nearly a minute's gap over P2. Those guys drove a phenomenal race, especially being only 2 of them. And they were able to hunt us down and get that first place off us. But from then on, we just tried to pluck away at the laps and just try and keep P2. But I'm still really happy with that. I didn't know what we'd be able to achieve coming into it. So to sort of qualify P3 and then get a P2 out of it at the end of the day is a really good result for us.
And you can also go around and tell people, that Shane Van Gisbergen bloke, he's got nothing on me.
Well, if I could do it in the real world, that would be a different story. But it's mad to see my improvement over the past. I only got into proper ACC at the start of the year, so just to see that sort of improvement since starting has been really, really good. And just to run up front in these kind of races is what I wanted to achieve when I started. So to be there after such a short amount of time, I'm over the moon with it. So it's just an absolute privilege to be racing with these guys.
Well, and to find out those final few tenths, you and your team are also getting a full RST license. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you very much. I'd just like to say thanks to you guys as well for putting the event on. Thanks to everyone who donated. Hope we put on a good show for you. And just a final word to the Mavericks, the Maniac team. All the guys there do such hard work. So, big shout out to them.
Something I definitely left to the last is thank you so much for the RWB admins for organizing this event. And thank you so much for the unseen heroes that are essentially our life stewards who have done a phenomenal job today dealing with all of the little incidents, making certain everything was handled fairly and rapidly, as they were doing a lot of things behind the scenes. And while they don't always pop into the commentating booth, they're still there and they're putting in a massive amounts of hours of work. If you think driving around the track is difficult, it takes a hell of a lot out of them to continuously be judging these reports. And it is absolutely phenomenal that they managed to do it. It is no easy feat putting up a 12-hour race, and I am so proud of the entirety of the RWB team that we managed to pull this off. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, and also massive thanks to Nate as well for hosting the stream.
Yes, absolutely.
As well as our
At the
stream
detriment,
hosting.
it needs to be said, because at the detriment of his own race, because as the stream wasn't acting up, he had to miss 10 minutes of the start of the race, and they still pulled back with that BMW.
Yeah.
Absolutely awesome stuff, guys. So, that's the ending for everything, which means thank you everyone for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. And of course, we'll see you all in the next streaming session, in the next race, probably later this week. Good night, everyone.
Good night and bye for now.
Cheers.